Oh, maybe I can. Oh, you might be right. You might be right. Because I'm like, how am I going to do this? Hi, everybody. Get in here, child. It's me and my co host, Maverick. Maverick. Okay. You're my little co host. Mm hmm. Mm hmm. Maybe. What's up? Say hi, everybody. Hi. Say hi, Timmy. Hi, Uncle Kevin. Hi, hi, hi. Hi, aunties and uncles. Hello. So Maverick and I are here today to be messy. He's gonna be messy different. Cuckoo bijou can be. So yes, we're here. Hmm. We are here, you guys. We are here. Yo, I was breastfeeding the baby, and then I get a DM from Bruna. Bruna's like, Marlene, Marlene Keke is. She's like, Marlene, you called it, and she sent me a picture, and I'm like, what is going on? What is going on, you guys? What is going on? I'm like, what? She's pregnant? She's like, yes, you called it. and Marie, what's up? Z, Janet. I said, Lord, I am prophetic. Did I not tell y'all she was gonna be pregnant? Did I not tell? I told you, I said, you guys, stay quiet. Don't take this girl seriously. Do not take this girl seriously. I was like, before you know it, I thought by next year. I said before next year, she's gonna have another pregnancy. People are just too funny. People are just too funny. People are just way too funny. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. This is hilarious. Keke. Keke, you are so crazy. Keke is crazy. Y'all. Shout out to Bruna. Oh, no, she's not. She's a Virgo. She's going to stay. Okay. You guys, Bruna sent me this picture. She was like, Marlene, you called it. She said she's pregnant. I said, ooh. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy, child. This is just too funny. This is too funny. Keke is so predictable. She is absolutely predictable. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. A whole baby bump. Yeah. And the sad part is, the thing is, hold on, I'm gonna wait. People come in. But it's really sad to me because, you know, the thing about these girls, the thing about a lot of these girls, the sisterhood, okay, the sisterhood be on the, do not settle. Do not settle. Don't you settle. You know what I mean? And Keke is part of that, right? Don't settle, black woman. Do not settle. If he would, he could. Whooping wop, whoop, 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 right? Because a lot of these girls, like, oh gosh, you guys, let me tell you something. Before we start this live, I have to tell you guys, because I'm going to talk about somebody else. There's this young lady. I like her. I really do like her. Her name is Talitha Jane. Mm-hmm. She's a black girl. She's a black girl, right? So I found her on TikTok because she blew up. She's very consistent. She does post a lot on TikTok. Like all the stuff I tell y'all to do. And she does, she has great advice on how to be like an influencer, right? So I really do like her. I like baby sis. I like her. I don't know what possessed her.
If there's one person that is absolutely body goals, if there's one person.
What? Okay. I do not know what possessed this child, right? And so she decided to let the people in on her personal life. I guess, the thing about TikTok and parasocial relationships, right, is that people really think that these people on the internet is their friend because they call themselves sis, hey sis, right? Or we black women, the sisterhood, we blackity black. So I think people feel like, oh, if I'm around Black people, I'm safe. I can just tell my business. Like if I'm around Black people on the internet, especially millions of people, I'm safe. I'm gonna tell my business. So she decided to explain, I guess, like some details of her situationship with the boy that told her to move to Houston. So she left her family, okay, at the tender age of 21 years old to go find some boy in Houston, right? So I guess it didn't work out because I saw it through Yanni. You know, Yanni gonna be the advocate of the sisterhood. So I was like, Yanni, who's your client today? Right? So I was watching Yanni stuff this morning because I did my hair. And I was like, we have to talk about this. But I was like, before we do, I got to give a few disclaimers, okay? Y'all gonna have to be brave today. You're gonna have to be brave today. You're gonna have to be brave, okay? You're gonna have to surrender your feelings, okay? You cannot come in this live and be emotional, sensitive, and God knows what. You cannot hold a grudge against me, child, okay? Because some things have to be said. Certain things have to be said. Okay? Oh, child, Yanni would defend the sisterhood, child, with her last breath. Sometimes I'm like, but who's asking y'all to do all this? I don't know. It's like people just like appoint themselves as like the crusader. Oh, I'm the crusader, Black woman in the. I'm like, girl, they don't even care about you like that. Like, you're doing too much. Like, live your life. Like, once in a while, I get it, but it's like all the time, though. Like, she's such a crusader. But I'm like, this girl is bored. She's so bored. I'm like, it could never be me. Child, it could not be me. So Talitha, yeah, we'll talk about her. Hey, Lacey. But we're gonna talk about we're gonna it's too much. And I think that kills me with these ladies. It's like it's always a man's fault. It's never their fault. It is never their fault. Like TikTok, that village over there, these girls are always so innocent. This is what a man did to me. The man did this to me. I'm like, what? No, you did this to yourself. Okay. Unless somebody held you at gunpoint and had like a club, like dragged you with a club to beat you behind, then yeah, I get that. But it's never their fault. Even when they say, oh, I'm here to take accountability, child, within the next breath. So this man is not saying, okay, this is what I could have done better, right? Because if you take accountability, it should be about you, this is what I could have done better. This is how I could have prayed better. This is how I could have sought more counsel. This is how I could have been more patient, right? They'll say, oh, you guys, I just want you to know, I take full accountability. Okay. And then the next sentence after that, it's the man, it's the man. I'm like, shut the hell up. It's not the man. Like a boy trying to have sex with you. And he telling you, oh, you know, if you move down to Houston, I think you and I could really have something. Girl, he's just saying what you want to hear. Not your goofy dum-dum ass. You took him literally. He not Jesus. Okay? He's a man trying to have sex with you. Of course, he's going to say things to make you feel special. How old are you? Girl. And sometimes I'm like, I was thinking about her situation. I was like, you know what? When we want to sit here and blame a man, you should really blame your father. Because your dad should let you know what's out here. You know what I'm saying? I think like a lot of fathers, though, need to be more involved in their daughter's dating life. A lot of fathers need to sit down with their daughters and tell them what a man really is and what he's not, and what to be careful, what to look out for. Like, you know what? When I was younger, I used to lie a little bit, right? But these daddies out here, they portray themselves to be so amazing, so great. No, go ahead and ask your mama who your daddy really was. Hey, Vico, what's up? You understand, right? Tell your daughter the truth. Like, tell her you wasn't ish, but her mom looked to the side. Her mom overlooked your flaws, right? A lot of dads, they sell themselves as superheroes to their daughters. You selling pipe dreams, daddy. I don't like that, right? Or you be like Janae Aiko's daddy, like you're all hands off. She needs your help. She's not a man. You a man. She needs your help. I don't care how much money she makes on social media. I don't think how grown she thinks she is. I don't care how she shakes her butt. And then, you know how they be holding their butt cheeks like that weird stuff they be doing, right? That's your baby. Talk to her dumb ass. Your daughter's a fool. And I wish, hey, Val, I wish a lot of fathers would be honest with themselves. Your daughter is foolish, sir. You have a foolish daughter. I really feel like there needs to be a book, like a whole book with epilogues. Like there needs to be like series, podcasts, right? For other men or people to teach men who have daughters how to raise their daughters, all that daddy girl goofy shit, right? If she's really your daughter, sit her ass down and tell her about herself, and then tell her about yourself as well, that she may know what to look for. But your daughter comes to you, say, "Oh, daddy, I'm moving to Houston." For what? You going to college? She said, "No." Then what you going there for? Because God told me, you better sit your ass. That's why I told you yesterday, when we look at Pastor Tony, you're not doing that nonsense in his house. But a lot of these fathers today, especially the liberal Democrat, oh, it's laissez-faire type of daddy. Oh, I trust you, daughter. How can you trust someone that has no experience? You clown. Right? Because a lot of people truly do not want to be parents. And I'm like, you could really have a dad and he could really be an absentee father. Like he's really not involved. Like just because your dad is in the house doesn't mean that your dad is in the house. Like, is he really teaching you anything? Because that's crazy to me. Okay. Let your daughter move to Houston for a man. A man you don't even know. You've not even met his family. You don't know his culture. You don't know his peoples. What if they kill your daughter? People so I'm like, oh my God, like people are Tisha. People are so reckless with their kids. It's like it's crazy to me. People kill people's children. People kill people's daughters. Like people's daughters get slaughtered every single day. You gonna let your child move away from you, live somewhere all by herself for a boy you don't even know because you trust her. You trust what exactly? You don't want a parent. I sure did tell y'all that summer. I got the video here. I sure do have the video right here. And I thank God. I really do thank God. I do. Before I told y'all this, I said before, I used to have a lot of anxiety, because I really felt as though my mind was crazy. I'm like, why does my brain work like this? Right? Because I'm always going the opposite of other people. If you don't know, if you're new here, like I'm a Trump supporter, I support Trump, right? But it's like my brain always goes left. It's like when people go right, my brain goes left. When they go left, my brain goes right. I'm like, was something wrong with me? Why am I like this? Why is it hard for me to make friends? Because I just like, I'm like, I was like, I had a hard time with my own brain. Like, why do I not see things the way other people see things, right? Because I never see it the same way as people. And I'm like, I guess eventually like, it gets annoying a little bit, but so I was like, I don't know. So I had a hard time. That's why I used to like always delete my lives and stuff. Because I'm like, well, I don't get in trouble for that, right? Because I know my mind's a little different. But I'm like, honestly, that's how I see it. Like, I don't know how to lie to people. Like, that's just how I see it. But if I can't tell you how I feel, I'd rather not say anything or I'd rather just delete my video. I'm not going to leave my video up because I'm like, I'm not going to wake up in the morning to all these crazy comments because people can't stand someone who doesn't see things the way that they see. But I'm like, I really don't see it the way that you see it. Even with the brick lady. The brick lady, I knew she never got hit with a brick. But I said, Marlene, if you make a video and you say you don't believe that, they're going to cuss your ass out. So I went to TikTok. I went to TikTok. Because I found a panel that didn't believe her. I'm like, oh, thank God. I feel like I can breathe. I didn't believe her. I'm like, how can somebody hit you with a brick? And you have no lesion. You're not bleeding. And worst of it all, you don't have a concussion? Like, so someone hit you with a brick and you got right back up. You knew where to find your phone. You put your password into your phone. Like you remembered your password after you got hit with a brick on your head. Then you went to the camera. You opened the camera. You flipped the camera thing so that it could be on your face. You recorded yourself after you've been hit with a brick. I was like, I never seen this before. Unless the brick was made out of air. I don't know. Because her face was swollen. And I was like, well, that looks more like a hematoma. Or it looks more like an allergic reaction. Like, you know how when you go to the dentist, like, and they hit you up with the anesthesia stuff, like, oh, swell up your cheek and stuff. But I'm like, her skin is so smooth. How did she get hit with a brick? And that make no sense. And you should have seen these black girls. Oh, black man. There was no one there to protect her. There was nobody there to protect her. I'm like, protect her from what? Nobody hit this goofy girl with a brick. Like, I need to calm down. And this girl was like, Marlene, I will make sure to remember this. If you're ever in trouble, I will not intervene. I said, baby girl, do not. Because usually, if I'm being assaulted, whoever intervenes is the one who gets to die. And I'm going to be okay. And I don't want to have to wake up at the hospital and be told that you're dead because you tried to help me. Do not intervene. If you want to help me, call the police. She was so shocked. I'm like, y'all and your weird ass sisterhood, like y'all just bizarre. Like, it's like they I don't know. It's like they think they're like superheroes. They are invincible. Like bullets can't go through their bodies and they're still gonna stand. Like, y'all do too damn much. And they think every black woman is their sister. No, she's not. She could be your op. Okay? Sit your ass down somewhere. They're so exuberant. Like, sit your ass down somewhere, you freaking zealot. Like, they're like, I don't know. It's just weird to me. Someone you don't even know. So, like, you see somebody on TikTok. I'm like, on top of it all, it's on TikTok. I remember watching a what? It's on freaking TikTok. You can't trust people on TikTok. I'm like, were you there? Did you even see the break? She's like, no man helped her. I'm like, the guys themselves are confused. Like, what? What happened? Ja. A few months later, it comes out she was the assailant. She's the one who hit the man. And she got hit with a water bottle. I said, oh, well, there you go. And before that, she went to see the doctor because she had some kind of, she had some kind of procedure done. That's why her face was swollen like that. I'm like, so you got hit with a water bottle? And you came out here and told people it was a break? A break? I'm like, a break? You would have, when somebody hits you with a break, like your eye could pop out. Like, I'm like, somebody, like your whole skull will be shattered. A break. Somebody hitting you with a break. And you got right back up. You went into your purse. You grabbed your phone. You put in your password. You went to your camera, the little camera app. You flipped the camera on you. You recorded yourself. How you were that lucid after you got hit with a break upside your head? Like, sometimes we have to be serious. I'm like seriously, like it's okay. Like, it really is okay to take a step back and to say, does this story actually make sense? It makes no sense. It makes no freaking sense, right? Oh my gosh, look at Darius. He's beating on Keke. He's beating on Keke. Were you there? Did you see it? Okay. I'm like, if you see Keke is fake. Keke is fraudulent. She has two personalities. There's Keke, the social media person, and there's a private Keke. You don't know that girl. She's a bully. She's a bully. And that's why she could look at Dr. Steve Harvey and say, no, I don't want to be with a rich man, because she wants to be in a relationship where she dominates the man. Keke is hella masculine. And you see it with her mom. The mere fact that it was her mom cussing out Darius instead of her dad checking into that stuff lets you know everything you need to know. Even her dad's probably a pushover. Okay? I'm like, girl, bye. She bullied that boy. And I realized she was a bully when she went to see Usher. They're like, oh, why would he try to expose her on Twitter? I'm like, because she's been blocking him. You think if he could talk to that girl on her cell phone, he would have gone to Twitter? He went to Twitter because that's the only way he could reach her. She's mean. She's a bully and she's passive aggressive. Enough is enough already. Like, the boy, the boy is he's a what's it called? He's a trainer. You know he doesn't have your money. Right? You know he's not as successful as you, and you chose to carry his child. So you're going to learn to respect him. He's still a human being. You can't be out here just bullying people like this. Yes, Mammy. What do you want? What would you like to do? You want to say something? Okay, sure. Say hi. Say hi, everybody. You good? All right, cool. Like, sometimes you got to ask yourself. Every time somebody shows you something, you got to be like, okay, what happened before this clip? What happened before this picture? Before we got here, what happened? Right? And I tell you guys this all the time. I said, when somebody wants you to hate a person, when someone wants you to hate a person, you gotta be like, I need to look into this. Right? Because I'm like, oh, you don't trust Darius to take the boy to a football game, right? But you can leave Darius with the baby for days when you go twerk on Usher. So he can supervise the baby. He can supervise the baby when you're in Vegas with your girls, right? Twerking on Usher. That's okay. At that point, you trust Darius, right? But when it's time for Darius to take the baby to a football game, now it's a problem. Right? It don't make sense. Because you're trying to antagonize this boy. And where she messed up, she didn't know he was recording her. She didn't know he had a lot of recordings, because I told her, I said, once they go to court, she gonna know what he has. And I'll tell you this. I said, watch, when they go to court for this whole, oh, he assaulted me, he put his hands on me, whatever she said it, I said, when this boy shows his proof, because that's the thing about going to court, you guys. When you drag somebody to court, if y'all really go through it, it's public records. And the stuff he has on her, the receipts he has on her, the receipts he has on her mom, it's not a good look. It's not a good image, because that's not who she is. What she's selling to social media and who she is behind closed door, it's not the same. Okay? Exactly, Ken. I told you I don't make no sense. And I said to y'all, one thing she does, every time he's trying to talk to her and she does not want to talk to him, she blocks him. Because she wants him to react. She likes to trigger him, because Keke is toxic. She's toxic. And a lot of girls are hella toxic. That's why I'm like, I'm not the type to take a woman's side. Because, oh my gosh, this man. No, what did you do before he got to that place? What happened? Right? Because let's not forget, let's not pretend that Keke, like low-key, high-key, she don't have like mental health issues. Okay? We saw her growing up. From the acne all over her face into adulthood, low self-esteem, right? At one point, she was a lesbian. I don't know what that was about. Then she came back to being hetero. I guess like the girl's a little bit off. She's a bit off. She's a bit awkward. But Akila is a bit weird. Okay? So it's like, why would a girl that has all this want to go out here and date a trainer and get pregnant by a trainer? When she could go date somebody with way more money, okay? But the problem is, if she dates someone who's just as successful as her, or even more successful as her, she gonna have to be on his program. That's not what she wants, right? She wants to dominate the man, and this is a big problem that we have. And I'm not gonna try to condone domestic violence, whatever, because that's crazy. Like I'm always telling people, if you're a man and you're a woman, you got to control your emotions, because you never know who's recording you. You have to control yourself. And if you do something, it don't take much to kill a person. Okay? Told you my friend killed his wife. It don't take much to kill a person. You can push somebody hard, and then they hit the corner of a table, boom, boom, they're dead. You didn't mean to, but they're dead. Okay? It don't take much to kill a person. So you really have to control yourself. And whoever you date, if you're a man, you date a woman. If you're a woman, date a man. And they're always trying to trigger you to get you to act out of character, you need to stop this relationship. You have to walk away, because it's seriously toxic. And whatever the consequences are of your toxicity, it could be you lose your career, you could go to prison, you could kill someone, you can lose your money, you can lose a whole lot. Gotta be very careful. Right? I'm like, she turns off her phone. She blocks him. Like, she'll either block him, she'll send him a voicemail. She doesn't talk to him, because make it make sense. He's so dangerous. He's so bad. He's so this. And you never change the locks, because she wanted him to come over. She knew he told her he was going to take that boy to a football game. A mature person would have said, okay, here are my concerns. I think it's too loud at the football game. Okay, here's how we're going to fix it. We're going to buy the baby some earmuffs. I told her, my little nephew went to a football game. He was like, what, like a few months old? My brother and his wife, they got the boy some earmuffs. He did just fine. Right? If you have concerns, state your concerns. We'll find a solution. But he's also the father. You don't get to deny him. You don't get to deny him access to his child because you feel like it. And people got to stop doing that. A lot of ladies have to stop doing that. Stop weaponizing the fact that you carried a pregnancy. Only a woman can carry a pregnancy. Wumpty wump wump. It doesn't give you full rights to a child, especially without a court order. You can't do stuff like this. If that's his day to come see the baby, if he said, okay, on Sunday, I want to go take the baby to a football game, especially being an American, like going to a football games on a Sunday, yeah, that's seriously an American thing. Like, don't do that. Okay. There's nothing more important than Sunday football in America. And I know this, and I'm an immigrant, so don't do that. Like, that's an American tradition. Like, it's tailgates and all that kind of stuff. Like, American people go hard for that stuff. Like, come on. So if you have concerns, you need to tell them, okay, I don't mind him going to the game, but the noise there concerns me. Okay, let him find a solution. But you can't ignore his request because you're the mom. Stop that goofy shit because you got money, right? And she knew he's going to be triggered. She knew because that's his son. And people got to stop playing these games. It's like this other girl, she played the same game with a basketball player. She had her friend. She had that goofy girl from Instagram watching the babies. I'm like, okay, he can't watch his own baby, but you'll let your little thotty-ass friend from Instagram supervise his child. He dragged her behind the court. Like, it was a whole scene. So now he has full custody, and she's not even fighting for the baby. I'm like, stop weaponizing parental rights. He has the right to see a child. But my thing is, if you're a man, you got to start recognizing what she's trying to do. She wants you to act out of character so she can pull out her phone and tell the world that you put your hands on her. Don't you fall for it. For as much as it hurts, right? Take your pain in stride. On Monday, you go get yourself an attorney. Do not play with these ladies. Me, Marlene, I do not give a fuck. People want to be out here and be all kinds of feminist this and feminist that. Let me tell you something. Oh, you guys, I forgot to do something real quick. Hold on. Give me 1 second, right? I forgot to do something. Maverick, you need to chill. I don't play these games. Because the way life is out here today, you have a lot of fathers who are very, very competent. You have a lot of fathers who do better. They do a better job than a lot of women. Those days are gone. Like there was a time, right? There truly was a time where you could say, hey, you know what? The mother is best to take care of her baby. Because back then, these ladies actually cared. The majority of women back then, they truly cared about being mothers. They really cared about being maternal. Okay? It's not the case today. It's not the case today. Today, you have a lot of men who know how to take care of kids. And some of them know how to take care of kids better than a woman. Okay? So it's like, don't play with people. Especially if, not to say like a girl don't matter, but you know what I'm saying? Like your son, that's your son. I'm saying, okay, you know what I'm saying? But my thing is though, as painful as it is, don't you argue with this girl. Don't get loud with this girl. Do not even entertain her stupidity. Document her foolishness. On Monday, you go get you an attorney. You pay your retainer fee right then and there. By Wednesday, Friday, she's going to be served. We're going to teach people out here how to act like civilized people. This is America. We're not in a bush place. We're not in a village somewhere. We're not some weird remote island somewhere, right? This is America. It's a country of laws. And no one parent can decide what the parental rights of another parent is going to be. You're not a judge. You are not a judge. Until a judge intervenes, it's 50-50. Okay? You don't get to say, well, he's my son, so I make the final say so. No. That needs to be established by the judge. If the judge gives you full parental rights, if the judge gives you primary custody, right? Sure. At that point, the last say so goes to you. But until we have paperwork approved by a judge, you don't have the last say so. And I will see you in court. Y'all do not play with people. Don't play with people. Don't play this game with her where y'all fight today for custody, then she has sex with you. She's insane. Do not entertain her foolishness. She's a foolish woman. I'm like, that's crazy. I'm like, to me, it's insane. I'm like, you knew dang well he was going to come get the baby. So I'm sure before he left the house or the day before, he told her he was coming. She knew he was coming. That's why she never changed the locks. Then she's upstairs on the phone like she don't know what's happening. She knew dang well he's going to come up in there. She knew dang well he's going to walk upstairs because he's looking for his son. He's looking for Leo. Now she was like, oh my gosh, how did you get here? Girl, you always knew he had the key. And not just that, I refuse to believe that Keke Palmer does not live in a gated community somewhere. So when people live in a gated community, even if she had forgot to change the locks, she could have told the people at the gate, don't let him in. Okay? There's nothing there. You left no type of word to say, okay, this boy cannot come in here. Kiana, in most states, if the parents aren't married, the father has to actually request legal rights to the child. It's only automatic if the parents are married. Okay, no problem. Don't play stupid games with her. Do not go to her house. Don't try to fight for yourself. Hey, I know it hurts. I know it hurts. But you got to think about the long game. Think about the long game, because whatever you do will be used against you in the court of law. Take your pain in stride. I don't care how long it takes you. It's better to fight for custody the right way, because you will win. A lot of men win. Okay? Or they don't win everything. They win something that's quite fair. Okay? Think about that. You got to think. You have to think. Because she set a trap for you. Because there's nothing more damaging, right, than a black man or someone or a brown person getting caught, especially being a man, acting out of character. Oh, there you go. Because one thing most of these girls will do, black and brown women will do real quick, they will turn to a white supremacist in a heartbeat. A lot of black women are white supremacists. That's why when they pretend to care about, police brutality, oh my gosh, the white man shot the black. Oh, shut up. Shut up. Okay? You be so quick to call police on your own man. Okay? There's a lot of hatred that black women have against black men. It's not even, I'm like, for me too, it's like, it's one thing to be disappointed. It's one thing to be disappointed. It's one thing to be upset. It's one thing to be angry. When you take it towards hatred, I can't mess with you. I had to stop talking to a friend recently because I told her, you're hateful. You are seriously hateful. Like, you have hate in your heart, and I can't deal with you. It got real quick. You're a hateful person. You can be upset. You can be disappointed. You can be angry. But hatred, that is something that I fear, right? But I'm like, a lot of women out here, black women and brown women, when it goes left or when they don't get their way, they will turn so quickly into a white supremacist. Want to see the worst thing happen to a black man or to a brown man because you're in your feelings. You're in your feelings. Because like the stuff she played, the stunt she played, something really bad could have happened to Darius. Something really bad. And you know dang well you were trying to trigger him because you want to get his attention. Right? Because you have feelings for him. You ain't going nowhere. Right? It's the same thing. Even with like the girl over here too, Mercy Gono. What Mercy did on her channel against her baby daddy, Nandi, evil shit. Evil shit. And when I watched the video, the first time I saw the video, I said, she's not telling the truth. She's lying on that man. Because somebody you've known for 17 years, he's never done this. He just woke up out of nowhere and started blocking your PayPal account. He just woke up today after 17 years of knowing you and decided to block your PayPal account, decided to block all the products out of the blue just like that. No, you did something. And lo and behold, she was cheating on him. And instead of having enough integrity to say, Yanni, I met somebody else. I'm no longer in love with you. I want to move on. So because you helped me build my channel, because you helped me build my business, right? Here's how much I'm going to give you. And I wish you all the best. Do you have to smear somebody's name to cover your own infidelity? If you don't love somebody no more, let the person go. You don't have to ruin a person. And you know that you're a woman. And that's why I don't fuck with the sisterhood. Because they weaponize their skin color and they weaponize their gender. And when they come together, it's like a collective of like one neuron. You got all these brains, all these women come together and they only have one brain and just one heart, destruction. That's all they care about. If you don't love somebody anymore, let the person go. You don't have to smear a person because you know how bad it is. You know the words that you use, and these black girls gonna lose their shit. You know exactly what words to use. And the whole time, you're just doing it to be petty. And to me, it's like that's so diabolical. You know what I'm saying? Like me, I have sons. I have brothers. I just have one who's not married though. But you know, I have three sons though. And I do worry about them. Like, yeah, I'm like, these girls are crazy. You know, you can do so much to raise your son. He gonna be in a situation just because he doesn't do what this girl wants to do. She'll make up some story, go to social media, act like she don't want y'all to know who it is, but she knows dang well y'all gonna go look for that person and ruin his life. Without even saying, okay, before we fuck your shit up, we want to hear your side. You are fully aware that as a black woman, if you say anything against a black man, you're automatically in the right. No one's going to question what you say. And you weaponize that because you can. Just because you can. Like, it's so mean. I mean, to me, it's diabolical. It's just demonic business. If you don't love someone anymore, let the person go. Let them go. If you're rich and you're rich and you feel like you cannot be with someone who's poor, don't go after a poor person. But don't ruin his life. Don't ruin her life. You don't have to ruin people. You're toxic ass. Go get yourself some damn help. It's like even the stuff with that girl, what Nessa, who did I marry? The girl from Atlanta, right? They were so obsessed with like, oh, Legion. We got to go find Legion. What's his name again? Jerome. And I'm like, I'm sitting here listening. I'm like, okay, what exactly did Jerome do to this girl that is so horrific? What did he do? Truly, did he steal her money? No. Did he beat her? No. He stole her ID? No. Steal her social? No. He paid all her bills. A grown-ass woman. She goes and takes a townhouse for $900. She has a full-time job. And she goes and signs a lease for a place she cannot afford. She didn't know she couldn't afford $900. She met a man who was mentally ill. And I'm like, when I listen, like, let me tell you something. I am not doing no 50 hours or 60 hours, some bullshit. You're not that important. Get to the point. It don't take that long to say what you got to say. But just listening to her say the summary of everything that happened, I'm like, so you trying to tell me what? And the more I listened to her and the stuff she was saying about that man, I said the guy had schizophrenia. I'm like, that's exactly what a schizophrenic sounds like. And I even told Nikki, I was like, Nikki, it is schizophrenia. He is sick. He's mentally sick. He cannot help it. Why? Because when I was younger, I watched a movie about a mathematician who went to Princeton. His name was John Nash. And John Nash, he had a Nobel Prize in economics, but he was sick. He was schizophrenic. He would talk to people. Nobody was there. But I'm like, when it's all said and done, like Jerome did so much for her. So much for her. And nobody could be like, you know what, girl? Like, you got to give him some type of credit. Nope. Paint this man out to be the worst man possible. I'm like, these people are fucking evil. And that's why I have a visceral fear of women. I fear these people because I'm like, what kind of person it is that can never try to see the other side? My God. Like, they never try to see, okay, but what about this? Can we consider what happened to him also? No, he's a man. He doesn't deserve to tell his side because he's a man. And God forbid he be a black man. He doesn't have the right to be a human being. He becomes people just take away everything about him that makes him a human being. Jerome came into your life. Within 2 weeks, you meet a man within 2 weeks. You're not even married to him. You dump all your financial bills on this man. And he pays your mortgage. He pays everything. And she said, oh, he told me only worry about my phone bill. You're not even his wife. And he told this girl, only worry about paying for your phone bill. And nobody said, girl, he might have lied, but at least you got it good, though. Meanwhile, you have Gabrielle Union over here. She's married to Dwayne Wade. He's worth $150 million, and she got to pay half the mortgage. She's married to a real millionaire, a real multimillionaire. And she stresses out when she don't have work. She's stressed out because she got to bring 50% to this household. Right? But you meet a man who's a truck driver, whatever he does, forklift driver, whatever. And on a $20 salary, he gave you pretty much all he had. Pay for your food. Pay for oh yeah, some days I will come home and then Jerome would just buy me stuff from Amazon. If he knew I liked something, he would just buy it for me. And I'm like, so what would you do for him? Oh, he would also cook. He paid the bills. He took you out to eat. She's like, oh yeah, 98% of the time when we go out to eat, he paid for everything. You have married women out here. You have married women out here who pay half the bills in their household. He tried to give you everything he had. And when he no longer had nothing, when he's sleeping in his car, you can't even say, you know what, on the merit of you did take care of me, here's a little $20. Here's a little $50. And mean, like, it's the ingratitude. I kid you not, because I'm a woman of principle. It's the ingratitude of people that traumatizes me. It's even if we fall apart, even if we fall out, you should at least remember that at one point when we were actually good, Marlene did something good for me. everything about her is not all the way bad. Even people that I don't talk to, right? I can never say, oh, everything about you was evil. No, because you did something for me. I will always remember that. I might choose not to entertain you. But if there's ever a day that you do need my help, I will help you. I just don't want to be your friend. But you gotta at least have enough humanity in you to say, you know what? There was a point in my life where this man, he helped me. And I did the math. I said, okay, so if Jerome is paying for almost a year, Jerome paid your rent. It's $900. What's 900 times 12? Almost 10 grand. And when he's in his car and he has nothing to eat, you can't even say, you know what? Let me send him $50. No, people are so fucking mean. Like me, and like that's why I say to myself, people are just so mean. He's calling you. He has no food. You can't even say to yourself, when every time I used to go out with him, he paid for me to eat. Let me at least buy him McDonald's. Even McDonald's, even the dollar menu. And she thinks she's gonna go far. That's why most of her videos today don't work. She does all these weird panels and don't go nowhere because there's a God. And when you tell a story, tell it right. When you tell a story, tell it right. Fear God. Even when the part where she talks about, oh, he had a mental episode because he wanted to kill himself. So he drove all the way to I think he drove to Phoenix or somewhere up there. Okay. Alabama somewhere, because he realized he's going to hurt himself. She was, oh, well, he was gone for 2 weeks and I found out he was suicidal. Like she was just so brazen. I'm like, he has a mental illness. The man was gone for 2 weeks. He was on suicide watch. He had enough wherewithal to go turn himself in over there to the hospital for the people to keep him because he was going to hurt himself. She's not worried. Did taking care of you, paying all your bills, did that cause him to have financial stress? Maybe it did. Maybe it triggered something in him because he's schizophrenic. Then you look around all around social media. Even people on TV, like she was on Good Morning America. She was with the other girl, the pretty black woman. I forgot her name. She's really pretty like that. She's really, really pretty. And I'm like, you guys are talking about her, but nobody ever said, let's talk about his mental health also, because she did a video where she said his brother called her and let her know, yes, he's schizophrenic. He has schizophrenia. And it was like, oh, right. But when something that happens to women, oh, what's it called? Mental Health Awareness Month. Let's worry about the mental health. Let's worry about mental health. Now you encounter another person, another black person, another human being who has schizophrenia, and nobody says, wow, I hope he's okay. I hope he's okay. Nope. I was like, wow, this is a lot. I'm like, this is a lie. This is truly a lie. And then she said, oh, when Jerome left, she lost everything. So I said, okay, but the whole time he was paying all your bills, what did you do with your money? Because you weren't paying any bills but your phone bill. And you still had a job. You worked full time. So when you think about almost all the bills he paid for over a year, like he helped you, you should have saved, like he allowed you to save somewhere from $12,000 to over $15,000. Where is the money? Where is the money? But because when she started, because she was really smart, she said, oh, I take accountability, just that one line, right? And then 50 parts about the man. 50 videos, almost like 60, 80 videos about one person. But when it comes to her, it's, oh, I take accountability. That's it. You don't take accountability. It's just like you're just giving out that disclaimer because you know that's just the thing to do. It's just protocol. Oh, I take accountability. Yeah, right. Go somewhere. Baby Marlene, I did not fall for that. Yeah, she sold all his stuff. I'm like, I really don't get it. And nobody ever said, you know what, girl, are you good with money? Nobody says, oh my gosh, you took financial advantage of a mentally ill person. He was mentally ill, and she knew something was off for him. She's like, oh, I always wondered about his family. Did he come from a good family? I said, girl, what about your family? Right? Let's say he's crazy. You also went and got married to someone you barely knew. You went to the courthouse. You didn't have family there. What was your family? Miss, I'm so tight to my family. Why was it your mama at your wedding? Make it make sense. Okay, girl, bye. That whole Nessa, what's the name? Risa Tisa crap. I never fell for that goofy shit. Because I'm like, I told people, I need y'all to tell me exactly what did this man do to her? What makes this man so horrible? Because I'm like, something here is missing for me. You meet the man within 2 weeks. You move him into your house. You don't even say, okay, since you're going to live here, you're going to pay at least half the rent, which I understand. No, he has to pay the full rent plus utilities. That's not his house, right? But you're like, okay, pay, go ahead and pay. He pays. He said, okay, I'll pay everything. And then you just got to pay for your phone bill. And nobody says, girl, you know what, though? Even if he was a little liar, girl, at least he paid the bills, though. Right? I have friends who are married, right? They're not where they're supposed to be financially. They don't have that much money right now. The way they're getting bullied by their husbands because they don't have money to buy groceries or money for this, they're getting bullied. They're being shamed for not having any money from a husband. Meanwhile, with you were just his girlfriend. And within 2 weeks, you were a kept woman. And you never say, wow, you know what? Jerome was nice. Because somebody asked her, like, oh, what do you miss about him? She's like, oh, I miss the way he used to pay all the bills. Like, because when we used to go out, he was always like, he would pay 98% of the time. So he wasn't cheap. And like the Bible says, where your heart is, there also is your treasure. So the fact that this man gave you so much money, he actually had feelings for you. He was sincere. He's just mentally ill. He can't help himself. He has schizophrenia. Like, that's how their brain is. Like, some people who have schizophrenia, they think they work for the CIA. Like, it's a sad disease. Like, they don't have a healthy brain. Because when you have schizophrenia, you don't have enough white matter on your brain. Because the white matter is what connects all your neurons. It connects every single part of your brain. So people who are schizophrenic are born with the brain that does not have enough white matter. He cannot help himself. He is sick. He is truly sick. And you should have seen how they just went off on this man. I mean, it was so deplorable. I'm like, this is what y'all call sisterhood? I'm going to stay the fuck away from this. Because it scares me. I hate people who do mob shit. Like, I cannot stand mob behavior. Because then you see it's just a bunch of freaking ass, weak ass followers who only feel strong when they're ganging up on people. And that to me is punk ass behavior. People are so quick to hate. It's so disturbing. So quick to hate. They want to hear what they want to hear because they want a reason to hate a person. Because she ran out of money, Natisha. She ran out of money. So the whole time he's paying all the bills, nobody says, what are you doing with your money? Where did the money go? She saved nothing. Even the car he bought her, she lost that too. She lost everything. So the whole time he's paying all her bills, you would think, even if you spend money, at least like, let's say he's allowing you to save $1,200, have some discipline, like be on a budget, save $600 and maybe spend $600. You know what I'm saying? Because he's really allowing you to save. And in all honesty, you're not his wife. But I'm like, for me, I know there are many wives who contribute to the household. You have many wives who pay bills in the household. You only have to pay your phone bill. And he's low-key just your boyfriend. And you can't even say, you know what, though, even though he cut, and the problem, and one thing I also realized about her, she only started having a problem with Jerome once he got sick. Because once he got sick, he couldn't work. Once he got sick, he couldn't work. So he wasn't making as much money. And that's when she started to see all the flaws with Jerome, right? Because I'm like, oh, he told me he was a VP. I'm like, girl, bye. When you look at yourself, you look like the type that can attract a VP. Like, people need to be so for real. Stop lying to people. Okay? Even me, I know I'm overweight. Okay? If I was going out there dating somebody, if I was in the dating market right now, I don't think I could attract a VP. Okay? Just off the strength of my looks, no. Maybe my mind, maybe, right? But I'm like, if you look like Portia, I could be, okay, you look like Portia, so I see how a VP would look at you. But I'm like, somebody who's a high achiever in life, if he has a wife, he's going to want a trophy wife. You're not a trophy wife. Yeah, you're not a trophy wife. Maybe you could be, but in your current state, you're not a trophy wife. And she's like, oh, they met on Facebook. And so she looked at his Facebook account. So I'm like, okay, if you looked at his Facebook account, nothing about that gave VP at all. Because I saw his Facebook. It never gave, okay? So you believe what you wanted to believe because the man was paying the bills. But once he got sick and he could no longer pay stuff, that's when you started having an issue with the man, right? And I'm like, girl, he's not your slave. And my thing is, when you recognize how much you will be lying and talking to people and there's no one on the phone, did you ever say, hey, Jerome, you know what? Maybe we should go see someone. I don't think it's normal to talk to people and there's nobody on the other line. You didn't say none of that kind of stuff. You didn't try to offer help to this man, try to know what's going on with this man. But then you're going to sit here on TikTok and weaponize his mental illness. But you never offered help to him. Because me, if I keep seeing a person talking to people on the phone and there's no one on the other line, I mean, after a while, I'm like, yo, like maybe he has a problem. Because that's just not normal behavior. You need help. This is just not normal. Right? But I'm like, you got to give credit where credit is due. The man helped you a lot. If Jerome had stolen her money, I could understand. Sitting here and making a 60 parts about how you were fooled, and then you let this man to your house, and he took your social, he took your identity, started opening up credit cards, right? He took the deed of your house. Like, yes, that part, I get that. If a man fell in love with you, made you think he was a rich man, but then he comes into your house, he don't have a job, does not have money, doesn't pay any bills, and on top of that, he takes your social, he takes your ID, and opens up all these credit card accounts on your name, does all that weird stuff, then yes, at that point, he deserves to be exposed because he's a financial criminal, so expose him. But you met a man who was mentally ill with a regular job, just making $20 an hour. And on top of that, he still took care of you. And all you had to pay was your phone bill. My Lord, you poor thing, how shall you live? Like, seriously? I'm like, everybody, we're not falling to this. Shell said, "Didn't you call this? Keep going back and getting pregnant." I sure did, Shell. I sure did. I'm glad you're. I'm glad you recall. Right? I'm glad you recall. So that's a little side note. But going back to Keke though, right? I was like, you guys, I don't believe this. And where I told you too. Another thing I felt really bad was like she set up her mom, because when she's mad and she want to talk crap, she goes to her mom. She talks bad about Darius. She talks about his penis. Because I'm like, why is her mother talking about Darius's penis? That is out of order. Why are you talking about this man's penis? Right? Because her daughter goes and rents at her mom. And because, Keke is the highest earner in the family, right? She's been a child actress, I'm sure, most of her life, even since she was a child, Akila, right? She's been taking care of her family financially. So everybody caters to her. You weren't there that day. I have the video up here, right? I'm going to play it, right? But when she was cussing out Darius, she talked about his penis. And I'm like, why are you talking about his penis? Like, ma'am, that's weird, right? And I said, if you're going to be mad at someone, be mad at your daughter, because that's who she picked. And she chose to get pregnant by him. So if he's a Mexican, if he's a dirty Mexican, if his parents are poor, well, guess what? Your grandbaby got dirty Mexican grandparents. Okay? Su abuelos están muy sucio. Okay? What else is new? You make no sense. I'm like, when you, these mother-in-laws, like, who insult their son-in-laws or who insult the father or the grandson, when you insult him, you are also insulting your grandbaby. So if you feel like his mom is a dirty Mexican, right? Your grandbaby is also the grandbaby of a dirty Mexican. How does that make you feel? You make no sense. Because once again, we have people who are not sensible. We have people who are not rational, and we have people who refuse to be intelligent. There's no way you insult this man without insulting your grandbaby. And one day he's going to grow up too and hear the things that you had to say about his grandmother, about his dad. He's not going to like you. That's why when you're upset, go to bed. And that's why I said, when you realize that that's what fuck up. Keke knew her mom was mad, because Keke goes and she says all kinds of foolishness to her mother, right? On top of that, Keke pays her mama's bills. So no matter what, her mom is always going to be on some hype mode about her daughter, aka her employer. Okay? Because it's a conflict of interest here, right? So when her daughter tells her stuff, she's already in hype mode. Like, lady, you gotta calm down. You're too grown for that. And on top of that, you know dang well who your daughter is, right? I cannot stand this hypocrisy. Like, recently, you guys, we had a situation here at the house. I can't tell you who it is though, but we had a situation. So then the person says, "Oh, my mom said to me that she doesn't think my boyfriend should be my boyfriend, that she wanted me to be with somebody else." So I'm looking at Jimmy like, what in the world? Right? So I told the person, you know what? I like you. Don't. Okay? But I'm like, why would you say that to your daughter? Like, what is wrong with people, y'all? Like, I'm like, why would you say that to her? And then her also, the man is right there, and she repeats what her mom said right in front of him. I'm like, oh my gosh. Even if somebody has a calm disposition, even if somebody's really chill, even if somebody seems very laid back, people still have feelings. If you want to say what your mom said, right? Wait until the person is not here. They should have to hear that kind of stuff. First of all, you shouldn't say it to your daughter. That's number one. Number two, the person should not have to hear that because it's hurtful. Because he's probably thinking like, but I'm always spending time with them. They're always laughing in my face. They kiki in my face, right? And then that's how y'all really feel about me, right? So I'm looking at you being like, what the heck, right? So I told the person, me, when it comes to your relationship, I really do like you. And I said to Jimmy, I'm like, it's so funny to me because a lot of people feel as though, oh, he might not make enough money. He might not be successful enough. He might not be good looking. But I'm like, ma'am, your daughter is crazy. Okay? So the most important thing, honestly, is not so much, oh, is the man making a whole lot of money? Is he rich? Is he handsome, right? You better thank God that your daughter with her crazy ass self, she found somebody who's patient enough to love her the way that she is. Because me, I couldn't. Right? Like some people feel like, oh, my daughter is such a prize. To who? That spoiled brat that you raised? That piece of shit daughter you raised? Right? Some people are, oh my gosh, like you'll have people out here, they're so in love with their kids. They're so in love with their daughters. I'm like, you don't even see the brat that you raised a brat. You raised a spoiled ass child. Okay? A petulant human being. Let me tell you something. So you think your child's a gift to who? A gift to you. So then you go ahead and marry your child. Why don't you date your child? Okay? Why don't you have your child live with you? I bet you can, because you can't even stand her. So you spoil these kids. You raise people to be rotten, right? Then you send them out into the world, and you think somehow they deserve to have this man that's like a knight in shining armor. No, he don't want your mess. He don't want your mess. If you want your daughter to marry a man who's like handsome and successful, raise her to be a wife to a man who's handsome and successful. She needs to learn to shut up. And she also needs to learn, people need to learn how to talk to people. And people need to learn how to argue. And people need to learn how to be quiet. And people need to learn how to be classy, how to be kind, how to be sweet. Like, it don't hurt nothing. Like, it really won't hurt you. I promise you. Right? But I'm like, when you think about how you raise your child, you truly think anybody can deal with her? So the mere fact that this man, no matter what she does, he has a heart, his heart is big enough to forgive, right? His temperance it's like he has what it takes to be patient and to love her the way that she is. You better thank your lucky stars. Because sometimes it's not all about the money, all about the looks, or all about the achievement. Having someone who can love your child, flaws and all, and take your child the way that your child is, after you've done a horrible job raising that person, yeah, you should be grateful. You should be grateful, because most people not going to put up with this. I promise you that. Most people will not put up with this. You understand? There are a lot of people who love to spoil their kids, raise their kids any kind of way. You never know. You might die. And when you die, especially if your child's underage and you spoiled that child, you raised the brat, no one is going to step up to raise your kid. That's why I don't raise my kids to be foolish, because you never know. You could die. There are a lot of parents who die. They die young, they die early, and they leave little kids behind, teenagers, little people behind, right? And so I always feel like when you raise a child, you got to raise your child that they can coexist with all types of people. That's why I believe that you have some people, like, they don't let their children eat leftovers. I'm like, for what? Right? Teach your child to be a humble person, to coexist with all kinds of people. My parents did that to me. But every summer, like growing up, I had to go to different aunties and uncles, and it was not always the same standard of living, but you had to make it do. Not everybody in my mom's family, my dad's family, not everybody was doing as well as my parents. So I had to go over here, I had to go over there, right? Yesterday when I was talking to you, my uncle texted me. Now, he has money though, but still. One day he's like, niece, come to the village. And you got to learn to coexist. And that's why, for me, if you notice carefully, it's really easy for me to make friends with people, all kinds of people, right? Because growing up, that's just the way it was. You had to go be with different people. And not everybody lived the way we live. And you had to learn to be okay with that, right? Because God forbid something happens to you. Your brother might have to raise your child. Your sister might have to raise your child. Your parents might have to raise your child. So it's like, who are you raising? Because if you raise the brat, I kid you not, when you die, no one is going to care about that baby because you raised a horrible human being. You raised a horrible human being. So you better live as long as possible. You better take care of your health. You better live as long as possible because that right there, honey, is giving burden. No one's going to fuck that little piece of shit. Okay? No one will. They might not tell you, but I'm going to tell you. Raise children that people will love and admire. Raise children that people be like, oh my gosh, I want your child to stay over. I wish my daughter acted like your daughter. I wish my son acted like your son. You better raise them type of people. Because at that point, if something does happen to you, if you happen to die early or whatever, right, they will be eager to raise the child because like, yo, it's a pleasure to raise this child. I look forward to helping you raise your child. And that's what usually people say. It takes a village to raise a child because the child has to know how to get along with everybody in the village for the most part, besides the village witch. But she might be nice too, though. I don't know. Okay? But a lot of people, they raise brats. And nobody's like, oh, no, you can't. No, you need to say it. Her kid's a piece of shit. Okay? You have some people that don't even train their kids to sit down. They can't sit. Go to people's houses. They jump on couches. They open the fridge, make all kinds of mess, right? You have other people. They raise their kids not to say hello to people, not to say hello to elders, right? You have some people, they raise their kids to call elders by their first name. I don't do stuff like that. They're not your friend. That's not your mutual. Okay? You raise your child to be humble. You raise your child to be respectful. And you raise your child to be clean and hardworking. So if something ever happens to me, they're not going to forsake you because you're going to be easy to live with. They're actually going to want you to, oh, you know what? You're a good kid. Come over here. Just like yesterday when we listened to Mr. Jerry, Priscilla's husband, right? He said when he was 10 years old, he already knew how to cook. He knew how to clean. Like his mom will give him one recipe at a time. So when you master one recipe, she gives you another recipe. He knew how to make his bed, right? Hospital corners, is that what he said? Right? So a child like that, if his mom dies, if his brother dies, and he has to go live with people, they're going to enjoy having Jerry around because he's so independent. He knows how to cook. He cleans. He makes his bed. Don't cause no trouble. He goes to school. He comes home. He say, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. People will love to have a child like that around them because he's a good influence for the other kids in the household. So like, yeah, of course he can come stay with us because he's a good kid. He was raised right. Yes, Maverick. And that's what people want. People want to be around good children who are raised right, who know how to sit. Don't break people's stuff. Don't touch people's stuff. Don't jump on couches. And when you talk, say, yes, ma'am. Yes, sir. That's how you talk to people. But a lot of these liberal parents, with their gentle parenting, they're raising all kinds of monsters. These kids are diabolical. They're evil children. They're evil little kids. And that's why they can only be on social media because when it comes to going outside, they don't know how to make friends because they're rude. They're little brats. They're poorly raised. Nobody wants to be their friend. So they're stuck being online. Don't know how to make friends with people. Because to make friends with people, you also got to know how to be friendly. And you got to realize that the world does not revolve around you. You're not the only person. In your house, you might be special. Out here, you're just like everybody else. Okay. She cannot be the mediator. Yeah, I'm not because they're not raised right. And the majority, when you watch carefully, T, the majority of all these young people acting a fool today are children that were raised by millennials. Okay? All these young people who go to school, want to fight their teachers, acting a plump fool, twerking everywhere. The majority of these kids, their parents are millennials who have a hands-off approach to raising children. Right? Then they think the teacher got to put up with it. Principal got to put up with it. Society we don't got to put up with nothing. Just because your child is special to you, your child is not special to nobody else but you, boo. Hey, Ben, what's up, boo? Raise your kids right. Like the people that born in the 80s, we knew better. You go to church, you sit your butt down. The whole service, they could be like 5 hours. You sit like this. You barely move. Right? You call like everybody. You did not call people by the first name. You said ma'am, Mrs., whatever. You like it's like it was. People were big on respect. But you gotta respect people out here because you're a child. And that's exactly what what's his name, Uncle Shannon tried to tell Amanda Seals. We don't mind you being outspoken, but you're still a child. Be respectfully outspoken, right? She's like, oh no, you're trying to what you said? You're trying to defend the white woman. Like, my girl, bye. Make it make sense, right? But today's like a lot of these kids. That's why a lot of these kids are not successful because nobody wants to teach them. The teachers hate your kids. They hate those kids because they're rude little kids. Because at least, like, let me tell you something, hey Queen, because it's like at least, right? If you have I don't want to say mediocre, but if you have a child that's not doing well in your class, right? If at least the child is respectful, if the child is sweet, the child is kind, you're gonna try to help the baby. You're like, you know what, he means well or she means well, right? Because they're it's a good child. It really is. They're having a hard time with the material, so it's like, fine, I'll help you. I'll stay after school with you. You can come to my classroom, your classroom, right? I'm going to help you because that's a sweet kid. It's a respectful kid. So you want that child to win. But when a child is disrespectful, I don't care. You miss your test, you enter your finals, I do not care because you're rude as hell. You are rude, right? And these parents think, well, my child, I don't give a F about your baby. I got babies too, sis. And my thing is, why would I even go above and beyond to help your rude ass little brat? If she becomes successful, you gonna send me some money? No, you're not. Yes, she is, Kylie. She's pregnant. Okay? No, you're not. But respect, being kind to people, it goes a long way. They might not, like, I'm not saying you're gonna get an A though, but just being a kind, respectful student, your teachers are gonna notice, they're gonna try to help you. They really will, because there's nothing like a person that has a really pleasant demeanor. Like, that's a really good kid, right? I remember like one time too, back at college, right? I had this one professor, Dr. Sapperstone. Oh my gosh, I used to be so afraid of him because everybody said he was such a harsh grader because he was teaching differential equations. I said, oh no, I'm not taking differential equation with Dr. Sapperstone, right? But at one point, like, we had a chair of the department, Dr. Fisher. He died. So nobody wanted to do it. So Dr. Sapperstone, he became the chair of the math department, right? But because of that, since, it's a higher position, every time I saw him, I always said hi to him. I ain't going to take your class, though, but I'm going to show you respect. I said, hey, hi, Dr. Sapperstone. Then I ran for my life, right? So I guess he noticed me. And then one day, I got picked for a scholarship. And in my head, it was my other, because I had some professors that like my favorite, like Dr. Lawrence, Dr. Sauer, like they were really my favorite because I would do research with them all the time. So I thought it was either Dr. Lawrence or Dr. Sauer who nominated me for the scholarship. It was like 10 grand. I said, ooh, big money. Okay. So then I asked the lady, like, how did I get the scholarship? She was like, oh, Dr. Sapperstone put your name down. And I was like, oh my God. Right. And so, although I didn't take his class at that time, I hadn't taken his class yet. And I thought he was a really harsh grader. But I'm always made sure to say hi to him because he was the chair of our department. And I think that touched him. He put my name down because he was like, oh, he had to nominate some girls. And they asked for all the girls in the department that had like really high GPA. So I guess I was on the list. So he's like, okay, put Marlene's name on there. Like, it really touched me. Right. And I'm like, it goes to show you, like, you never know who's watching your behavior. Having a smile on your face, being friendly, greeting people. You never know. One day you might be in need, or you might not even know. There might be something going on. They might be like, you know what, that girl, she's always smiling. She's always nice. She's always so respectful. Maybe we should have her come in. Right? You never know. Respect, it goes a long way. Even Lil Kim said it. Money, power, respect. You'll see the light. Okay? But respect, it goes a long way. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like, it's crazy. Like, it's really crazy to me. And these parents think they're doing something cute by teaching a child that, oh, you are just as equal to an adult as a child. No, you're not. Right? Question things. And not even, there's a way to even ask questions. You don't have to be disrespectful. But there are parents out here who encourage their children to be disrespectful. You're not doing them a favor. Because when they grow up, they're going to have a hard time with authority. They're going to go to jail. They will go to prison. All these millennial parents who are practicing gentle parenting, I promise you, many of them, their kids will end up in prison. Because when you don't teach your child that out there, if you don't mind your mouth, you're going to get fucked up, they're going to learn. I promise you they will. Because the type of stuff you think is cute, oh, my child is disrespectful, it's so cute, right? But somebody else, they're going to knock your child upside their head. Because out here, like, especially with some people don't take disrespect real well. Like, some people do not take disrespect real well. They will beat your ass. So unless you know how to fight, you might want to mind your mouth. And I think that's another thing too. I feel like for us, like people born like in the 80s too, like, you know, we used to be outside. So like when you grew up, like having to be outside, right? You had to be careful what you said because you were outside. Like everybody's outside. And people walk up to you like, what'd you say about me? So you had to so you have to be very careful of the things you said because everybody's outside, like the playground outside, the bus stop is outside, like everything is outside. After school is outside. So you have to be very mindful. But I feel like today, these young people, because they're growing up like behind a screen, so they reckless. They are seriously reckless. Like your mouth is reckless, but you can't back it up. You gotta be very careful because in the real world, you're gonna talk to the wrong person like this, you're gonna be dead. Because some people don't take kindly to disrespect. They really don't. Even rolling your eyes, be very careful. Because I'm like, you got to read the room. Because if you don't know how to fight, you might not want to roll your eyes. And that's the other thing I have. That's the other issue I have. Like, that's the other issue I have with like the whole gentle parenting stuff, right? Is that parents only teach their kids, oh, express yourself, say what you want. But you don't teach yourself that for every act, you don't teach your kid that for every action, there's an equal reaction. So teach your child to be disrespectful, but let them know not everybody gonna take your disrespect lightly. Be very careful because for every action, there is a matching reaction, right? So when you empower your kid to be rude, disrespectful, confrontational, ain't no problem. But make sure you let your child know if that's who you choose to be prepared because some people are going to match this disrespect with other type of disrespect. So be careful. Be very careful. Because your house is not the real world. See, in your little house, you're safe. You act a fool. Your mom protects you. Your daddy protects you. You cuss people out. You do what you want because you're safe. It's your house, right? But when you go outside, you're no longer under mommy and daddy's roof, okay? You are now under the skies of the Lord, and anything can go. Because when you talk a lot, you better be able to know how to fight. If you don't know how to fight, notice you might want to be careful what you say to people because not everybody gonna take your mouth. And I think a lot of people have a hard time with that concept, right? But I'm like, for us, the way we grew up, you knew like if you were yippity yap yap yap, like you talk a whole lot. If you talk a lot, you better know how to fight. Because people used to fight, like it was a real thing, like fighting at the bus stop, fighting after school. Like people used to fight for real, for real. Like what you say, you know, today you have people also who shoot people. Like it's real. So if you want to do your kids a favor, raise your children to be to know how to read the room and to know when to say something and when to zip it up. When to get loud and when to be quiet. Okay? Even sometimes too, you gotta be very careful. Do I want to roll my eyes? Do you want to get attitude? Do you know how to fight? If the answer is no, 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 then just be nice. Like, thank you. Run. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, y'all crazy. I'm like, that's just how I feel. But I'm like, you better be grateful that your child even found someone, okay, who's kind enough, loving enough, and patient enough to put up with her behavior because it's a lot. It truly is a lot. Like even me, I don't engage with the person because I don't know what I'm going to get. And since, you know, I'm on a new path and a new journey, I'm becoming a new woman. So I don't want to act crazy too. So I'm like, I'm going to stay away from you, right? I don't wish you harm, but I'm going to stay away from you because I don't feel like you're mentally stable. But I'm like, for that dude though, I think it's really commendable. I'm like, it's commendable to be able to love someone that deep, right? So for me, I'm like, sometimes, yeah, you have what you wish for your child. Oh, I want my daughter to marry X, Y, and Z. Sure. But that's not what you raise her for. So if you raise your daughter to be crazy, and she's in her crazy, she's able to find someone to love her, you better be grateful. Because I'm like, if it was me, I'd be like, you know what? The way I raised this child, I can only imagine how hard it is for you to love her, to forgive her, to put up with her. Because it's a lot. A lot of people are a lot. So when you act a fool, you act crazy, you do all your crazy stuff, and the person is still there, still standing. They still love you the way that you are. They accept you the way that you are. You need to say, you know what, God, I pray for them. I'm grateful for that person because I'm a lot. Like, I know I'm a lot. Because I'm like, girl, you are a lot. Well, I'm like, even with social anxiety, right? You got people have to learn. You have to learn. But you can have social anxiety without being rude, right? You can learn. You can have social anxiety and not be rude. But I feel like today, it's a trend now to be rude, disrespectful, loud, crazy. Like, it's people think it's cute. But I'm like, be very careful. Be seriously careful. Because one day you're going to do that to the wrong person. It's not going to end well for you. It's not going to end well for you because not everybody puts up with that. And some people, they've been in prison before, so they're not scared. Some people, they're also not afraid to go to prison. Some people also have nothing to lose. So you have to be very careful how you talk to people. And a lot of people need to learn how to talk to people. Because something bad is going to happen. Come on, not everybody is going to put up with this. Not everybody's going to put up with your mouth. Not everybody's going to put up with your disrespectful ways. No. Because some people, they meet disrespect with disrespect. Like, for real. And it's like, yo, do you know how to fight? If you don't know how to fight, you better learn to be a diplomat. You better learn to be kind. You better learn to talk to people respectfully. You can be firm and be respectful. Right? If you have strong convictions about something, you have the right to have strong convictions. But having strong conviction does not mean you stop being disrespectful. And a lot of people don't know how to have strong convictions, stand on what they said without being disrespectful. Because they think, well, if I'm right, I have the right to be disrespectful. No, you don't. Okay? You can learn to say what you want to say, what you feel is the right thing to say, and still be respectful. That's how adults communicate out here, right? But a lot of people do not know how to communicate with other people. And it's a problem, right? So my thing is, like I said, to me, I felt like when it came to Keke, like, honestly, her mom was already on 10. And she knows her mom does not know how to talk. She knows her mom is not a problem solver. Her mom is not a mediator, right? Her mom gonna do all that, extra cussing, that goofy shit, right? But in reality, you're still an elder. You are an elder. And part of being older is being wiser. Because no matter what y'all say about Darius, he is that baby's dad. Y'all gonna be in his life. He's gonna be in y'all's life forever. So when you reckon with that, you gotta be mindful how you talk to him. Because and I told y'all this. I said, okay, you claim he's so violent. I was so confused. Okay, so he's so violent, he's so this, but yet he's in the house by himself with your daughter. And then you're on the phone cussing him out. Then you keep talking. You talk about his penis. Then you talk about his mother, calling all kinds of dirty Mexican. You talk about his dad. You talk about his brother. I'm like, so do you want him to snap your daughter's neck? That's why I said her mom is an idiot. We're like, oh, I love her mom. Yeah, I love her energy. Yeah, because some of y'all just damn stupid. At least if your daughter is with you, if you have your daughter with you and your grandbaby, then you want to cuss them out. I get it. Because they're safe. Like, oh, my daughter's here, my grandbaby's here. So okay, fine, cut them out. Right? But no, you're all the way in your house. I don't even know how long it takes you to get to her house. She's by herself with this man. And on top of that, he's a trainer. So Darius is really strong. If he wants to harm Keke, he really can. He works out for a living. If he wants to beat that girl, he can. If he wants to snap her neck, he can. If he wants to shoot her, he can. And on top of that, while she's on the phone, she's like, yeah, that's why your daddy has guns. She's talking about his dad having guns with her. Oh, so he has access to guns. So he's fit. He's a trainer. He works out for a living. And you know he has access to guns because his father has guns, right? He's in the house by yourself with your daughter. According to her, she didn't even know he was coming. She didn't even know he was in the house. So you have your daughter, you have your grandbaby, and you over the phone and you cussing out this boy, you cussing him out, come all kinds of broke this, broke that. You talk about his penis, you insult his mother, you call his mom a dirty Mexican, you talk about his dad, you talk about his brother. Somebody, he could have snapped. He could have snapped. And had he killed your daughter and killed the baby, what would you have said? What would you have said? Like I'm like cussing somebody out means that much to you. Like I'm like, people are just so dumb. Like cussing somebody out means so much to you that you're not even thinking about your daughter's safety or your grandbaby's safety or both their safeties, actually, right? We have seen men snap and they killed the mom, they killed the baby, and they killed themselves. We have seen there are baby dads out here who have killed the mother of their child right in front of the child and they turn themselves in. So if you're not there, you are not there. You have no idea. If he walked into that house with a gun, you have no idea his mind, because she's blocking him. So she's triggering him. So when he drives to her house, you have no idea what the state of it, like what his state of mind is. You have no idea. When you're cussing him out over the phone, you're talking about his mom over the phone, you're not looking into his eyes. You're not seeing if you're not seeing if his body language is changing. You have no idea. You're not there. Your daughter's there. Your grandbaby is there. You have no idea. Because, if you cuss somebody else face to face, if you cuss someone out face to face, if you cuss out, what's it called? You talk about his mom face to face, you'll probably see his body start to change, right? Like, he might do something, right? But when you're over the phone, you cannot gauge what's happening to his body. You can't gauge what type of rage is running through his body. Matter of fact, you didn't even see him come to the house. You have no clue if he came there with a knife. Don't know if he came there with a cord. Don't know if he came there with a freaking saw. You don't know if he came there with a gun. You have no idea. They're so damn stupid. So damn stupid. That's why I'm like, me, Marlene, a foolish woman, you gotta stay away from her. A foolish ass woman and her foolish ass daughter, you stay the fuck away from them people. Because they're foolish people. Because foolish people they're always ran by their freaking ass emotion. They're so fucking emotional. Because as a mother, your first thing should be, you know what, even though I feel like cussing Darius out, not right now. Because I'm not there. I can cuss him out tomorrow. But the first thing is, make sure my daughter is safe and my grandbaby is safe. Because right now, she's all alone with that man. And I don't know why he's there. I don't know if he's upset. I don't even know if he grabbed his daddy's gun. I have no clue. It don't take much to kill a person. You don't check any of those things. You just, Keke, stay on the phone with me. I'm driving over there. No, you stay in your big house on your big couch and you proceed to cuss out this boy and you have no care whatsoever what he could do to your daughter. You should just going in and she's just going in. His penis, his mama, and she's a dirty Mexican. Y'all some dirty Mexicans. But if he had killed her child, oh my gosh, domestic violence. These men are unhinged. You think it's a cute thing to call somebody's mom a dirty Mexican? Like, no, just let all kinds of foolishness come out their mouth. No, she's a mess. She's a mess. That's what I was looking at all the people who agreed with her. I was like, you, if you have a daughter, all the boys should stay away from you and your household because you're crazy. And if any boy if your daughter's baby daddy, her fiance, her husband, if he ever has any problem with your child, this is how you're going to act. And y'all wonder why some people, they might like a girl, but when they get to meet the mama, they're, oh no, I can't do this. Because this is the person who's going to be giving her advice. And I told you, I said, look at LaToya Luckett, right? Look at LaToya Luckett. Every bad decision she made is her mother. Yeah. But I'm like, when you're a mom, no matter how mad you are, no matter how bad you want to cuss somebody out, be very careful. Especially if you know that this man has access to guns. Y'all, we see it all the time. Right? But if you had cussed him out, you talk about his penis, you talk about his mom, and she a dirty Mexican, and they're dirty Mexicans, and his brother is a failure, and he's a failure. You like she's just saying these things over and over. And when we start hearing boom, 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 what you gonna say? Do not trigger people. Even you know how like the Bible says, like, oh, like children, honor your father and mother so that the days of your life might be prolonged or whatever. But it also says, parents, don't trigger your children, right? The Bible even tells you, like, do not antagonize people. Do not trigger people. Because if you trigger a person and something bad happens, you also are culpable. You're not innocent. You are truly not innocent. Because this could have gone left, y'all. She could have been screaming and screaming, and all of a sudden she hears pop, 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 pop. Keke is dead. Baby dead. Darius is dead. Now what? Was it that meaningful to you to cut somebody out? It was that important to you? That's why you stay away from foolish people. And I'm telling you, men or women, if you have girlfriends who like to fight people, get into arguments, cut them out your life quick. Quick. If you ever get invited to a restaurant or any type of event by any type of girl, and they start acting a fool, picking fights with people, girl, you better cut these girls off. Block, delete. Be done with these heifers. You understand? You befriend people, you're friends with people, you go outside, they can't control their liquor. They start throwing up everywhere. They start fighting people, picking fights with people. Let that be the last time you ever hang out with these heifers. They're a fucking liability. That's a fucking liability. We don't do liabilities. We do assets over here. She's a fucking liability. Cut her ass off. But Marlene, she's a good time. Yeah, for now. But one day, she gonna get you on some real trouble. And that's why usually drunk drivers, they kill everybody but themselves. Right? Oh, she's a good time. Let's go. But you know that she likes to drink and drive. Why you get into her car? Why you get into her car? Because she's a good time? Okay, she gonna make your ass, you either gonna be dead or you gonna be paraplegic. She gonna cut your legs off. Fuck around with this girl. Keep going outside with this girl. She gonna have you in a car and she gonna drive while she's drunk. See what happens. Right? You go out with people. Oh, but you know they reckless. Oh, let's go have a birthday party on a ferry boat. Everybody sees you get on the ferry boat. Nobody sees you get off the ferry boat. Because you choose to hang around people who are a fucking liability. What kind of girlfriend gonna tell you, let's drink until we pass out? Why do I need to pass out? What? If I pass out, then what? Y'all want to rape me? What if they have you raped? What if these girls brought like sex toys and when you pass out, they start playing with your vagina? I'm like, sometimes I look at young people and I'm like, y'all so, like, you guys are so trusting of people. Like, it's so concerning to me. Y'all know these people because they're friendly, because they call you, hey girl, hey sis, you better be scared of people, child. You better be very afraid of people. Look at Shaniqua Robinson. Her boyfriend said to her, don't you go on that trip with these girls, right? But they're going to be a good time. We're about to turn up. We're about to get drunk, girl. He's about to kill you, girl. And you saw how they beat her ass. She paid for everything. She got there last. They beat her ass. Tossed her head against that hard floor. And her gay bestie was right there. He's also a man. He didn't even intervene. Her boyfriend told her, don't you go out with these people. Do not go outside. Because he's like, we're going to do it by ourselves. We can do it later. She didn't want to hear nothing because of the sisterhood. Them girls never got charged. And then they went to her funeral. Had the stuff not leaked, the mom would never know because when she passes away, they went to her mother's house. Act like they didn't know what happened. Oh my God, we're so sad. We're so sad. No. What kind of girlfriends want you to drink until you pass out? What does she have in store for you? Why do I need to pass out? Right? You don't have to drink until you pass out. How do you know she doesn't plan to record you all naked? Do you really know this girl? I don't think you do. Because a good person will never want you to drink until you pass out. Because once you pass out, you are at the mercy of whoever's looking after you. Like, what if she plans to have you all naked and record you and have a video of your ass in her phone forever? What you gonna do about it? And you might never even know because you passed out, you dummy. Trusting people, right? What if she has like sex toys and she does a whole like video of your ass and then she puts that stuff on Pornhub? Next thing you know, it's your whole body on the Pornhub and your face is covered. Imagine that. Drink it till you pass out. What if she has a bunch of dudes coming later on and you passed out and then she has these dudes have their way with you? You don't know people. All you know is you know yourself. Have a drink, but control yourself. Oh no, that's it. I'm good. But you hang around people who want you to drink until, oh gosh, T, you are too funny. You better fear people. You look. Do you not see? You don't see what Pimcilla did to what's her name? B. Taylor? You don't see how Priscilla tricked out B. Taylor in 2 weeks? She turned that girl to a lesbian. You don't see that? That's another woman. The black woman. They're both black women. They're both mothers. Right? And look, she knew B. Taylor had low self-esteem. She knew. She knew she was brokenhearted, right? And look what she did to her. And when she got done with her ass, she tossed her ass, got herself a new girlfriend. Just like that. Then she's chastising B. Taylor on the freaking, what's it called, on TikTok. Priscilla's really mean. She's very mean. And she does not apologize. Right? And they probably have sex tape, those two girls. They probably do. Because she has an addiction with corn. Like, it's real. I'm like, why would you allow this woman to watch your babies? Are you insane? Are you insane? But anything can happen to you. You drink, you pass out. You are no longer in control of yourself, sis. Anything can happen to you. She could have guys coming up later. They're going to all have their ways with you. How you know she really your friend? Because she says she's your friend, girl. Bye. Do you know what's inside her heart? You have no clue. But when you see what happened to Shaquilla Robinson, you better be scared of people. All kinds of people. This other black girl, she used to like drink with her friends. Like she would also drink until she passed out. So her birthday, she took that same crew on a ferry, y'all. They left her there. You see her get on the ferry boat. She was never found after that. And she had 2 babies. And her friends, they never called her mom like, oh man, like we couldn't find her. We don't know. They'd say nothing. Her mom was out here in a frenzy. I'll find it for you. Her mom was out here in a frenzy. I'm like, they could have pushed her off the boat. We don't even know. We don't know. But what kind of friend's going to say, oh, drink until you pass out? For what? I don't need to pass out. No, nobody really is your friend. You are your only friend. Like, you really are your best friend. Be very careful. Don't trust people like that. Because you just never know. People are sick. And the more you think about the many ways that people are sick, the more cautious you're going to be. Be very careful of people. People are sick. A lot of people don't know God. A lot of people don't fear God. A lot of people are heathens. And a lot of people are pagans. Be very careful. When you start becoming friends with people, you need to quickly read them. Like, read these people quickly. And then you have to assess for yourself, okay, is she an asset or is she a liability? Right? But if she can't control her liquor, if she's always the type to get real drunk, real loud, pick fights with people, cut that girl off. Cut her off. And the same thing goes for fellas too, right? You hang out with a man, he's quick to fight people, do all kinds of weird things. You better be careful before he has y'all shot in the ass. You better be careful. Cut him off. He's a liability. He's a liability. I'm like, even her, I'm like, yo, Keke, like you're a liability, your mom's liability. But where I said where Keke messed up, like where she really exposed her mom, she knew her mom was mad. And when your mom is that upset, you never should have gave that lady the phone because you knew once you give her that phone, all she gonna do is cuss this boy out. And you didn't know he was recording. And I'm glad he recorded instead of shooting people. But I'm like listening to her, knowing that you know that this boy has access to guns and you're talking to him this way. It's like, do you want him to kill your daughter? Maybe, hold on. Gotta be very careful. Yeah, I'm like, child. Oh. It's like, because I'm trying to see something. Hold on. Because this is the actual video, right? But I'm like, oh. When I do this video, child, when was this video? Maybe give me a second, babe. Stop. Yo. November. Oh, so almost a year ago. Well. I don't know what part I said this though, because it's like the video is like a whole. It's like 10 hours, but I don't think I talked about it for like a whole 10 hours though. Let me give you a time. Let me see. Child. Let me see. Because if you're gonna, as to me, I feel like as a grandma, as a mother, and as a grandmother, right? Looking out for the best interest of your child and your grandchild is not coming on social media and start feuding with this dude's family. Because if you know Darius, allegedly, assuming Darius is that type of crazy, and then his brother is that type of crazy, one thing about these types of crazy people, like narcissistic crazy people, one thing they cannot stand is to be publicly embarrassed, because they could have a seriously adverse reaction. So the best thing to do with these types of people, you take it toward you take it to court. Like, handle this with your lawyers. Handle these types of people with your lawyers. But you don't need to. She's having an issue with his brother. Now you're also going to have an issue with him on the internet. It's very messy. It's very messy, and it's very unnecessary. And also, I think it's very unprofessional. Get your lawyers, sort that out. If you have any proof, you have anything that documents his behavior, give that to your attorneys. Let these people get to work. They'll do a better job than you can by coming to social media and rambling. So now we wake up today, there are recordings of her mother saying that she's going to put a bullet in, because he's calling. He said, oh, where is my son? She said, oh, mofo, I'm going to put a bullet in your head, et cetera, et cetera. I'll probably play the audio. Like, you see, that's unprofessional, right? You're part of Keke's camp. I'm sure you work for Keke. Your daughter's famous. You're the mother of a very famous person. Don't ever get caught on being recorded in public saying crazy stuff, because what you do reflects on your child. You understand? If you're too triggered to talk to this, you're human, but if you're too triggered to talk to these people, do not entertain them. Okay? Do not talk to them. When you say things on the phone as a celebrity or somebody who's attached to a celebrity, you have to be mindful of the things that you say. Because the same way she went and filed a temporary restraining order on her too, he could then turn and file a restraining order on you because you said you put a bullet in his head.
Yes.
Now, some people clap for that. Like, oh, I like, if it was me too, if I was mama so-and-so, I would go hard for mine. I would stand behind mine. Yeah, sure. We can't pick and choose when threats of violence are acceptable. That's crazy. Okay? A man or a woman threatening to put a bullet in anybody's head, that should be unacceptable. Okay? If you find yourself that you are so consumed by your rage, your anger, whatever you're going through, that you feel like the best way for you to be heard or to feel powerful is by making threats of unaliving a person, you need to go check yourself. You seriously need to go check yourself. And my thing is, whether you like Darius or not, he is the father of Leo. Your daughter chose to have a baby with this man. All you people will always be family. Whether you want it or not, whether you like it or not, whether you like each other or not, you are a family. And as a grandmother, you don't want to be known. You don't want your grandkids to look up to you one day and say, oh, my grandma is the one who killed my daddy. That is ridiculous. Like, to me, that's just ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? You are older. You and his mom, you guys are both older than Keke, Darius, and the whole point of having matriarchs, right? When young people act, young people can be crazy. I ain't gonna lie to you, right? When you're young, you be a little crazy. People be snapping, going crazy. But the whole point of having older people, right? The entire point of having parents, the entire point of having grandparents, right? Is that when young people act a fool, usually the parents, like the grandparents people, they should lower the temperature. Because you should be able to use your wisdom, your life experience, to be like, y'all, you do realize you're stuck together, right? Like, truth be told, you are stuck together. Even as far as like raising him, you're stuck together for the next 18 years. Now, once he's 18, he can choose how he sees y'all and how he handles y'all. But for right now, you're stuck together in this parenting game for the next 18 years.
Mm-hmm.
You got to think long term. That's why I feel like for me, a lot of this stuff is very low class. I'm not trying to be funny. It's very low class. And whether like you people talk about Darius not having money, but even Keke too, the way her mother, her camp is handling that is giving low class, ratchet ass behavior. It's very low class. This is very low class because I do feel like people with money should understand one rule is that money does not like noise.
Mm-hmm.
When you are very rich, there shouldn't be too much noise around you.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you have money to get lawyers. Money does not like noise. When there's too much noise happening, I'm going to start questioning how much you really have in your bank account because money does not like noise. That's why I say for me, I think it's really ghetto, ratchet, low class for a rich woman to run behind somebody over an iPhone and to stand in front of a car with a trash can in her right, like in her left hand. What is this? We don't do that over here. You want the phone? Have it. You can buy 20 phones if you want to. That's nothing to you. And I'm sure all your stuff is backed on your cloud. So why are we running after phones? It's giving ratchet. I'm not trying to play with y'all. It's ghetto.
Yeah.
For your mom to be on the phone threatening to put bullets in people's head, etc., it's giving low class.
Yep.
It's low class. Right? We saw Michael B. Jordan over here break up with Lori Harvey. I think Marjorie was not too excited about it. Did you see Marjorie go off? Pop, 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 pop. No. She made like one little cute little shade and she kept it pushing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Because she's too high class. She might have a sketchy past, okay? But she's too high class.
Mm-hmm.
She's too high class. You understand? You're not the first people to go through this.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a way to handle things with class and decorum. That's just how I feel, right? Because to me, rich people should not be making too much noise like this. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. But nobody's mother should ever be caught on the phone saying, I'm going to put a bullet through anybody. That is, to me, that's unexcusable. Whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, you don't make physical threats of unaliving people, period. You don't like something, you talk to your daughter. Because ultimately, she picked him. She brought him into y'all's lives.
Mm-hmm.
She brought him to y'all's lives. And unfortunately, now y'all stuck with him.
Yeah, that part.
But as a grandmother, you have to understand he's the father of your child's daughter, of your child's son. That's the father of your grandbaby. You don't have to like him.
Mm-hmm.
And if you want her to distance herself from him, recommend for her to do it in the most clean way possible. I'm not too fond of this young man. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know, maybe you told her this before. Hopefully you told her this before. And I guess she didn't listen to you. So that also there also lies the problem. Okay? Because I would hope you told her this a long time ago when you first met him. I'm not really fooling with this dude. But hey, when people think they're in love, they think they're grown, they're going to do whatever they want to do. So here we are. This man is now part of our life, daughter. But the way he's acting, the way he treats you, I'm completely uncomfortable with it. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. I don't stand by it. And I think it can be really harmful to you, harmful to your child, harmful to us, harmful to your business, and harmful to your brand. So as your mother and as your manager, this is how I want us to move forward. Mm. And that's that. So that way you know you did your part. But you have no business, like, to me, I don't know, that's just me. I just think this is like too much. I just think it's too much. That's just me. I just think it's too much. Because that she was going back and forth with the mother, because that Darius's mother heard that she said she going to put a bullet in his head. So then the mother texted her, oh, so I heard that you said you're going to put a bullet in my son's head. So if that's the case, be ready to put a bullet in all of us then. And then the mother, then Keke's mom's like, okay, bet, I will. I'm like, what the heck? What's happening here?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, all you people, you're low vibrational people.
You really are.
No, please, I'm not saying this. Y'all, I love y'all. I don't know these people, but to me, all these people right here are low vibrational people. There's nobody out here moving in mature. I don't feel like none of them people are mature people, serious people, rational people, business-minded people. I don't see that from none of these people. It's too low vibrational for me. You know what I mean? It's very low vibrational. I can't even lie to y'all. It's very low class. It's very low class. When you get to especially money, and that's the people, oh, you should have money. Go date a man with money. You see, money does not buy you class. Money does not teach you how to properly communicate. Money does not teach you how to look at the bigger picture and see how you resolve a sticky situation without doing the most harm. You understand? Money doesn't. All money does is empower people to do whatever they think is right. And many people are crazy. That's why you shouldn't put such a huge emphasis on, if he had more money. If they could have had, those two could have had the same amount of money, and if they present the way they are today, they still would have acted a fool. They still would have acted a fool, because maturity is not something that you buy. Maturity is something that you earn. You have to earn it. You have to work for it. You have to desire within yourself to when there is a situation that presents itself, you have to desire to want to handle this in a mature way. The problem is a lot of people don't want to be mature. Because to be honest, I think it feels good to be ratchet. It feels good to be petty. It's something is thrilling about, we're going to fight today. There are people who like that. There are people, they don't have contention. They're not fighting, yelling, cussing, throwing things at people. They don't know how to resolve things peacefully. That's crazy to me. But that's the way the world goes. We're all different, right? But I'm like, you have to learn these things. And that's within yourself. You have to have that type of desire. You understand? It's like when Will Smith talked about Jada Pinkett one time, he's like, Jada used to like to cuss at him, right? Do the whole finger thing, cussing, doing all kinds of stuff. And one day he checked her, like, you're not going to talk to me this way. You understand? If he had met her at her Baltimore vibration, he would have cussed at her right back.
I'll beat her.
You know what I'm saying? And I do feel like a lot of men do that too, because you have not grown up yet, sir.
Yeah.
You understand? When you're a man, like, let me say this. When you're a man and you find yourself, if a woman is yelling at you, cussing at you, calling you names, and you engage with that, right? I feel like even you as a man too, you haven't grown up. You're still a boy. Because even for yourself as a man, once a woman starts talking to you crazy, you need to let her know, you don't get to talk to me this way. I'm not going to insult you back, but at the same time, I'm not going to take that from you. It goes both ways. Whether you're a man, whether you're a woman, you have to teach people how to treat you, right? When you are in a relationship with someone, when you start a relationship with someone, you both have to you have to have clear boundaries when it comes to how we're going to talk to each other and how we're not going to talk to each other, because we're not raised the same. I might know where you come from. I might not know where you come from, but where I come from and the way we do things, you don't get to talk to me like you're crazy. You understand? Even when in the what's it called? Even with friends, with friends, you might make new friends. Like me, that's happened to me a whole lot of times. Yes, because I'm the type I draw boundaries with people. There are certain ways you don't get to talk to me. I don't play these types of games, right? There are certain ways you don't get to talk to me. And even like anytime I make a friend with someone, or I start a new relationship with someone, I kind of like let it be known what kind, like, how we're going to talk in this relationship, right? But to me, there are certain things that are unacceptable. And once you cross that line, I'm done with you. It's not to say that I don't like talking to you or I don't enjoy you, but I will not talk to you. Sometimes I will put you on ice until you learn to talk to me. Because I don't allow people to talk to me crazy. I don't care who you are. I don't even care how much, like, we used to be good friends. Heck yeah, we did. But the disrespect you give is not worth the hassle for the good times we have together. Because you always have to remember to yourself, like sometimes like you'll fall back and you'll say to yourself, I miss so-and-so, but you need to also remember why y'all fell out. And if the person is not willing to rectify their that behavior, they don't get to come back into your life. I mean, that's just the way I do my things, right? That's just for me. So I'm like, when you're a man too, and no matter what you have or you don't have, if a young lady gets to be with you, you need to set the tone of how she gets to talk to you or not talk to you. Don't engage with her. She starts disrespecting you, insulting you, talking about your mom, talking about your this and that. You need to tell her that right there. You don't get to talk to me this way. If that's how you want to talk to me, you will never hear from me again. That's real. But if a woman insults you, then you want to also get in your feminine bag and start insulting her. You've just emasculated yourself.
Yep, you have.
Real talk. Because as a real man, as a grown man, as a self-aware man, you should know there are certain things I will never do. right? I will never do with the women. I will never do even with myself. I will never do with my male peers. There are certain things I will never do. Because those things too, once you entertain these types of behaviors, they can be costly. And as a man too, I'm gonna say this, as a man too, if a woman starts yapping in the mouth, right? She's a woman. Like, you really can't compete with her mouth. Most men cannot compete with the woman's mouth. So once you start engaging with that mouth, and the mouth keeps getting reckless and more reckless and more reckless because you chose to engage with it, you will probably get to a point where you want to get physical.
Yep.
But you can't, because that's the woman. Right? But a lot of y'all, you engage, then you get to a point you want to be physical, and then you act on the desire to be physical. Bam, 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 bam. You're completely wrong. Because what you should have done the first time that behavior came about, the first time she showed you that side of herself, you should have addressed it right then and there, just like Will Smith did. You don't get to tell me the F word. You don't get to talk to me like you're crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You don't have to be physical. You don't have to insult people. You are firm in your voice and you draw your boundaries. If you want us to have a relationship, you will never talk to me like this again. That's it. That's it. That's that. If it happens again, boom, because you already told her.
Mm-hmm.
You already told her.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? But I do feel like, what's it called? I do feel like when you look at, if I look at a young man like Darius, one of my issues with him, I do feel like he does get disrespect in this relationship.
Mm.
He doesn't know how to handle the disrespect that's in this relationship. He acts physically when there is disrespect in the relationship. And I think he gets it from her and her mom. I think the mom also is very disrespectful to him. I don't think this lady has any respect for him. I do think she talks to him crazy. So I think in that family, he gets it from the mom and he gets it from the daughter.
Mm-hmm.
That's the same situation with, what's his name? Chantel. They started off as like 90 Day Fiance, Chantel and Pedro. Oh my gosh, it was just too much, right? So I do feel like that thing over there, I think he gets it from both the mama and the daughter. Okay, that's number one. That's number two. So to me, he's not gonna win. But because she is Keke Palmer, because there's money, because she's famous, because it's privileged to be attached to a celebrity, you put your manhood on the back burner.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? Right? And it's like, as a man too, but hopefully you get to that eventually. But as a man, your manhood should not be for sale.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Whether a woman is rich or a woman is regular or a woman is poor, you shouldn't say, okay, well, when you're rich, you can talk to me crazy. If you're just like me, then I'm gonna be stern with you. And if you're real poor, hell no, you ain't gonna talk to me this way. Because I do feel like, because she's a celebrity, she said, to be honest, he's a violent thug, and then he forced a girl to have an abortion. There is a young lady who came out on social media. She said that she was his ex-girlfriend. Like, they were dating, and I guess like right when he met Keke Palmer, he broke up with her, and then he forced her to have an abortion. That's what she was saying on TikTok. Now, for me personally, I'm not even trying to be funny. Not trying to be disrespectful. I don't think anybody can make you have an abortion. Unless they dragged you somewhere at gunpoint, and then they're like, right now you're going to do, I'm going to unalive you, then that's one thing, right? Your abortion is your body. When you go to the clinic, you sign the paperwork, and you, like, if either you take the pills for abortion, you have abortion with the vacuum, et cetera, et cetera. So she also, not trying to be funny, not saying that he didn't help her to feel more convinced about getting the abortion, but ultimately too, though, it's your decision. Right? We can't have it like, oh, my body, my choice. You can't tell me what to do. But then once you have the abortion and you realize the reason why he told you to have an abortion, because he was planning to go in a relationship with Keke Palmer, right? Then you say, oh, he made me. I just feel like there needs to be consistency. Your body, your choice. He might have proposed some convincing argument as to why you should have the abortion. Ultimately, it was your decision. You agreed to have the abortion. You terminated your pregnancy, right? Now, if looking back, you're like, oh, shit, this motherfucker got me. Baby, it's on you. The game is meant to be played, not to be told. So me, I don't internalize everybody's efforty. I think some ladies, when they read a thing from another woman or they watch a video from another woman, they want to turn into like super defender. Oh, I need to cope with her, this, and that. I don't internalize everybody's stuff, because there's always something you're not telling. You understand? If Darius went off to go to prison, if Darius went off to be a bum, if Darius was over here being addicted to oxycodone or crack cocaine and his teeth were falling out, you'd be like, oh, thank you, Jesus, I had an abortion. At that point, you would not be saying, oh, he forced me to have an abortion. You will be grateful that you don't have a baby with someone that's incarcerated, somebody that's on crack cocaine, oxycodone, or just a bum living under a bridge. So that's why when it comes to ladies, I don't always like take stock to what they say, because many of them lack accountability. Okay. A lot of women, when they come to social media and tell their stories, they lack accountability. Everything is the man. We have to stop. We see a bunch of girls out here all day, every day saying, my body, my choice, my body, my choice, my body, my choice. But somehow when you look back in the rearview mirror and then you see that, oh, by the way, so that's why he was encouraging me. I cannot say he wasn't encouraging. He could have been very encouraging. Okay. He could have given her a very convincing argument. He could have been extremely sweet because that's what he wants. But it's up to you ultimately. Right. So if you went ahead with the abortion because you felt like, you know, yeah, we're not married. You don't seem like you got much going on too. So, okay, fine, I'm going to go do it. But don't see that now he's with a celebrity and then want to sit on TikTok, woo, woo, won't, won't. Oh my gosh, he tricked me. He forced me. Did he drag you to that place with a gun to your head? So nobody forced you to do nothing. Like, stop with that. Like, you sometimes say, Ken's like, yep, I'm serious, Ken. Like, you need to be serious. You know what I'm saying? Your body, your choice. Not saying he wasn't convincing. Not saying he didn't encourage you. Not saying he didn't offer to pay, right? But you don't get to look back in the rearview mirror and you see that now he's dating a super celebrity and then say, oh, he forced me to have an abortion, because you're trying to create this image of like this dude that Keke's with. He's not a good man. He forces you to have an abortion. Girl, stop. Okay, stop. She said, but man can emotionally manipulate you. Yeah, that's a fact. With him being violent, what if he threatened her? Maybe he did. I don't know. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know. Right? I don't know. Causation, correlation, I don't know. Remember, oh, he did this over here, so he's really doing this over here. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You can be one way in this relationship and be completely different in this other relationship.
Because of what,
right? You can be in a relationship with someone that you don't really like. So you're not at your best because you're like, nah, we're just together. Right. And then you can meet, and then years later or months later, you can meet someone that you really, really like. And because you really, really like them and you don't want to lose them, you are on a different behavior. It's happened. It happens all the time. Right? You know what I mean? It happens. People change based on how badly they want something. So I don't know. But like I said, I'm not going to sit here and say he didn't offer to pay. I'm not going to sit here and say he was not convincing. Okay, I'm not going to sit here and say he didn't sway her. He could have probably even become an old angel. Like, girl, do you want something to eat? Do you want a massage? He could have gotten super, super sweet because he was trying to lead her to that type of decision making, right? And she did. But ultimately, she made the decision.
Okay, you guys, hold on. I want to play this video for you guys because like I said earlier, listen, when you're a man, don't let a woman talk to you crazy. And yesterday, when you watched the video with Priscilla Shira, right? When she told her husband, I mean, then they were just like dating that, oh, I don't know if I want to be serious. Right off the bat, he let her know, I'm not the one. I ain't the one. Them little stupid games you play, it's not going to be me. Hold on. I was looking for that. I found it for you guys. Hold on. Let Maverick not be a little hater. Maverick going to be a hater.
No.
You didn't tell him that you was waiting on the other guy to come back?
I didn't say that specifically. But I just said, hey, let's be friends. Let's just enjoy each other. And he was okay with that. But I will say, I don't know how seriously he took me or if he took me seriously, but thought she'll be fine. She just need to get to know it. She just
Is that what you thought, Jerry?
Listen. I because we have both just kind of gotten out of relationships.
Yeah.
I wasn't really interested in getting anything serious. I thought at the time. So that's why it was just.
It was cool.
It was cool. It was okay.
However, a month after we met.
Was it just a month?
It was 1 month, sir.
I think our time is a little off, but anyway. Oh, no, you're right about that. Yes.
A month after we met, I called Daddy one day. I mean, Dad and I talk every day, basically. And I just called him. Hey, Dad, what you doing? He said, oh, I'm just sitting here talking to Jerry.
Huh?
I said, Jerry, who? And he said, Jerry Shire. He didn't like, they weren't buddies. They didn't know each other. He had made an appointment with my dad to come and talk to him about dating me seriously.
You did?
Yeah, I know daddies. I know daddies. And one of the things I need to make sure is that it was a smooth transition.
So you're trying to win him over, get him on your side.
You know, that's daddy. And your daddy's little girl.
So what made you do that? What switched in that 30 days that made you say, I have to go talk to her daddy when we just been casual?
You know, because the time, you know, I should have known something was up because our first date was
Baby Doze. Baby Doze.
Which is no longer here, right?
Yeah, Baby Doze.
And while we were there, or it was earlier that day, and her dad was the chaplain for the Mavericks. Had 4 tickets. He wasn't going to go to the game. It was when the Chicago Bulls were playing the Mavericks, and it was the time when Jordan retired for the first time.
And so Dad said, do Priscilla or anybody in the family want these tickets? And I was like, well, we're going out to dinner. I was like, Jerry, do you want to go ahead and go to the game afterwards? So we went to the game afterwards, and
I should have known something was up because, like I say, this is when cameras were allowed in there. So every time Jordan touched the ball, all you saw were flashes. Because, this is his first retirement. Mm-hmm. The Mavericks ended up beating the Bulls that day. I should have known. I was being set up by the Lord at that time. The Lord was setting me up.
We couldn't believe the Mavericks beat the Bulls that night.
So that was our first date. And so kind of what changed there is like just hanging out with her, talking with her. It was interesting. I enjoyed the conversation, enjoyed it. And for some reason, the Lord kind of softened my heart because my heart was hard after that breakup.
Yeah.
It was very hard.
Yeah.
And so for whatever reason, he just kind of started tenderizing that heart towards her.
A month later. And you felt it was necessary to go talk to her dad.
Yeah. I did.
But when you
and I tell guys this all the time. If a woman or a young lady that you're dating has a family and that her dad is in her life, whether dad or mom, but dad specifically, she's a daddy's girl. You better make sure you win that man over.
But that's before. So when you did that, did you have intentions of marrying her at that point?
At that time, I had intentions in dating intentionally.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's a different perspective because most time guys not going to go talk just from the dating perspective. Even dating with intentions, they'll go and ask for, their blessing, which is kind of counterproductive because they need to be able to start fostering that intention early on so they can be an easy transition to say, now, can I have your talk in a marriage?
Yeah, because I wanted him to see who I was. I wanted to see who he was. I saw him on the stage.
Yeah.
But I need to make sure who he was on the stage was the same person. Also, that was off the stage. But at the same time, I knew that, we had conversations about wasting each other's time at a certain point. And I'm like, I don't want to continue to just do this and it's not going anywhere because my time is more valuable.
We're going to get to the part where he says what I want him to say. Okay. But even right there, when he said like, okay, this is how we're going to do this. Because this is the daughter of Pastor Tony, right? Her dad is really rich. Her dad is rich. Her dad is super influential. He doesn't have her dad's money. He didn't grow up with the same background as her. His mom, his dad don't have money like that. Okay. They're not that type of popular. They're not that type of influential, right? But it's like, even though he's from a more modest family, right? He's not as rich as them. He gave this girl who he is and who he's not. Like, this is how I do things. He didn't kiss her behind. Oh my gosh, her daddy's so rich. Oh my gosh, she's such a rich girl. She got money, right? And that's the problem. That's the issue I have with people like Darius too. But I guess Darius a little, I don't know. Darius probably a little silly. But my thing is, even if you decide to date a woman that has more money than you, that comes from a family that has way more money than you, you still need to know how to be a man. Do not be a fan. Don't be a fan, right? Let her know like what time you're on. Do not be a fan of hers. Do not let her money impress you, right? And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you this too. Like, let's say she wants to go on a date, take her to a place where you can afford, so that she knows exactly who you are, what you can and what you cannot do. You understand? I'm gonna tell you this. Like, let's say you can only afford, I don't know, give me something like Ruth Chris, maybe you can afford Ruth Chris, right? Yeah. If all you can afford is like Ruth Chris or Phil with a Cow, take her celebrity ass to them restaurants. If she has an issue, she's like, oh no, Kevin, let's go to this, let's go to Nobu and I'll pay. You better say no. I'm telling you, because how you enter this relationship is going to set the tone for respect or disrespect, because she's very rich. So when you allow her to pay for stuff, you might not think it's a big deal, but low-key, high-key, you've just emasculated yourself. Because no matter what, no matter how rich she is, if you say to yourself, oh, I want to be with Keke, I want to marry Keke, I can see myself marrying her, You still have to ascertain that in this marriage, I'm going to be the leader. You're not going to lead me. I'm telling you, because any man who allows himself to be led by a woman, that's why the Black community is so backwards. Yes, I said what I said. That's why the Black community in America is so backwards, because it's women leading men. It is a curse. Be mad, I don't care. I said what I said. That's why when it comes to Black America, most people do not take Black America seriously, because it's a community that's being ran by women, which means things are out of order. Things are out of order because men have lost control. They gave up. Oh, I'm with her. I'm with her. You're not embarrassed. You a whole man and you gonna let a woman lead before you? Like, imagine you're in your house, right? Somebody rings the doorbell and the husband says, wife, you go open the door. So you mean to tell me there's a man in this house? There's a big man in this house and I'm going to open the door. God forbid it's a robber. God forbid it's someone with the pew-pew. Okay, no, you open the door. You the man. I'm not the man. I'm not going to open doors. There's no way you're going to have a man in the house and I'm going to open the door. I'm not opening the door. Things are out of order, right? And that's why the majority of women are out of order, because they think it's normal to lead and to lead men. Something is off, right? Something is off. It is completely off. And when you see men who agree to be led by women, they're castrated. These are not real men. They're not real men, because it's one thing. If you're a man and you're sick, so you can't do, therefore your wife has to do, that's fine. But you should always be the voice of reason in the household, right? A man could be paraplegic, but if your mind works, you should always be giving your wife advice. Like, wife, you're going to do this, and that. I just can't do it because I'm paraplegic, okay? But how you going to have men who are fully able, like you're fully able, and you allow women to go into war and you stay back, you stay behind? What'd you stay behind for? What you trying to do? A man must be willing to die for his family. That's why you have to lead. Because in case there's harm, in case there's death, in case something bad happens, you need to be the one to take the bullet for your family. Imagine you go to battle and there's nothing but girls trying to fight. Like, the other army is a bunch of men. And in this community over here, the ladies go first and the men are behind. Like, nobody's going to respect you. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Yes, baby, it makes no sense. You see, so him compared to Darius, right? And he married her. He was young too, but he wasn't that young. But I'm sure he was like Darius' age though. But he's really about to date the daughter of like one of the most famous pastors. Priscilla is on the same rank as like Sarah Jakes kind of thing, right? They're like the princesses of like Black churches. Like, they're like a bunch of little princesses, right? And so it's like, even though he knows that's Pastor Tony's daughter, she grew up wealthy. She grew up in a mansion. She probably had maids. She probably has all kinds of money. Girl, I don't care. Because in this relationship, your daddy not going to be your husband. I'm going to be your husband. This is how I do things out here. So you down with it or you're not. I can't force you. But if you decide to marry me, you're going to have to roll with me. He lets her know. Right? So I'm like, if you're, and that's the problem, and that's the same problem that Big Sean got over there too, right? So my thing is, if you decide to date a woman who's wealthy, she needs to know she's gonna have to live according to your lifestyle. And that's what we always say to a man: don't you ever move into a woman's house. It will never be your house. Right? It will never be your house. She will never respect you. Don't you let a woman be your boss. Don't you let your wife be your employer. It is not cute. She's not going to respect you. She might tell you it's cute, but ultimately she will resent you. Go find your own game to kill. Go find your own. Go make your own way. And she's like, oh, it's okay. You can work for me. Say, nope. Nope. And that's why, if we're being honest, if y'all can take it though. Exactly. Why don't you have a job? You see, he's lost. Look at that. You're not going to catch Nick Bear out here arguing in the comment section. He's building businesses. Okay? You understand? So it's like, either this is what you're going to do. If you decide to date a rich woman, you got to let her know she's going to live according to your lifestyle. Because that's what you can do. And she's like, no, I can't. Then y'all can't be together. Because I'm telling you, you move into her house. You let her pay all the bills. You've lost your manhood. When you go out to eat, when y'all go out to eat, she's the one who pays because you can't even afford these restaurants. She's not going to respect you. Right? So if you want y'all's relationship to actually work and to last, she got to come to your level. So if what you can do is real Chris, she going to have to eat real Chris. If she feel like it's too ratchet for her, then I'm not the man for you, baby. Because you knew I was a millionaire. So what do you think I'm going to take you? Right? You have to demand respect from people. Point blank, period. Don't let anybody emasculate you, because that's all I can do. She said, oh, move into my fancy home. I am not. Then you're going to use me in your YouTube videos, your TikTok. Now, why do you think somebody of these boyfriends, these YouTubers, these girl YouTubers, nobody respects their boyfriends? People make fun of their boyfriends because they're kept men. They're kept. How can a grown-ass man be in a whole house, the entire house is super white, with hues of pink and mauve? He's in the little blanket that's all pink and mauve. He's doing facial in a pink, in an entire white cream bathroom. It's embarrassing. But he's defeated. That's why I'm telling you, oh my God, I wish I could put this baby down. That's why when it comes, why do you think, if you can take it, why do you think LaToya and Adam, it didn't work out? Right? Why do you think when it comes to LaToya over here and Adam, eventually it led to a divorce? If you remember the rise of LaToya, right? Adam got into her system. She didn't go into Adam's system. No, LaToya was already doing her own thing. And she thought Adam was a pretty boy. So she drew him into her business. It was always all her brand. She's the moneymaker. Then instead of building his own, he's all, I'm going to be her manager because he's looking for the easy way out. Build your own. Don't be caught up in her crap. So she ain't going to respect him. And if you remember their relationship too, her mom was very disrespectful. Why? Because she feels like you're coming to eat her daughter's money. It's the same thing with Candy and Todd, because Todd had less money than Candy. And you saw how Mama Joyce talked to Todd, called his mama all kinds of prostitute. She said that Todd's mom was on drugs. And then one day she didn't have money for drugs. So she went downstairs and she hooked up with a drug dealer and she had sex with a drug dealer. And that's how Todd was conceived. I mean, all kinds of nasty things, right? You think if Todd was richer than, was richer than Candy, Mama Joyce would have talked to Todd this way? Okay. I'm asking you a question. You think if Todd came on the scene and Todd had way more money than Candy, you think Mama Joyce would have talked to him, she would have talked that man this way? No. Because one thing about successful people, they're very, very egocentric. All successful people. Now, a woman that's more successful than a man, she's going to be even worse. It's very seldom do you meet a woman who's very successful, very rich, and she's really humble. I don't think I've met one yet. Okay? Especially over here with this skin color, it is very rare. It is very rare that you'll meet a Black woman, yes, who is very successful, very wealthy, and still kind of a sweetheart. It's very rare. Because most of them, as soon as they make money, they start pounding your chest. I did this. It's my business. I make money. I'm a boss. I'm a wump. Right? They're oh my gosh. Oh gosh. Okay. And it's a lot. And they're not aware because it's the culture. Here in the culture, when you become successful, you trample other people. Because most people are bitter. So when they finally make it, they can't wait to trample people, to crush people, to do all kinds of evil things to people. And that's why all these Black girls who are mayors, district attorneys, all them people like in high position, the squad in Congress, right? They're all getting fired, arrested, have all these kinds of scandals, right? Because when they get these prominent positions, they're not humble. They're destructive. They are so destructive. Even their husbands can't hold them back. Like, wife, stop stealing money. Look at Marilyn Mosby in Baltimore, stealing money, lying. Her husband can't even stop her. because he's emasculated. That's what happens. You got the girl Teflon in whatever it is in Detroit somewhere. She's the mayor, stealing all kinds of money. And these dudes are right behind her. The police chief, he's behind her. He's oppressing people for her. He has all kinds of crimes being, if you don't like her, he does all kinds of bad things to you. A grown man. He's old enough to be her dad. He's running up behind this little girl because she allows him to have overtime. And now this morning, he got indicted by the FBI. I said, you're going to prison, Uncle. You're going to go to prison. A cop in prison? You're going to be a cop in a federal prison? You're not thinking about your wife, your family, your children, your reputation, your retirement. Nope. I'm with her. Running up behind this crazy hyena. Because she's crazy. She really is unhinged. Right? Another man, too, he also got indicted. So far, she got 2 black men indicted. I'm like, y'all going to prison. And when the FBI is involved, it means you're looking at federal time. And when you get sentenced to a federal prison, you do 100% of your time. You're not coming out early on good behavior. You are not coming home early. Federal prison is not state prison. Like state prison, they'll release you on good behavior. Federal prison, you stay in your cell by yourself 23 hours of the day. You only go out for 1 hour. And you have to do about like 100% of your time. And you're a black man and you're a police officer. You're going to let this little girl, she's young enough to be your daughter. You're going to let this little girl mislead you like this. Where is your manhood? Like, Tiffany, no, we're not doing this. Nobody tells her no. Bunch of dudes. She's surrounded by black men. Nobody says, you're not doing this. No, they're all emasculated. Let this girl do whatever she wants. When she became mayor of Dalton, they had a surplus of $2 million, y'all. Right now, they owe $3 million. This girl's been in office for less than 3 years. She already stole $7 million. And she's surrounded by a bunch of black men. Nobody puts their foot down. Like, it's enough. You got to stop. And if you don't stop, we're going to stop you. You're crazy. This is people's money. And the entire town is predominantly black people. And they voted for her because she's a black woman. And the way she treats people is horrendous. And yet, she's surrounded by a bunch of black men. And nobody says to her, you're not stealing from our people. Because if you steal, we're going to handle you. Nobody says a thing. They're all emasculated, like, tell me what to do. Tell me how to be a man. It is sad. It is pathetic. It's a curse. It is a curse. Every time I see any man out here saying, oh, I'm with her, I'm voting for Kamala Harris, I say, you've lost your manhood a long time ago, huh? You are emasculated. Because as long as we have men who are viable to do the job, as long as we have men who can lead, y'all should be competing to lead. But instead, you relinquish that to a woman. Look at Ricky Smiley out here crying on the radio. I don't understand why y'all don't want to vote for him. I'm like, y'all, you so used to wearing dresses for a job. You so used to being emasculated to feed your family. That's why. This is why, huh? Little baby, stop. Ricky Smiley is so accustomed to wearing dresses. The only time he's relevant, okay, is when he wears a dress in a movie. He was crying, T. I don't know what these men do not want to vote for her. What's wrong with y'all? Your mama black. Your mama black. Think about your mama. I say, okay, and what does my mom have to do with me voting for a president? My mom is not running for office. My mom will not even try to run for office because she knows her place. As long as you have viable men, why are these men not competing to run? Okay? Oh, no, let the woman do it. Are y'all not men? Afraid to be men, afraid to stand up, afraid to have a voice, just castrated. It is so sad. I'm like, it's a curse. It truly is a curse. They're all crying on TV. You got Vance Jones. Vance Jones went to Yale. He went to Yale just like Vivek. He went to Yale just like JD. Vance, the guy who's Trump picked for his VP, I'm like, you went to Yale just like these white people. Why are you always crying like this? I've never seen Vivek cry. Vivek tried to be a president. It didn't work out. He didn't shed a single tear, right? JD Vance, they picked this man to be VP. He's 38, 39 years old. I don't see this man cry one bit. But you went to Yale just like those people. You have a law degree from Yale just like these men, right? And you're always crying on the TV. Why are you crying? Bakari Sellers crying on TV. It's so embarrassing. I'm like, I swear, it's so embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. Bunch of men, grown-ass men, acting like if a woman is not president, they don't know how they're gonna live. Are you not a man? Are you not a man? Are you not a man? Show me a society that's still standing today, that was built by women, ran by women. The women were soldiers. Okay, even that little goofy ass movie that Viola Davis tried. Mark Lamont, another one. Mark Lamont, another one. He's so pathetic. That one. He is so pathetic. He is. I'm like, even Candace. Candace has more courage than him. And Candace didn't even get to finish her bachelor's. You have a bachelor's, you got a master's, you got a PhD, and look at you, always crying, always stuttering. He's always stuttering because he's afraid to say what he thinks, because he's scared of a backlash. Stephen A. Smith, another one. You can't even stand by your conviction because you're scared. You're scared. Always like, Mark Lamont, he's always stuttering. Now, what is wrong with this dude? So he finally got an interview with Candace. And then Candace said, what is a woman? He's like, well, it depends. I'm like, Mark, really? Really, Mark? You about to really play this game right now. You don't know what a woman is. He was like, oh, well, a woman is, I don't know. It depends how what he said? He said that a trans man can get pregnant. I was like, but because, so then Candace said, well, because it's biologically, it's a woman. He was like, well, technically. I'm like, what? He was talking big bank, little bank. He was talking a big game. So then Candace said, okay, fine. Come on my show. She asked him one question. What is a woman? You should have seen how he was stuttering. He was sweating bullets. He was afraid to answer the question. I'm like, Mark, what is your problem? So you read like every time you see Mark Lamont, he has all these books. He has so many books behind him. But you know what? He's nothing more than a little punk. So you read all of them books. You read all these books, and you have no courage inside of you. Some of y'all, you need to watch The Wizard of Oz because it's weird. Imagine being a lion with no heart. My Lord. And to me, I'm going to say it, to me, it's a curse. It is a curse. Any nation, any people being governed by a woman, it is a curse, because what are the men doing? Where are the men? Y'all really gave up like this? I'm like, we seriously are in trouble. Even if she was competent on that, like, I don't think she's competent, so that's what it is, right? But my thing is, even if she was competent, a man should still say, I need to compete because I need to lead. Nope, they scared. Oh, let her do it. Let her do it. Seriously? Wow. My goodness. They're so emasculated. Like, it is so pathetic. They are so emasculated. Imagine you a man and a woman says, I'm going to take you out to eat. I'm going to pay. And you like, yeah, you let her pay. My Lord. But Marlene, it was too expensive. Then you should have told her, I'm not comfortable going to that restaurant because I can't pay. And if I cannot pay, I don't want to go. No, he going to go. Right? And that's why for the majority of the time, when I see these boys, these little boyfriends or fiance of the influencers, right? I already know what time it is. She's paying for love. Because what man wants to be in a woman's videos like this every time? What man wants to be in every single video, every single TikTok, every single YouTube shorts? He's rubbing her belly. He's on his knees, putting her shoes on. Boy, back. You do too much. Go get you a job. Go build your own.
want to be on the videos.
No, you're not gonna be on the videos. You might like show up one time. At least they hear your voice though.
I can't be on the videos. What?
No, you cannot be on the videos. This is my thing. You have your thing. I have T is laughing.
What's my thing?
Your thing is to work.
Really?
Yeah.
You just take that for granted, don't you?
No, it's expected.
It's expected.
It sure is expected. You think I want you in the videos doing little challenges with me? No, it's emasculating. Like, I think this stuff is so disgusting.
Why not? You know, I'm tired of working. Let's try it out.
And see, and that's the problem. So if you get tired of working, then who's gonna work harder? Me?
Yeah, you.
No.
Why not?
No, that's why you were born before me.
We're supposed to pick each other up. You know, I'm in a season where I don't feel like working, you work. See how that works?
Yeah, but you don't have to be in my stuff though.
Why not? Let's switch.
And imagine you're big behind doing little like, you know how silly it is, like as silly it is when you see a giant doing goofy dances.
Like, you become accustomed to
No, I cannot stand foolishness. Like I'm like, you're big ass. Like you're too big for this. You want a little present?
No.
Please.
Thank you.
You want a little present?
No. I'm going outside. I just got through making 3 people's plates.
No, but it's real though. I'm like, it's so like you need to go get your own thing because she will never respect you. And that's why I said it's like, to me, honestly, it's better for the husband to hire the wife. It's better for the husband to build and hire the wife. But honestly, I will also tell you this though, from my perspective, it's better not to be in business with your spouse because it's too much stress. You need separation of powers. Like, go over here, I'll go over there. Okay, like it's too much, right? It really is too much, right? But you notice, like, the majority of YouTubers, female YouTubers, right? They take care of these men. So it's always a certain type of man. That's why he's so comfortable being all up in the content, because he has nothing else going on for himself. What else do you do? They go on brand trips. I'm like, are you a makeup artist? Why are you on the brand trip? They on the brand trip. You're going to see the man. He on the plane. He drinking the water. He's laying there. He doing facial. I'm like, are you not embarrassed? You have another man. Because I'm like, technically, it's another man paying for you to go on vacation. Vacation you can't even afford. You have to tag along this girl on her business, what she doing, instead of be like, you know what? You should go be with, like, if you're going to take this trip, take your mom, take your sister. I'm good. She's not going to respect you. Everywhere you go, you're a +1. You are her +1. What doors are you opening up for her? Right? Like that, I'm like, that's crazy to me. Go get your own. Go build your own. Go forge your own path. And that's how she gonna respect you. Like, you know what? This dude, he could have came here. He could have got into my program. He could have worked for me. I could have paid him. No, he said no to all that. He made his own money. He made his own way. He built his own brand. She's gonna have respect for you. Right? Even if you live in a small apartment and she has a huge apartment, she's like, oh, I don't mind. She minds because she wants to control you. Say no. You're a lion, man. Don't be putting yourself in a cage. Be a man. Be a lion. Even if you have a small turf, at least it's your turf. You can roar in peace. You can hunt in peace. It's your peace. Like, tell her, no, I'm okay. I'm straight. If you go to her house, you go to her nice apartment, you say, oh, you can spend the night. But like, no, I'm going back to my place. She's going to respect you. It's the same thing. Like me, I'm telling you this. The same goes for a woman, right? You sleep with him on the first night. There goes your respect. You're not his girlfriend, but you give him a head. There goes your respect. It's little things like that. You might mean well, like, oh, I'm going to be a freak so he knows I got good sex game. Yeah, but you're going to let this man know you loose and you desperate. He's not going to respect you. Anybody who shows desperation, you shall not be respected. You're going to be abused, mistreated, and disrespected. Then they're going to ship your ass back where they found your ass. And they're going to make videos about your ass and making fun of your ass. Right? And that's why when you look at Toya and Adam, for example, Toya didn't really care about, like, you know, leaving Adam because, first of all, her mom also didn't like him. Mom always talking shit. Because one time there was a point she was kind of like, she was a bit confused, like, do I do it? Do I not do it? Because she was thinking about the kids, the house, and her mom was in the back just saying all kinds of reckless stuff about Adam. So, the comments, at that point, I was part of the sisterhood. So the comments were lit, but I guess because she's like West Indian too. So the comments were lit. They got her mama together. So she ran to YouTube studio like on the back end, and then she had to edit what her mom said because it was just too disrespectful. Right? But like, see, but at the same time, though, Adam, he asked for this. He asked for this. Because when that lady saw you and she saw how you came into her daughter's life and you came with nothing but but Marlene, I had ideas. Marlene, I answered email. Baby, it's not good enough because you came with no money. They will never respect you. What part of hypergamy? Women are hypergamous. You don't understand. Right? And today, when you compare Adam to Latoya, she's still doing well. She has way more followers. She gets way more views. She gets way more brand deals. She probably gets paid better brand deals than he does, right? Because he tapped into her system, right? And at the end of the day, she's a woman, so she gonna be all right. Somehow they're gonna forgive her. She gonna be all right. But for you, it's not gonna be the same. Hey, Abigail, you're not gonna be respected. Don't you ever move into her house. Don't move into her apartment. Look at Legion over there. Same thing. He moved in her house. He moved into Risa Tisa's house, right? Right? Even though he paid the bills, right? But ultimately, he was the bad guy. Don't do it. It's not going to end well for you. Right? So my thing is, if you say to yourself, oh, Marlene, I really like her. I know she's rich. I really like her. You gonna have to know how to play this because once she sees you as her maid, once she sees you as her fan, once she sees you as replaceable, once she sees you like, oh, he's a codependent, it's a wrap. And that's why everybody talks to you this way, Darius. That's why they all talk to you like you crazy. They're not gonna respect you. It's the same thing with Todd. Mama Joyce had no respect for Todd because he was working behind the camera. Yeah. But she's not going to respect him. I remember how they got together. He tapped into her program. To the point that he even denied who he was because, Adam is from Tanzania, right? Adam is African, okay? He's Eastern African, right? He's from Tanzania. And not just that, he's Muslim. He's Muslim. He was so infatuated with the fame, the money, the gets, because she would have like meet and greets and stuff. Like Toya used to have like meet and greets. People would come, whatever. Child, that man was so obsessed with all that kind of stuff, right? He put who he was to the side. He put his religion to the side. He put his culture to the side. He put his tradition to the side, right? But then later he's gonna be like, when they looked at the divorce thing, he's like, oh, as a Muslim, the Quran. I said, boy, shut up. Shut up. You turn your back on the Quran for money. Be quiet. We saw you. Because even one time they went to Tanzania. They went to go see Adam's mom and stuff like that. You should have seen the way Mama looked at Toya like, oh my gosh, what a heathen. Right? But he was so obsessed with the YouTube fame, he turned his back on who he was. And now here we are. You know what I'm saying? Because we saw everything, right? We saw everything. You will be emasculated. She's not going to respect you because you're tapping into her system. And that's why I said, like, even though we're dropping names, but whatever. You know what I'm saying? But that's why, right? A lot of people, for example, right? Yes. You need to go to sleep. When the husband is not in the video all the time, people have more respect for the husband. Right? You know what I'm saying? People have more respect because like the fact that he has his own thing going, his own thing separately, right? You're going to see him in a different light. Right? That's why for me, for example, I do like Mike. I like Mike. Patricia Bright, her husband, Michael. Yes, I like him because he's not all up in the videos. He has that's a job. He has a career. He does his own thing. I think he's like in medicine or something, right? Mike got his own thing. He ain't trying to be in all this whatever this is. Like, this is too much. Right? And so when you don't see the husband a lot, when you only see him like on rare occasions, right? When he has his own career, he makes his own money, right? He does what he loves. He's not obsessed with social media. There is a different kind of respect there for the man. You're like, wow, like he has his own thing, right? And y'all can come together and y'all can be whoever you want to be together, but it's like he has his own thing. And when you have your own thing, people are more likely to respect you. It's like there's a certain mystique about you. You know what I'm saying? But it's like you're crazy. So if she says, oh, let's go eat at Nobu, he's like, sis, I ain't got Nobu money. We can eat this though, right? If it's special occasion, like your birthday, she wants to treat you out, sure. But even that too, don't let her go too crazy. Like, okay, think, babe, okay? Don't do it. But so I like that he let her know, like, your daddy's rich, but I'm not your daddy. Okay? If you want to be with me, you're dating me, not your dad. This is how I live. That's how I do things. This is my thing. And she had to respect that. But if he was like, oh my gosh, okay, sure. Okay, oh yeah, it would have turned her off. Because it's not attractive. It's not attractive. Hold on.
And you were how old during that time?
Oh, see, I am 6.5 years older than
Okay.
So at the time, I was 29.
playground. He
Tried to
said,
play
little girl, here's some candy.
It's a kid in
Yeah.
there. Took a ring pop and then
Took a
actually put a
ring
ring on it.
So I was 29.
Okay. But 29, you were thinking like that.
29.
That's different. See, that's what I'm saying. I love to hear stories of how people dated back then because
He said back then.
Back then. Because it's back then. When you talk about it now, ain't nobody 29 years old time I'm gonna go talk to your dad.
Each other. And I'm thinking, this woman is nuts.
Yeah, because
Okay, so
I'm good. Anyway, so,
there you go.
but no, I'm just kidding.
like, I
I don't know if you're serious.
No,
man.
no, that's it. No, actually, I was an executive for a hotel chain
This is the part.
here, and
It's fine.
I'll start off and I'll let her finish.
Okay.
And so my boss's executive assistant, who's the president, we were calling Zig Ziglar, the corporation, for him to come speak to the executive team. And he wasn't available. My wife was one of 3 or 4. Her.
You said I should do?
No, I didn't. Because she lays the packet in my office on my desk and I'm looking through it. And of course, I see the picture and I'm like, yeah, no interest at all. And she goes, why? I'm like, that's my pastor's daughter.
Okay.
I had been going to the church
So you're
7
going
years.
to church, okay.
But we really never met, and I didn't see her because she was gone off. It was. I wasn't thinking that far in advance.
You just wanted to get to know her.
Yes.
Okay.
So it wasn't, but I knew it was like, oh, pastor's daughter, PKs. I think I'm okay.
Jerry, why you say you okay on the PKs?
Yeah.
Okay on the
At the
PKs.
time, I was okay on the PKs.
Did we have a reputation or?
I'm just saying, we all went to college.
It was 1 month, sir.
I think our time is a little off, but anyway. Oh, no, you're right about that
Yeah.
one. Yes.
A month after we met, I called Daddy one day. I mean, Dad and I talk every day, basically. And I just called him, hey, Dad, what you doing? He said, oh, I'm just sitting here talking to Jerry.
Huh?
Where is
I said, Jerry, who? And he said, Jerry Shire. They weren't buddies. They didn't know each other. He had made an appointment with my dad to come and talk to him about dating me seriously.
You did?
Yeah, I know daddies. And one of the things I need to make sure is that it was a smooth transition.
So you're trying to win him over.
Yeah. Right.
I don't always have 1 to 2 hours in my day to actually prepare a meal and then clean up after.
They was sitting up here.
Well, I will tell you, I hope our sons think like that. We have 3 sons, and we talk to them about that now. None of them to this point. We have almost 22 years old, 20-year-old, and a 15-year-old. And to this point, none of them have had serious.
Okay. So that's a different perspective because most time guys not going to go talk just from the dating perspective. Even
I have to find it. But we saw it yesterday, like the part where he said, because she was like, oh, I don't know if I really want to be with you. And he was like, okay, sure. No problem. I'm good. Gotta go. Oh my gosh.
Hang on.
So I was 29.
Okay. But 29, you were thinking like that.
29.
Oh my gosh. What is that part?
That's different. See, that's what I'm saying. I love to hear stories of how people dated back then because
He said back then.
Because it's back then. When you talk about it now, ain't nobody 29 years old time I'm finna go talk to your dad to do that. They just don't think like that. You'd be hard pressed to get somebody 42 to think like that. So at 29, you were thinking like that.
So at 29, he said like back in slavery
Back in
days,
slavery
29,
days,
y'all
you know,
did
back
that?
when they had the buggy and the horses,
Right.
you know, they was sitting up here.
Well, I
Right.
will tell you, I hope our sons think like that. We have 3 sons, and we talk to them about that now. None of them to this one. We have almost 20.
They were 18. You know what I'm saying? And they ended up getting married at 28, but or 27. But that's how it was. But I felt like I was so.
Be honest that I wasn't there yet, and I assumed he was.
Well, why
'cause
can
he
you
was-
just say that instead of end the whole relationship?
Okay, right here. Good. There you go. Okay, thanks.
At least I wasn't
He said,
thinking
look
I
at
was.
that
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna tell you to look at some rings.
It
real
was a
quick.
yeah.
It was-
To you, we were casually walking through a jewelry store. It
Yeah.
freaked me out because
Yeah.
to me, it made me think, oh, he's further down the road than I am.
And how many months was this?
So she,
Well, let's see. We met in February, and then this would have been like in November.
Okay.
So it was the
Mhm.
same. It was within a year that we were on, a date, went to the mall, and then
So
he
about
was
9
like,
months later.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you were just looking at styles to try to get her.
and I wasn't thinking, I really wasn't thinking about me. I don't know what I was thinking, to be honest, at the time, but it did freak her out. And I got a call, a day or two later?
yeah. And I just said, I think we just need to not see each other anymore because I feel bad. I feel like you're further down the road than I am.
Priscilla, you done ended it with my boy just because he had some
I wanted
intentions.
to try to be honorable and be honest that I wasn't there yet. And I assumed he was.
Well, why
since
can
he
you
was-
just say that instead of end the whole relationship?
Because I've been saying that for the 9 months. Like we kind of kept arm's length a little bit because I was like, I'm not sure we can go all the way there. Like we were dating each other, but it wasn't like we left it open. Like if either of us wanted to date other people.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
it wasn't like we were an item.
Okay.
It wasn't.
Okay.
But that kind of ticked me off.
Yeah.
Yeah,
bit.
he was out after that. He
So
was
I'm
like,
like,
you know what?
Peace, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm gone. You
He
don't
was.
don't call me again. I'm out.
He didn't say any of that, but that
He
was
just
his
left.
posture.
That was my-
He
yeah.
was out. Yeah.
You were gone.
I was gone.
Yeah.
I was moving on.
And then how'd y'all come back together?
This was maybe a Friday?
Yes. And Sunday at church, I was at church and grandma, my mother's mother, who was this delicate, sweet, elegant, dignified lady who never spoke much. She'd sit right there on the second row every Sunday. And she looked at me at the end of service and she said, who is this young man that I've been seeing around? And I said, oh, his name is Jerry. And she said, well, whoever it is, you need to marry him. He is looking at you every time I see him like he will love you for the rest of your life. I kid
Grandma
you
did not say that.
Yes,
did
she did. Yes, she did. And I said to the Lord at the end of service that day, I said to the Lord, if Jerry is for me, change my heart. Make it so that because I know you don't want me to marry someone that my heart is not fully in. You know what I mean? It's not supposed to be just a technical decision because he checks the boxes. I know you'll line my heart up with it. So Lord, I'm open to your will for me. And so if it's for you, I'm available for that. What do you have for me? And I'm telling you, I don't know exactly the moment, but let's say I woke up the next day. It was either that night or the morning when I woke up. I'm telling you, I could not live without this man. I could not live without him. My heart was totally on fire for Jerry Shire. And so I called him back and I said, hey, so what had happened was, and I said, I'm ready if you're ready to walk in the direction of marriage.
That's what you said.
I sure did. I sure did. And he said, okay, let's go. And so we started exclusively dating. And by February, we were engaged.
So in December, I went to her dad.
Yep.
That was November. In December, I went to her dad to ask for her hand in marriage.
Wow.
And daddy said,
Next month.
This is what he said. He looked at me. This joker looked at me and said, put it in writing.
Okay. So let me come back on the screen real quick. Okay. So you see here, he let it be known what time it was, what it wasn't. She's like, I don't know if you're around to this. He's okay, sure, no problem. I'm out. Like, gotta go. Right? Because she's a rich girl. Like, her dad is really famous. They'll be like, oh, well, what can I do? Is there anything I can do to change your mind? Is there anything? No. If that's what she wants to do, that's what she wants to do. You gotta respect it. You can't force the girl. Right? He said, cool. But the problem, people like Darius, is that they get disrespected, they keep going back. You get disrespected, you keep going back. She treats you poorly, you keep going back because, oh, she has money, she can pay for things. And this is how you get to be emasculated. Right? And because you also like, because I do feel like he is, you know, in the feminine bag a bit, because I'm like, this is crazy. To me, it's really crazy. Right. And also for me, honestly, I would not, me, Marlene, I would not have gotten her pregnant. I would not have gotten back with her until she somehow used her social media, right, to show people that she apologizes to me, because it was too much. I'm like, she really could have destroyed your career like that. But you, once again, you let it slide, right? Her mom insults you. It went public. Her mom also should have came outside and be like, you know what? I shouldn't have said that. He's a great father. He's a great this. He's a great that. But people like Darius also, they don't learn, because he's also very toxic. He's very immature. And I'm like, and I pray for them. Yeah, she humiliated you publicly. And she will do it again, right? She will do it again. Because if we're being honest, right? I feel like people like Keke, when I look at a woman like Keke Palmer, I look at her, I look at Serena Williams, you know, I feel like these are the type of girls, these type of black girls, honestly, low-key, I think they wish they were born light-skinned. I think they wish they were born biracial. And that's why they have babies. They have babies with these dudes that are either white man, Mexican man, right? Who can give them biracial children. Just like you have some black boys, you have some black men who don't like themselves. They hate their black skin. They hate their features. They want to have biracial kids. You also have black girls who don't like being black. Okay? And maybe they felt like if I was born light skinned, if I was born biracial, sir, you need to breathe. You need to breathe. What's wrong? What's wrong with you? What is wrong? What's wrong? I love you. Mommy loves you. Calm down. Okay. You did it? Okay. Thank you. I love you. You're my favorite. Okay. Yes, yes. You're my co-host, okay? Bless you. Okay. Can we start? Okay, thanks. All right. So when you look at someone like Serena obviously has, I don't know if it's body dysmorphia or body dysphoria, right? But Serena Williams, she don't like herself. Okay. This obsession with the blonde wigs, foundations that are like 25 shades lighter than her complexion, like she does the most, right? Because I'm sure she probably tells herself, if I had been born light skinned, if I had been born biracial, if I had been born a white woman, I would have had the man I truly want. Okay, you can say what you want. I don't know. I don't care. But her husband, he's not her type. Okay, her husband is not her type. But he's a man that's going to do what she wants him to do. And that's, I guess she feels safe that way. But if you grew up seeing Serena and her dating life, she has a type. Black dudes, usually light-skinned black dudes. Okay? Because you can't go from a man like Common to her husband, Alexis. I'm not trying to be funny, but girl, bye. Okay? No. But the thing is, if you married this white man, hey, babe, if you married this white man and you have babies with him, you're going to have biracial children, right? And so you feel as though your daughters are going to be more so like desirable, right? Because they have the features, you know, like the light skinness, the smaller nose, the long hair, the baby hairs, right? Which I guess, quote unquote, maybe a lot of black guys like, I don't know, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, let me tell you something, Lonnie, because I thought about that. Because we don't talk about the whole like Talitha Jane situation, right? My issue sometimes, like you said, when you say the problem is, because she said, here's what she said. Okay, let me read this. She said, the problem is Serena's type wasted her time. Not one proposed, so she had to pivot. Okay, that is one perspective, right? I'm going to offer you a different perspective, right? Especially like when, even though Common is an Aries, so I don't know, but no, he's Pisces. Common is a Pisces. When it comes to Scorpio over there, I mean, they're both water sign. Drake is also water sign. What's Serena's sign? What is her sign? Hold on. Let's go look at something real quick. Abby. Oh, she's a Libra. Let me tell you something. I never knew this. Okay. So now we know. She's a Libra, y'all. She's a Libra. And you know how it goes. Number one is Pisces. She's a Libra. She is September Libra. She's like Elena. Elena is a September Libra. Okay. But you know how it goes over here. Number one. Who goes first when it comes to our ladies with the boys, with the mans? Okay. Number one is Pisces. I told you this. Number two, Libra. Okay. Number three, Cancer. No, Scorpio, right? Scorpio 3. Scorpio comes third. And then Cancer is fourth. Virgo, after Keke today, I am definitely giving the fifth spot to Virgo. Okay. Virgo it is. Okay. Number one, Pisces. Number two, Libra. Number three, Scorpio. Number four, Cancer. Number five, it is definitely Virgo. Okay. So she's a Libra. My thing is, okay, because what you said, Lonnie, that is a valid perspective. I can see how you feel this way. Okay. And I kind of felt that way once upon a time. Right. But my thing is sometimes I think the way you approach your type could be why your type does not propose. And you'll be like, Marlene, what do you mean by that? I'm going to tell you. You need to just go to bed, baby. Stop fighting sleep. Yeah. You're fighting sleep. You're tired. Yes. Go to bed, my baby. You're fighting sleep. Sometimes the reason why also you could miss out on your type, it's all about your approach and how you present yourself. Because I have the impression, I'm under the impression that a lot of girls think promiscuity is the way to get a man. Right? You understand? Because you might say to yourself, oh, he's a really handsome man, especially Common. Especially like I'm looking at Common sideways. I'm reassessing him, right? If you meet a man and you know, like, oh, let's say he likes sex or whatever, or he's had a bunch of girlfriends, or you know, he's sexual or he's an entertainer, I don't know, but he got mad access to the punani, right? Okay, cool. And then you happen to be a woman of a very high caliber, right? And instead of offering something different, showing him that you're something special, you decide to also be a little thotty. So now it's like, well, there's nothing special about you anymore. Right? Because I feel like, because the culture has so much like promiscuity to it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's so cute to be a hoe. It's cute to be a stallion. It's cute to be hot girl summer. Because I was looking at that girl, Talitha Jane, right? Because the boy, she liked the boy. Y'all gonna make me go everywhere. Right? Hold up, wait a minute. Because I thought about that this morning when I was doing my hair. I've been up for a long time, right? You see how she's over here crying? Okay? She's over here crying. But the thing is, right? Hold up. Oh, no, y'all can't even see it. Math. Oh, come on. What kind of baby is this? You angry little Gemini person? Are you okay? Huh? Go to sleep. My mama. Yes. Mommy's coming outside. So you see, so this morning, courtesy of Yanni, because Yanni put me up to this. I haven't been on TikTok in a long time, right? But Talitha, she decided to come on TikTok and talk about her business. Because allegedly, or according to her, she moved to Houston for a man, and she moved to Houston for, oh my gosh. What would you like? Okay. Maybe this one is not working. Okay, let's try this one. That's fine. It's okay. It happens. Life happens. Okay. Let's try this one. Is this better? Okay, cool. All right. Sorry, you guys. It's my co-host. He's only 2 months old. So have mercy on him. Okay. So, Talitha, right? She met this boy. Somehow, the girls on TikTok went and found the boy. But we'll get to it, right? But this young lady here, I think she come from a 2-parent household. Right, Nicole? Oh, but you're so far away. I think she comes from a 2-parent household. Her parents are preachers. Like, I think her dad's a pastor. You know, her mom is a first lady. So she comes from a pretty solid, like she has a pretty solid background, right? She met the boy. I saw the boy. I think that's the boy. He said, no, it's not me. I said, yeah, it's giving you. Okay. So the people went and they found the boy. They found the boyfriend, the guy she's talking about. Because they were never a boyfriend. They found her situation partner. Right? And I was thinking to myself, right? When you play by a set of rules that are not indigenous to who you are, that are not indigenous to your tradition, to your culture, you're going to play yourself, right? Because a man can have sex with just anybody. That's not a problem, right? But you say, oh, Marlene, I want this man so bad. I'll sleep with him on the first day. I'll give him the guac guac 3000, right? I'm going to swallow, slurp, do all that kind of stuff. I'm going to dress like a little thotty because when you look on the outside, and it's true, sometimes you look on Instagram, it does give like a hoes be winning. But are they truly winning? And what exactly are they winning? What's the prize, right? What a 3 or 4 is looking for and what you're looking for, if it's not the same prize, then you cannot behave the way she's behaving. You understand? I'm young enough to remember when Serena was dating Drake and when she was dating Common. It was not giving. You guys, I promise you, it was not giving like this is a top-notch celebrity, this a world-class athlete. She was acting like the little girls. She wanted to be what she thought was his type instead of showing him, I'm better for you because I'm different. Right? When it came to Drake, Serena was out here twerking, doing all kinds of stuff, and then Drake would be like slapping her ass and shit like that. I'm like, you see, he does this at the strip club. Why are you doing this? Do you intend on becoming a stripper? No. But a lot of girls will tell themselves that one way I'm going to get this man to love me or to like me is by showing him that I can be like a big old nasty freak. Maybe that's not what he's looking for in you. And you'll be like, but Marlene, why? He enjoys having sex. He enjoys being with the freaks. Yes. Because for a lot of men, what they do on the outside with certain people is not what they want to be doing with their wives. Right? Just because a man enjoys a stripper and the stripper stuff and the stripper tricks and the guac guac and all that kind of stuff, he doesn't want to see you that way. You know what I mean? A sex worker for money, she'll have anal sex, right? But you, if he wants to be your wife, he wants you to be his wife. And then all of a sudden, like within a few days, a few weeks, a few months of dating, you already okay with him doing it in your booty hole. He's going to start thinking like, what the fuck? Who else did this to her before? Girl, who told you to do that? You are crazy. You know what I'm saying? You might not meet you because in your head, you're thinking like, well, I can be the girl he wants. I can be his freak. They be saying, oh, be a lady in the streets and be a freak in the bed. Girl, it depends what kind of tricks you do. Because he might say, what the fuck you learned that shit at? Girl, you scaring me? Because I'm like, what the fuck? You understand? Because y'all, let me tell you something. And that's why I told y'all. But y'all be getting mad at me though. But I sure did tell you, right? You are not a sex worker. And so the girl who wants to be a wife, she cannot be friends with the 3 or 4. She cannot be your friend. You can't be supporting her, and you cannot try to emulate her. He's going to leave, not because he didn't see that you and him could, especially with Common. I think because Common, I'm starting to understand Common. I'm like, oh, because I used to dog Common too, like, man, fuck you, okay. But my thing is, because Common is, to me, I will say that to me personally, I do think Common is very handsome. I think he's very handsome. I think he's very charismatic. I think he's very intelligent. And he's a Pisces. Like Pisces men tend to have like really big ideas and things like that, right? Don't you ever forget the CEO, the owner of LVMH, Bernard Arnault, Rihanna's boss, Rihanna's big daddy. He's a Pisces. She's also a Pisces. So I guess that's why they link up like that, right? But I do feel like there are some ladies that I think he really could have considered. But their behavior, he was like, this is bizarre, right? So with Talitha too, when we get to her, I'll show you the young man. I'm like, because the young man had a girlfriend, and I guess maybe he was just playing with her. I don't know. Maybe he was serious. I don't know. I was not there. But I'm like, the way Talitha carries herself, you wouldn't even think that her daddy was a pastor. right? So if you come from good stock, yes, I said what I said. If you come from good stock, if you come from a 2-parent household, if your parents are pastors, it needs to show in your behavior. Be proud of who you are, because that's your culture. That's your tradition. That's who you are, right? No, you said, oh, but all the little girls out here are having sex and they doing this and they dress like this and they dress like that. Girl, go ahead and cheapen yourself. So now you're just like everybody else. And I think like that's the problem that we have, is that you have a lot of young ladies, right, who are truly exceptional. But the way you position yourself in front of this man, you've just devalued who you are. So you're not special anymore. Because in your head, you said, but Marlene, most men like to have sex. Yes. But it's one thing to have sex, and it's another thing to make love. You're acting like a sex worker. Because what you're doing right here, that's what they do in a strip club. He don't want to see that from you. And that's why in a lot of these Arab countries, right? A lot of Arab countries, they'll fly girls from other countries who are not their people. Because Arab people, like, they can be having, like, girls got to be virgin and stuff like that, right? So, but the man still gonna want to have sex. But they don't do certain things to their sisters because they know. Because when it's time for marriage, you got to marry a virgin. And you also want to make sure that, the merchandise ain't corrupted. So what do these guys do? They import punani from other countries, right? And the imported punanis, they pee on them, they poop on them, they do all kinds of nasty things to them because I'm going to do what I want to do as a man. I'm going to ship her ass back, right? Because you treat your wife's body one way, and then the sex worker, you treat her body another way. That's why she charged money, right? But a lot of women don't understand that. And you mean well, but you have the wrong strategy. You got the wrong approach, because what you're about to do, you're about to cheapen your brain. Because in your head, you should say to yourself, all vaginas are not equal. Yes, ma'am. So the way you handle, like the way you, even if you want to sleep with him, you got to sleep with him. That's like, it's giving making love. It's not giving we effing. It's not the same. It's not the same. I'm being so honest, y'all. It is not the same. And if you start doing certain things in bed way too quickly with this guy, he's going to be scared of you. Because now I'm like, oh, crap. Where'd you learn this? Who else did this with you? You might not mean harm, but men will think. He's not going to say nothing to you, but he's thinking in the back of his head. So she goes to Houston. She starts being promiscuous off the bat. She became too easy for him. So like maybe he meant well. Like maybe y'all could have had a serious relationship. But the way you're doing too fast. I forgot to look up her sign. I didn't look her up. I was like, maybe that's how you didn't position yourself accordingly. And you position yourself like any other product he could have had out there. Drake don't have to propose. Drake, he's an owl. He might never do that. I'm talking about Common. But even for Drake too. Because Drake could have had a relationship with her and he could have left that with a lot of respect. But the way Serena used to carry herself, y'all, it was very degrading. Even I was shocked. Like, girl, what? She'd be like this. And then Drake be like this. Like it was like a fetish. And she was just right into it. Because, Serena got a big old booty. Who's a Capricorn? Like this. Like this. I'm talking about a woman who wins like trophy at Wimbledon. You're talking like one of the best tennis players in the world. You guys, she was like this. So Drake was sitting there. Serena put her head down. You guys, I kid you not. I will not be lying to you. Even I was shocked. Like, girl, what are you doing? I'm like, what the heck has happened to this girl? Like this. Da-da-da. And then Drake was like this. To her ass. A world-class athlete. She reduced herself to a piece of ass. Like how are people gonna take you seriously? I remember that video. I was flabbergasted. Like, oh my gosh. Right? Yes, T. I will not lie to you, T. I'm telling you, the boy was like, you see where I am? Imagine that Serena, and he was sitting here. And then she was like this. Like this. And then Drake was going like this. I kid you not. That's why, if you remember one time I did a live and I said all these goofy ass chicks, they used to hang it together. It was Serena, Kelly, Sierra, and Kim Kardashian. And I said, you, Serena, I don't even know why you hanging with these people. They're mediocre. Because you, Serena should have been hanging with Beyonce. Right? Because it's possible. It is possible that maybe Beyonce, she twerked like this for Jay-Z and Jay-Z went like this. It's possible, girl, but I never seen it. Right? I've always told y'all this. I said them people, they used to hang around here, the four musketeers of fuckery, stupidity, right? They're all goofy as hell. And that's how Sierra ends up with Future. Serena's out here doing twerking for Drake. Kelly, who God knows what, but she's not worried about her music. And they hang out with Kim Kardashian. What can Kim Kardashian do for you people? Right? And even just somebody seeing you, like, you are a very successful woman. Kim, she built her career with sex work. Kim is a sex worker. Say whatever you want. When you are known for sex tapes, you became famous for a sex tape and you got paid for the sex tape. Girl, you a sex worker. So what does a woman who's a self-accomplished woman in tennis, and it's predominantly a white sport, let's be honest, right? But somebody as powerful as Serena Williams, what business she got hanging around with the Kim Kardashian? As they say, birds of a feather flock together. This girl, she makes sex tapes. Why are you with her? Right? Then you add Sierra, another one. Her, I felt like she just became a singer so she could have access to rich guys. Because I'm like, you didn't care about music? Because every time you meet a rapper, you stop making music. So it was Sierra, it was Kelly Rowland, it was Serena, and it was Kim Kardashian. And at some point, sometime you'll see Larsa Pippen in there too, right? But if see, when Larsa was married, she used to love hanging around Kim. But when Kim married Kanye, Kanye said, I don't want to see this girl around you. Right? So that's one of my hypotheses. It's like he could, and I'm talking about Common over here. Drake is ridiculous. But my thing is I'm talking about Common too. Because even like I look at what's her face? Aretha, what's her face? Tiffany Haddish, right? Tiffany Haddish, maybe Common was serious. Maybe Common's like, okay, maybe I could marry her ass. But look at her behavior. She don't know how to act. She don't know when it's the right time, when it's the wrong time. The girl is drunk, chasing behind Shakira. Shakira! Everywhere she goes, she sees things. Keep your mouth shut. No, she comes out here. She tells what happened. Oh, Sanaya Lathan but she was a bit Beyonce. I'm like, girl, who asked you for all this information? Okay, she don't know how to act. Right? When it comes to pretty girl, Angela Rye also, I'm starting to look at her sideways as well, right? But when it comes to, I don't know, he might not. But with Jennifer Hudson, it seems like it's going pretty good. But that is one theory I'm proposing. Should a woman, y'all tell me what you think, huh? I'm gonna put that out here. That's my theory, right? That's the question. That's the question I'm asking. Okay, should a woman who wants to marry a man early on conduct herself like the hoes he used to know? I'm asking you. You tell me. Because when he's like, I'm like, if he's watching porn, if he's, sleeping around with girls that he knows he's not trying to be serious, I expect him to act a certain way with these girls. I expect them to like do all kinds of child, it's a lot. Right? Even it might sound crazy. Like you might not be ready for this one, but I do have to say it. Right? Because sometimes too, I do wonder if that's why certain men also cheat. You're like, Marley, what? Yes, I do wonder. Because I feel like there are certain things they don't want to do to their wives. Like, for example, maybe before you met your wife, you used to have sex in the booty. Some people are into that kind of stuff. I'm being honest, right? Because most guys, before you met your wife, you had a certain type of sex life before you met her. But because she's your wife, there are certain things that you might not want to do to her because that's your wife. You don't want to treat her body this way. right? So some men, they like to have sex in the okay, you get my point, right? Number two, you have men also who like, okay, but they probably like a very aggressive type of, okay, like when you're like gagging and stuff like that, like it's really like you're like choking and stuff. He might not want to do that to his wife because that's his wife, that's the mother of his children. So yeah, try to do all that to her. But the sex worker, yeah, he be like, oh. Right? You know what I'm saying? Some men also, they are into BDSM. He wants to be beat. Like, pew, 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 pew. He might not want to do that to his wife. There are men like that. They can have really like crazy, nasty, violent, like, sexual desires, whatever, but they don't want to do that with their wives because they feel like, no, that's making her dirty because that's the mother of my kids. That's that's my wife and stuff. He's not going, no, I'm being serious, Nikki. It is a real thing. It's a real thing. So he gets himself a mistress or he gets like the 3 or 4 people because he's like, that's because since he's paying, he can do whatever he wants. Some people have really sick fantasies, but they don't want to do that with their wives. They should, but they still want a family. Like some people like their psychology. It's like weird. But I'm just letting you know that like a lot of these BDSM people, where you go and they beat you and they handcuff you and do all kinds of weird stuff to you. Many of these men are married. A lot of men cheat. But some people cheat because the nasty things like that go into their heads. They don't want to do that with their actual wives. They're like, no, I'm going to have a separate person. And that's where I do all the nasty stuff to. But not my wife, though. Like I told you with the Arab guys, they be really perverted. Like a lot of the black girls who go there, like they poop on you, they pee on you. They'll pay you good money, though. But it's like they have these nasty kinks. But they don't see themselves doing that to a fellow Arab woman because to them, like, yo, she's sacred. But you're not his people. Right? So you're coming, he's about to pay. And because he's paying, well, he's going to do whatever he wants. If it's the gagging, if it's the this, if it's the right? But that's what I'm trying to say, you ninja. Like maybe the reason why, listen to what I'm saying, right? Do not be defensive. Okay? Don't be defensive. Don't be emotional. Listen to what I'm saying, right? Because we don't know Common personally. We only know what we see, and we only know and we've only seen like relationships that never led to marriage, right? Okay? We only see like, it's like there's a sickness. We only see like the manifestation of the sickness. Like we only see like the symptoms of the sickness. We don't know what the real sickness is. So my question to you is, right? Could it be that the way these girls see Common, because, oh, he's so handsome, he's so attractive, right? These girls try to hit him with the sexual stuff instead of maybe challenging his mind. Because he's already had all kinds of sex. He can have sex. That's nothing new to him. So you say, well, I'm going to give him the best sex he ever had. Is that really what he's looking for? Or for once, is he looking for a woman who can challenge his mind? That's the question I'm putting on the floor. So listen to what I'm saying. Do not be defensive. Right? Because what I'm saying is it could be that with certain ladies, Common was like, you know what? I could see her being my wife. However, the way she came at it, it made her regular. So he's like, no, I don't want that. Right? Because is it all the time that you put sex forward? Right? It's like, how they say, like, what do you buy a rich person for Christmas? Because they can buy themselves anything. They got money. Right? So usually for rich people, you got to be even way more intentional when you're picking a gift for a rich person because they can buy anything they want. So most of the time, right, it's not even a gift that costs money because they have money. So they can buy whatever they want. But oh, I'm going to go buy him a Bugatti. Why would you buy a multimillionaire a Bugatti? Girl, do you not see all these cars? You're repetitive. You have to now you got to start thinking like, what can I get this man? And in order to find the stuff that most people don't know what to get because he has money, you have to spend time to get to know him. right? It could be, let's say his mom passed away. Instead of trying to buy him something that he can buy for himself, you said, oh, maybe for Christmas, I'll make like a collage of like something with his mom. You'll have like a painting of his mom by like a world-renowned artist or something. You know, something like, wow, like you really had to know me to know that this would mean a lot to me. And what does that mean? When we're having conversations, when we're spending time together, and I tell you things about myself, you're actually listening. Think about what I'm saying. Because anybody can say, "Oh, I'm gonna go try to buy him a Rolex because you want to impress him." Girl, he doesn't need that. Save your money, right? But when you meet this person, when you talk with this person, when you fellowship with this person, listen to what he's saying, and then listen to the stuff he's also not saying. But if you recognize that, oh, he's told me that he was close to his mom has passed away, his mom had cancer, maybe what you'll do for Christmas, instead of buying him a Rolex, the money you would have spent on the Rolex, you make a donation to like a cancer foundation on behalf of his name and his mother's name. Like, oh, that's very thoughtful. Because you really had like, because now it's like, you can't use money because he already has money. You cannot try to buy him things. You have to learn to get to know who he is and know the type of gift that's really going to mean something to him. And because he's rich, the fact that you're not giving to him, but you're giving to somebody who needs it more than him on behalf of him and his dead mother, he's going to have more respect for you. Because he can have sex with anybody. Right? And I feel like the problem that I'm starting to notice, okay, yeah, you know, and okay, the problem that I'm starting to notice is that when a lot of ladies date the man that they want to be with, they're not listening. You're watching social media, you're looking at your goofy ass black sisterhood, and you know, okay, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna dress like this, I'm gonna talk like this, I'm gonna twerk like this, because look, you see, you're trying to let other people tell you what this means. No, talk to him. When you're talking to him, you need to actually listen. You need to listen. Because he's going to tell you what he wants. He might not say it overtly, but if you pay close attention, you'll start to understand like what truly matters to him. It's not cars. It's not more watches. It's not more. He already has all this bullshit. He needs something different. So when you say to yourself, you know what? His mom died of cancer. Maybe I'll find like a charity or a non-for-profit, and then I'll write a check on behalf of him and his mom for Christmas. And that'll be his Christmas gift. I'm like, oh, wow. Because of all the girlfriends he's ever had, nobody thought about doing something on behalf of his mother. But yet all these girls, he told them his mom passed away. And some of them, they brushed it. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. Okay, where are we going to eat? Oh, I'm so sorry for your loss. So do you want to be married? You see what I'm saying? And I think a lot of times people are being tested and they don't even recognize that they're being tested. Are you actually listening? You have to listen to what people tell you, and then you have to listen to what they're not saying, but their bodies is talking to you. You have to, when you're with people, especially people that you want to build with, I personally feel this way. One of the biggest gifts you could ever have in life is knowing how to read a person. You got to be good at reading people. Not distracting people or distracting yourself, right? Because all this sex stuff, this twerking stuff, being a bad bee, be sexy, it's nothing more than distraction. Some people might even find you more beautiful with like none of the stuff on. But the sisterhood, the society, the social media, but oh no, you gotta have your hair done, you gotta do this, that. He might like you just the way you are. Because he actually enjoys being around you. Right? But because you don't know, like, oh, well, I gotta do what I see in the videos, I gotta do what the girl before me did. There's a reason why she's no longer here. Hello? You have to study people's body, and it touches people. You see, I'll give you an example of myself. Take me for example, right? I've had situations, you guys. I promise you, I've had situations I didn't have money, but I needed somebody to do something for me. But you see me, when people talk, I listen. You know, just like when you guys come here, I'm intentional in memorizing your names, and it means something to you. That's why you keep coming back, because these lives are really long. Okay, these lives are long, and some days you don't like what I say, but just coming in and somebody actually greeting you, it makes you feel special. Like, you know what, this is my home. Like, I like being here. You have to be intentional when you want to be in a relationship with someone. But people don't realize that sex, especially sex early on, is nothing more than a distraction. It's very easy to sleep with someone, right? It's a lot harder to listen to someone and to actually remember what they're telling you. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, and because I was really thinking about, I'm like, God, why did it not work out? Because I'm like, she's very, Talitha, I think she's cute. I think she's pretty, right? I saw the boy because they went and found the boy. I was like, oh, he's kind of cute. I can see why she was attracted to him. He's a cutie, right? But then I'm like, her approach is probably where she cheapened her brand, because he went back to his ex. And the problem is she led with sex instead of leading it your tradition. I'm going to tell you this, right? Most young men want what? Besides the sex, and even that the promiscuity of most of these black men out here, once again, it's the culture. Because black culture tells a young black boy that being a man is to be promiscuous. You're going to lose yourself, little man. You're going to lose yourself. Right? You're going to lose yourself. And you're going to have a lot of problems. Kids over here, diseased over here, get cussed out over here. It's a lot. Because when a woman is scorned, Lord have mercy. Okay? So if you do that to a lot of people, I fear for your safety. Okay? Be careful, young man. You know, because we don't teach young black men to have sexual discipline, right? The culture tells you, be proud to be a pimp. And all these girls be some hoes. On top of that, he from Houston. Okay? That's the home of like pimp seeing them people, right? So they're like, oh, like people take pleasure in like, oh, I gotta be a pimp. I gotta have a bunch of hoes. Blah, 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 blah. That's how our young men think. The music reinforces that. The media reinforces that. Interaction with older black men reinforces that. These girls also, they super easy. So he's like, okay, maybe that's how you do it. No, that's not how you do it. Challenge yourself to be better. Okay? Right? But above that too, most young men want to be successful. They want to be successful. They want to have a great job, make a lot of money, have a nice house, and things like that, right? So for me, I feel like if you're a young lady and you have a strong tradition, your dad has a great business, your dad's a pastor, I mean, like your family got money, leverage that. Because once he realizes that your dad can open doors for him, your dad can do X, Y, and Z, I don't care how much he loved that girl, because everybody low-key, high-key is hypergamous. He gonna take it a little more seriously because you have something to offer that the other girl does not. One time we had the same conversation about Lori Harvey, right? I said the fact that her dad is Steve Harvey. Most of these boys that she dates, they want to have what her daddy had. So based on that, they're going to act right. Leverage that. Leverage your pedigree. Leverage your culture. Leverage your tradition. Leverage what you come from. This whole Meg the Stallion behavior, don't do it. Her daddy went to prison. I'm not trying to be mean, but it's the truth though. This girl can't teach you how to be successful in any relationship. She didn't have a daddy. Right? The reason why Meg does what she does because her dad was in prison. And most people in the prison, they look at these porn magazines where the girls do all kinds of nasty stuff, right? So of course his daughter gonna be just like the people he was jacking off to in the prison cell. She cannot help you. But the problem is we have a lot of young black girls who come from steady families, right? Who are looking up to broken girls who come from broken backgrounds, who were raised by a single mom while the daddy was in prison. And you want her to tell you how you're going to be successful. You're going to sell yourself for cheap. She never had a dad. She can't be your blueprint. She never had a daddy. Carisha cannot be your blueprint. She has no father in her life. JT cannot be your blueprint. She don't have a father. People, I'm not trying to be offensive, but it's the truth. I just got to say it, right? You cannot take people that never had daddies growing up. You cannot take little girls whose daddy was in prison growing up. I'm like, oh yeah, now I'm going to look up to her. No. You don't have the same culture. You don't have the same tradition. She's leveraging what she knows based on her culture and who her daddy is. Right? You have to learn to leverage what you have based on who your daddy is and what your culture is. You cannot act like those people. You're not that. But the problem is when you're told that you're blackity black, because you're black, every black person is your person. Because you're a black woman, every black woman is your person. No. You have to be true to yourself. And you got to be true to your culture. You have to be different. But the problem is too, when you mess with this culture, you mess with the sisterhood, you are not allowed to be different. Oh, so you think you're better than? Yes. Right? Because if this young man, you easily treat, like you give yourself off to him like anybody else, you wear Fashion Nova, them little, hoish ass clothing from the Fashion Nova, like a girl, he gonna see you just like he sees everybody else. And he's not going to see you like, no, this girl right here, she has legacy. She has this. Her dad does this. Like people think about opportunities. Think about how many men they wanted to marry this other girl, but because they met a new girl whose daddy had way more money, they went over there. Because who does not want to be part of a wealthy family? Who doesn't want to be part of a very successful, especially for a man? Who doesn't want to say, oh, my father-in-law does X, Y, and Z? Huh? I cannot stand them because they mislead people, Kevin. They mislead people. And they don't because it's a sisterhood where people don't say, you know what, you got to be yourself. I'm going to be myself, right? Like, no, we all got to be the same because it's a bunch of misery. Okay? It's a bunch of misery. And now she's suffering because she's from a household where her parents are married. So, of course, she wants marriage too because that's where she comes from. But the people that she hangs with or who she's trying to please, the majority of them, they were not raised in a two-parent household. So they're confused, like, why are you crying? Because you don't have the same culture. See, me, I understand her pain, right? Because I get like background-wise, like, okay, we're kind of similar, so I understand her pain. Because if you come from a family of marriage, right, that's something that you grew up seeing. So you say, okay, one day I want to be married too because my mom and dad are married. My sister's married. My aunties are married, right? So for you, it's like, it's normal. For the people on social media, especially on TikTok, that place is so damn radical, right? They're confused because on TikTok, you don't need no man. I don't want no man. I'm going to sleep with who I want. It's my body, do what I want. That's the culture. TikTok is extremely they are like extremely leftist, liberal. Like they're crazy over there. So they don't understand her. But unfortunately, because she leads with, oh, I'm a black girl with the black girl, right? The culture over there is you know what I'm saying? And that's why when you build your platform, you have to attract like-minded people. Because if you build your platform, let's say in your heart that you come from a good home, you were raised by a pastor, your mom is a first lady, you went to church every day, you didn't cuss in your house, your parents talked about holiness, stuff like that, right? That's how you grew up. But you're like, oh no, I want to be popular too. I want to be cool. So now you start embracing another culture. You start dressing differently. You dress more revealing. You talk all kinds of crazy. You start calling black men niggas when in your mother's house, you never call nobody no damn niggas. Right? But now because you're out here, because that's what they do. Because many of these people out here grew up in broken homes. So you hide who you are. You become somebody else. You put on a costume. No problem. You change how you talk. Right? But ultimately, it is not your culture. You're simply black. You're black. They're black. That's about it. You don't have the same culture. So as you're getting older, because it's your culture, you're yearning for the things that you know are true to you, which is like you want to be married because that's what you do. That's what your family does. But those people, that is not their culture. They didn't see marriage. Most likely they're not going to be married. You know what I mean? They might get pregnant, have a baby, but it's like, okay, that's what it is. Like, that's what we do over here. That's not what you do because that's not your culture. So when you're crying over a lost relationship or you're crying about a man, whatever, they don't get it. So they mock you because of it. And that's why culture matters. Right? That's why I say, like, you gotta be like you gotta be true to yourself. But people are so obsessed with, I gotta have this audience, I gotta build this audience, and they're not mindful of who they're attracting into their audience. So if you were raised traditional, like you're raised to believe in marriage, things like that, but you built your platform attracting a bunch of feminists, right? It's not gonna work. Because between who you are on social media and who you are behind closed doors, eventually it's gonna be a conflict, and you might, just like she is, you're gonna cry on the internet, you're gonna have all types of depression. Sometimes you don't want to do social media because it's not the real you. It's who you thought you had to be, because that's what a real Black girl is. No, that is one expression, but it's not all expression of Black girls. Like we're all different. But unfortunately, there is a mainstream like persona that's very prevalent that everybody bends the knee to. Like you're Black, you're promiscuous, you dress like very revealing, you have the long ass nails, you talk like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like that expression is very, very prevalent. So like, okay, I'm a bend the knee to that expression. But I'm like, that's not your culture. Why are you doing this? This is not you. You're not like these other girls. Right? Hey, babe. Right? And then you notice, if you notice, like, I'm gonna give you a good example, right? And I would say this, I thought about this too, right? It's like Lori Harvey, because Lori Harvey too, her dad went to prison, right? Her dad went to prison. But why doesn't Lori turn into a Meg Thee Stallion? Why doesn't Lori turn into a Carisha? Why doesn't Lori turn into a JT? Why don't Lori turn into who else? What's her name? Sweetie. Her dad also went to prison, right? All these girls, you look like, okay, yeah, your dad went to prison. I can already tell your dad was in prison. Because you look exactly like the type of girls in the magazine that your daddy most likely was jerking off to. You didn't have a daddy, and it shows. Right? It shows. Be upset, don't be upset. It is what it is, right? Yes, little baby. Mm-hmm. Right? And Lori Harvey, too. She could have turned out that way also. But what did her mom do? Her mom remarries a man that has nothing to do with what her daddy did in life. Like her dad was a drug dealer, went to prison, right? What's her name? Marjorie. She goes and marries a man who's in show business, like nothing to do with the street life. On top of that, she makes the man adopt Lori, because Lori has that man. She has Steve's name, but she's not his daughter. So he adopts her. She marries somebody different in a different lifestyle, a different world over there. She makes the man adopt her daughter, right? And then she pretends like, okay, we're going to pretend like this is your dad. Don't look back. Look ahead. Do not look back. Just look forward. He's not your father. That's it. That's that. No more questions. Da, 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 da. Lori Harvey's dad came out of prison. She didn't try to go meet that man. Right? Because her mom made sure not to raise her in prison culture. But some of these girls over here, you'll see their mom took them to prison. They're taking, you know, like how they have these weird like photo booths at the prison station. Like you'll see them making poses with the daddy in prison. Like you never should have taken your child to that place. And I understand why Phaedra did not want to take her kids to that place. Don't do it. So Lori Harvey, in her head, Steve Harvey is her father. So she acts accordingly. Right? But when a young woman, oh, my dad's a prison head, my dad's a felon, right? She become exactly what her dad, like the stuff her dad likes, because that's all he can give you. Because his idea of a woman is these triple XL magazine stuff. Like that's what he knows. So his daughter becomes just that. Right? So for me, like, I'm not trying to be offensive, but I guess it is offensive, so it's on me. But my thing is, if you are a young woman who was raised in a household with two parents, if your dad is an honorable man, when you conduct yourself, behave and move like you were raised by a man who's honorable. Okay? You can't come from that and say, oh, I want to be like the girl over there because she's more popular. Sure, whatever. But she's not marriage material. And most likely she'll never get married. Right? And there's a reason for that. There is a reason for that. So when you meet people, when you meet a person, if you want to be with the person, resist the urge to be promiscuous, to be a thotty, or I'm going to show him that I can do X, Y, and Z. No, hit this man with something completely different. Where most girls will have sex with him, maybe ask him to read a book with you. Okay? Where most girls trying to have sex with him, maybe you start cooking. Do something different. Do not be predictable, because any girl can dress all kinds of revealing and this. I'm like, this is crazy. And there's a way, and there's also a way to dress sexy. There's a way to be a hot mess, but that's another day, right? But try to do something different. Challenge yourself to be different. Do not lay in bed with this person, because once you do, especially if you do it too early on, you will be he gonna treat you just like everybody else. Because now it's like all the mystique he had about you, it is gone. It's gone. Right? So like, that's what I was thinking about this morning. I was like, you know what? We're going to talk about that today. Okay. Am I making sense, you guys? Are you receiving my message? But my point is, don't be embarrassed. Do not be embarrassed of where you come from. Like, do not be embarrassed. Like, if you have a 2-parent household, if your peoples are married, your grandparents were married, that's your legacy. Do not be embarrassed by that. That's who you are. And you can only be successful being who you are and what you truly know. Perpetrating and trying to be something you're not because you think you're going to be cool with the culture, it's going to backfire on your ass because you know nothing about that. That's not your culture. Like, it really is not. And the thing I cannot stand in America is that they're trying to make every Black person believe that mainstream Black culture is it has to be your culture. Like, you got to accept, no, it's not my culture. I don't recognize this behavior. Right? But if you come from a good home, you were raised right. You even like we'll get to her, but the mere fact that the man said, oh, if you moved out to Houston, right, maybe we can have a relationship. But based on how you're raised, so okay, I'll talk to my parents first, or you have to meet my parents. You see, that's a different thing, because the majority of these girls, they just pack their bags and they run behind a man. You see, now you act like a little bastard, little orphan. Are you Annie? You're not Annie. You have a home. You have parents. You have tradition. Yeah, that sounds great. I'll talk to my parents and see. Just something small like that lets them know she got peoples. She's not just anybody. Mess with them people's daughter, see what happens. But if you just pack your bags and run behind him, oh, girl. Now he's like, okay. After that, you can never spin the block about, oh, you need to respect my dad. You have to value my dad. Where? No. Little things like that. Let me see what my dad, you know what I'm saying? You might not even see what your dad, but just letting him know, like, you don't just make decisions on your own. Like, you have a whole village and stuff like that. He gonna start like, oh, wow, her family matters, right? You know, and then you say, because now since he says he wants you to move to Houston, oh, well, you know, remember how you said, like, if I move to Houston, like, we could probably have a relationship? Well, you know, my dad's having this thing on Sunday. Would you like to come over? Now see if it's serious. If he said, oh, no, I'm busy, like, yeah, fuck you, bitch. Trying to sleep with me, your dumb ass. Okay? If he says, oh, yeah, I would love to come meet your dad. Okay. All right. Does that make sense? Ladies, you got to be smart. Okay? Gotta be like a fox. You gotta be like shrewd. Be like, okay, let me talk to my parents and see. Then, like, 3 days later, you're like, hey. Remember how you told me about Houston? So I told my dad and stuff like that. He would love to meet you. I told him all about you. So he's having something on Sunday. Would you like to come? Because he's excited to meet you. Because we know a man who wants to have sex, he'll say all kinds of things because he wants to sleep with you. A man who's not trying to sleep with you, but he actually means it, he will do what it takes to make that happen. So now you bring it back to him. I talked to my dad. He seems kind of interested, but he's having something on Sunday. Would you like to come over? Because he really wants to meet you and see what more you have to say about Houston. If he's like, oh, I'm kind of busy, I can't. You have your answer. He was looking for a piece of ass. You ain't the one. Child, I'm not the one. You see what I'm saying? You don't say no. You flip it. You're like, okay, that sounds good. I'm talking about dad. Hey, remember that Houston thing you told me? sounds so great. Like I talked to my dad and he was like, he sounds like he might be on board, but he really wants to meet you. He's having this thing on Sunday. Like, I mean, it's no pressure. It'd be a bunch of people, nothing too serious, but yeah, like, would you like to come? Because we kind of have to like RSVP kind of thing. So let me know, right? If he's like, oh, I don't know what, let me see. Then you know exactly he was full of shit. Okay. But if he says, oh yeah, sounds great. Well, I'd love to meet your family. Okay, I'll be there. Okay. Now, I'm not saying he's the husband, but I like that he's not running away from me and your dad. Okay, come on Sunday. We got time for you. Okay? I cannot wait till you gonna come to my village. My people, they're gonna see you. You're gonna go through a whole spiritual scanner. We're gonna know what you're about. Okay? No. But if you're like, oh, because of the society and the feminism, oh, I'm 21, I make my own decisions, I got my own money, baby girl. What this man has in store for you, you're gonna cry blood. You're gonna cry blood. And that's why she's over here crying like this. I'm like, some of these girls, you need a big sister like me. I'm gonna help you. Right? Because you're out of order. And when you're out of order, bad things are gonna happen. He's not gonna treat you right. Because there's no man to check him. And that's what Pastor Vody said. When we don't have patriarchy, young men are going to be in crisis and there's nobody to check them. And when there's no one to check a man, especially a young man, he's going to do wrong by these young girls. He's going to take advantage because there's no one to check. There's nobody to check him. Once he knows that in your life, your father plays an active role in your life, I promise you, even if he had crazy ideas in his head, his brain is going to get calibrated properly. Especially if you have a dad, you have brothers, you have uncles, he needs to feel the lion's den. Like, you know how, like, imagine like a young lion is coming and he think you're all big and bad, but then your dad shows up. And then as your dad shows up, you got like 10 other lions who pull up. Welcome to the kingdom. Okay. Right? He's like, oh shit. Because when you're by yourself, you're a little lion out there, you think you're bad. Okay, until you pull up over here, not only the dad shows up, like you see Mufasa, and then all of a sudden you see all them lions showing up, like, oh shit, so all these men are in your family. Oh yeah, don't worry, they're really nice. That's what you say. But you know they're crazy. Oh, they're so nice. Oh, my dad, that's my uncle. They're so nice. Don't worry about it. But he knows he got to worry about them people. We will find your ass. I'm telling you, me, I don't play this type of games. We will find your ass. Try something. I kid you not. You're going to live to tell a story. But unfortunately, I don't know if you're going to be able to say it loud, though, because it's going to be some things inflicted on your ass, right? And that's why that's why I told you guys, like, healthy patriarchy, it matters. Healthy patriarchy, it matters. And that's why it is so evil to be a father. Like, even if you're a father and you're in the home and have a hands-off approach, you're doing your daughter a great disservice. Number two, if you have a daughter and you're not involved, you are doing her a great disservice because she needs you. She needs you. For this dating life, this marriage life, she absolutely needs your presence. And she needs you to be a badass. Like, when the men come and they see who her dad is, like, oh, wow, like he's crazy. Mm-hmm. That's my dad. He's so sweet. Okay. Because he was up to no good. And that's exactly my point. So he knew, don't start nothing. It's not going to be nothing. Just go. Okay. But it's better to know. But I'm like, yes, he needs to know. This is not the place. But you see, mainstream culture tells you what? I do what I want. I do what I want. And this is why we have bad results. And all this is traumatic. It's traumatic. Breakups, lies, deceit, broken promises, too many sexual partners, all that stuff. It's a lot for a young lady. It can drive you insane. I really like her. I felt bad for her crying, but I'm like, baby girl, you were out of order. You're out of order. What they teach out here, and she knows better because she grew up in church. But the problem is, when you want to be down with this, whatever this culture is, right? You hide the fact that you were raised a Christian. And now you start acting like your moral code is the code of a pagan. There you go. Go. You'll see. You know? Sweetie, her dad is a what? Her dad is what? Her dad's a prisoner. Her dad went to prison. Her mom is a city girl, a former city girl. She was a video vixen. It's like there's nothing in her head. That's why allegedly Sweetie can be with Quavo and then allegedly go have the intercourse with the Offset. Who does this? Who does this? Oh, well, he cheated on me, so I'm gonna go cheat on him with his brother. Like, what, like in your head, like, what is, I mean, even the way she eats, she'll have like ramen noodles and eggs, and she'll do all kinds of prison food. I'm like, what are you doing? Right? But it's like, if you're a young woman and you want marriage in your life, you cannot look up to this girl. She's very pretty, but there's nothing in her head. Right? And most likely she'll never be married. This is it. This is the most she'll ever be. Okay, she has 12 million followers. Who cares? Who cares? Right? But like the majority of female rappers, there's a reason why they are female rappers. There's a reason why they're so promiscuous, right? They didn't have daddies. So my thing is, if you come from a stable home, a structured home, a respectful home, you see how your dad is with your mom, you see how your mom is, you see how your mom dresses, how your father dresses, you see how your dad talks to your mom, you see how your mom talks to her husband, you see your aunties, your uncles, it's like you know what I'm talking about. That's your culture. Stay over there. That's your Black culture. This ain't your Black culture. Okay. It's different types of Black people with different types of experiences. Like to try to make it seem like, oh, everybody, this is it. We're all Black and this is what we got to do. Oh, no. I rebuke that. That's not true though. Right? You have Black girls who are bougie ass Black girls who grew up like super, super rich, like the Priscilla Schreier type of girls. You have Black girls who grew up with horses. This in their culture. You have Black girls who go to these bougie ass, like you have Black girls who go to a boarding school in Switzerland. Like that's their life. Like that's their reality. That's their tradition. It's mad Black people like that, like Georgetown, DC over here. They got all kinds of money. Their kids go to like this bougie ass private school. Like that's how they live. They mingle with very rich people. You don't talk when you chew. Like, that's their culture. We're not all the same. And people get so shocked when you're like, no, I don't want your culture. Like, what you mean? Like, you're anti-Black. No, I'm anti-you. You're ignorant. I don't want your shit. You're an idiot. Okay? And they want everybody to be idiotic. No. No. You see, and even like you'll notice that too, like even white kids who engage with like rap or whatever, right? They'll do that while they're in college, like high school, college, whatever. But by the time they get to like time that it's time to get married, they go back to country music. Right? You understand? There's a lot of white girls growing up like playing with Black people, playing the rap music, all the songs and stuff, being explicit, whatever. But when they get older, and it's that time for them to get married and stuff, they go right back to country music. They go back to gospel music. Oh, this was fun, but it's not my culture. Because they're in college now. It's not, we're having a good time. But when it's time for serious things to happen, right, they go back to the country music. Because that's their culture. Like, that's who they want to be. Right? So I'm like, you have to be true to your culture. And just because we're Black, we don't have the same culture. And that's the thing with me. I'm like, before I follow you, before I try to emulate you or be just like you, like, did you have a daddy in your life? Okay. Right? And I said the same thing about Lori. But if her mom didn't move the way that she moved, like, oh, I'm going to get remarried. I'm going to marry a man that's in a completely different life, move to a whole new city, make this man adopt my daughter, tell her that's your daddy. Okay, that man, he's just a sperm donor. That's not the daddy. This is your daddy. Okay, Lori Harvey probably would have been just like those people. And if you notice also with Lori's not really trying to be down with the culture. She is not. She lives her life. If you like it, you like it. But it's like, was Pilates a Black thing? No, she did her thing. They're like, oh my gosh, Lori Harvey does Pilates. Now everybody gonna do Pilates. Right? You're not gonna see Lori with a bunch of tattoos over there. That's not her culture. Right? You're not gonna see Lori sit here and be like, oh, let me tell you about my sex life, and let me tell you, girl. No, that's not her culture, baby. Right? When you see Lori Harvey eating, baby, it's like a little salad. I have screenshots. I was working on a video for her, like I'm gonna do about her, right? But when you see her eat, y'all, it's like small salads. There's a water with a little piece of lemon in there. Okay. Then you'll see other Black girls. They got like the mukbangs. It's the fried food. It's the macaroni. It's the fried chicken. It's the one up, the one up. But when it's Lori Harvey, though, you guys, that girl, she eat a little bit. She don't eat a lot. Exactly. Because she's not trying to force. That's my thing. She knows she's Black. So whatever she does is Black culture, right? If you're a Black woman, what you do is Black culture. So I don't have to try to be the culture. I am the culture because I'm Black. What's understood, that ain't got to be explained, right? But like Lori does her own thing. And that's her culture. Exactly. Whereas like over here, they'll say, oh, girl, there's nothing wrong with you. You know what I'm saying? Love yourself, love your fupa. No, that's not her culture. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I think I gained too much weight. Let me try to turn it down a little bit. What's like, oh, why would you lose weight, girl? There's nothing wrong with you, girl. Why would you lose weight for a man? But she lost weight for a man, for herself and for a man. She sure did. Exactly. You know, I don't know if I can see Lori. Let me show you. Let me show you what I mean. You'll see. Now I'm trying to find some of her food stuff. She doesn't eat a lot. You see, like, look, here's a picture here. We're going to get back to Keke. Y'all know my lines be like all over the place, right? But you see, she wakes up in the morning. She starts her days with a juice. Like she has like the celery stuff. Hold on. Right? And then like, what is this? Beauty food. Okay, so she'll eat something like this. Right? So that's how she starts off the day. Very light, right? Something seriously light. We have people over here, they'll eat like, I don't know, what they had last night for breakfast. Okay, yeah, sure. You know, all kinds of foolishness, right? Because over here in the mainstream culture, you just eat. You eat nonstop. Hold on, I'm trying to find the picture of her eating. Let me see. Even this picture too, like you barely see any food right next to them. Okay. You see, look, she barely ate what's on her plate. Hey, Jen, look, she barely ate what's on her plate. Did I not tell you, when you go out to eat with people, whether it's a date with a man, whether it's your friends, you go into a bougie restaurant, the rule of thumb is, especially for like French people over here, you always eat at home. You eat before you go to the restaurant. But you're like, Marlene, but why? That was spoiling, girl. Because people are not even supposed to see you chew. Okay? People are not even supposed to see you. No, it's not cute. Okay? And then when you go on a date also, you don't want to show to a man that you're a freaking ogre. What is this? You eat like just a little bit. Thank you. I'm full. He's like, ooh. He's like, oh, wow. You remember how skinny I used to be? You guys, I need to write a book about this. Every time you see her, she barely eats food. Her plate is like never crazy full. Like, I'm trying to see if I can make this big. Hold on. Can I make this bigger? Y'all look. You see? She barely touched her food. Whereas like some people, you take them out to eat, they gonna eat everything on the plate. They so damn comfortable. People are just way too comfortable. Okay? She barely eats food. Yes. So that way when you're there, you don't feel like overeating because you don't want to overeat in public. Y'all. No. You look at y'all telling on yourselves. Look at that. Telling on yourselves. Telling on yourselves. Don't you do that, y'all. Especially on your first date with someone. Don't do it. You eat it up. You eat at home. You know what I'm saying? Okay. You see, Val? And it's not that eventually you're going to eat, right? This is not forever. But it's like, you got to show people that you know when to stop. Like, I know when to like say, okay, enough is enough. Like it's little things like that. And it might not seem big, but I'm telling you, it's everything. Right? Even the cocktails, don't have too many. Because you got to show people that you know how to handle your liquor. Maybe 1 or 2. Okay, thank you. Can I have some water next? And you ask, like, you can ask for like a seltzer. Is that what it is? Like a seltzer with a little bit of lemon? Girl, act like you've been places. You know what I'm saying? Act like you've been places. Act like nothing surprises you. Maybe 1 or 2 cocktails, and you got to pace yourself with the cocktails. Don't be doing back to back, girl. It's giving alcoholic. you need to stop. Okay. Yeah. You can have like 2, maybe 2. You know what I'm saying? Because he's looking to see if you ratchet. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I told you this relationship stuff is like politics. You better be in the game and you better be strategic. Don't you dare. Oh, I'm gonna have this. I'm gonna have this. I'm gonna have this. Is the okay. Okay. Don't be a socialist. Oh, well, he's paying, so I'm gonna eat everything off the menu. Don't you dare. But, oh, this sounds interesting. Even when you want to order the food, y'all, here is the menu, especially if it's a bougie ass. Yes, I'm gonna get back to the Stairmaster. Especially if it's a bougie restaurant. You're like, oh wow, I love this menu. You've been here before. He's like, oh yes, okay. What would you recommend? Let him pick the food for you. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Oui, oui, mademoiselle. D'accord. Okay. We're like, oh, I love this. This is really interesting. Wow. You've picked such a great restaurant for us. I like this. This is really nice. Really, really, I like that. Compliment the man. Tell him you're so impressed. He picked a great restaurant. I love this. I love the selection. Have you been here before? Okay. What would you recommend? He'd be like, oh, I recommend the. You're like, you probably like, I wouldn't eat this bullshit. But you know what though? Like, okay. All right. I'll try that. I'll trust you. Mm-hmm. So you can order that. Yeah, I'll take that. Mm-hmm. Let the man order the food. Don't be like, oh, yes, so I want to have this. I want to have this. I want to have this. We're not there yet. Don't do it. The time will come. Okay? Don't do it. The time will come. But most time, if not all the time, when you go on your first day, especially your first day, second day, third day, let him pick. What would you recommend? Sounds good. I'm excited. You see, right there, you're showing that you know how to quote unquote submit. You're letting him lead. You know, and because you're already able before you got here, if he picked something horrible, it's not a big deal because you're not really that hungry though. Okay? You don't go to eat to be fed. You go there, you go on your first day, second day, third day for the conversation. Okay? You're not going there to be fed. He's not your daddy. Just yet. Okay? So you're like, okay, pick. Let him pick. Right? They bring out the food. You take a few bites, like, okay, this is nice. Oh, wow. You have good taste. I like this. Okay, thank you. I'm enjoying this. Right? And don't finish what's on the plate. Don't you finish what's on the plate. If it's really good, you might be tempted. But remember my face. I'm like, nope, don't you eat it. Don't you eat it all. If it's horrible, try to eat half of it. Okay? Take one for the team. Okay? You got this. I trust you. You got this. Okay? But like, that's how you got to think. That's why I always tell y'all, just because you Black, these people are not your people. You got to pick based on where you're trying to go in this life and what you want. That's how you pick your favorite Black people. Everybody ain't your peoples. Like when you read the Bible and they're all fighting and the Hittites, Amalekite, they all have the same skin color, but they're not the same people. They don't have the same culture. No, I mean, like, Val, it's okay. This is the reason why we met. Okay, now you know. Do better. Sometimes you gotta let bygones be bygones. It is what it is, right? When you don't know what you don't know. The problem is when you've been exposed to something, you know what I mean, and you refuse to implement, that's the problem, right? But you don't know what you don't know. And a lot of times, too, the stuff that's so evil is that people reinforce you staying ignorant because they fear you getting out the sisterhood. Because when people haven't achieved something, they don't want you to achieve something. Like, oh, no, don't change, girl. You're just fine, girl. Don't lose weight, girl. There's nothing wrong. No, because in life, there is something wrong. Because every day you wake up, you should want to evolve. So when people tell you, oh, no, stay the same, there's nothing wrong with you. Yeah, you want me to be miserable just like you're miserable. No, I'm not doing that. But I promise you, now you're gonna go on her page. You're gonna go on Lori Harvey's page. You're gonna pay it every time she posts about her food. You're gonna start being careful. You're like, oh, Marlene told me, because I promise you probably didn't see it. This girl barely eats food. Every time I see her plate, it's like small stuff. Even like it's like right here, she's having like fried chicken. She just ate just a little bit. Okay, because she's mindful about her size, because that's part of her sex appeal. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm like, this girl barely eats food. I have her food stuff on my other computer. Here we can't really see what's on her plate properly though. Hold on. Can I see what's on her plate? She barely eats. You see? Look at her plate. They have like some mussels here. But you see, there's barely stuff on her plate. They make it bigger. You see? The lady right next to her is having like salmon or something. Yeah. A little glass of wine. It's not too full. It's like she barely eats food. Let me see. That's her mom. You see? There you go. Another picture. You guys, I'm telling you, this girl barely eats food. I was like, oh, my goodness. Look at that. A little bit of watermelon. And it's not like the whole like big old slice. It's like a little bit of watermelon. You got what? Like cantaloupe, strawberries, blueberries. Boom, boom. Child, let that lady go. She ain't gonna change. Okay? And especially she knows people are looking at her also. So part of it is like, okay, I don't want to gain weight. Another part is like, I need to be mindful. See if I can find this. Where's the picture again? You see? Here's her plate. Maybe she did. Or maybe it was just like publicity stunts. I don't know. Look at her plate. You barely have any food on that plate. Well, I guess she did, because look how she's touching him, right? So I guess she did, because why is she caressing his ear like that? How bizarre. Uh-huh. Okay. Let me see right here. So that's her celebrating her 27th birthday. So I guess that's what she had. A beignet topped with caviar. Okay, a little beignet. You see? This is how she eats. That's how she eats. Because I was working on a video. I never posted the video. I'm not done with that video, though. But I was editing the video, right? I'm like, this girl barely eats food. Here's her mom. Little yogurt. It's probably like fat-free yogurt, like zero sugar yogurt with like strawberries and stuff like that. But like you'll never see her with like crazy food, like all kinds of food and more food and food and food and food and no. I have her food stuff in my other computer. You see? Some watermelon and the a mango, like a slice of mango. Yep. She doesn't eat a lot. Her plates are always like really small, and she barely eats what's on her plate. Okay. Whereas like over here, it's like, oh yeah, you need to be gorging on food, gorge on the food, gorge on the food. Yeah. Yeah. It's real. It is very real. So I'm like, you people are crazy. You people are seriously crazy. I am no. I don't identify with this. You are insane. Right? So I'm like, with her, you see, like Lori, she's not trying to be like blackity black. No, she's a rich little girl. Like she's a rich black girl. She's like, yes, and I took Pilates, and then I went to Pilates, and so yeah, it was fun. You know, she's not trying to force black girls to ride for her. She's gonna be herself. And if you're attracted to it, if you like it, if that appeases you, then sure, come over. Like it's not a problem, right? But I don't recognize that. You don't see her trying to hang around with Meg the Stallion and hang around with Carisha and hang around with those people. No, because they're not the same. Yeah, Kevin, she barely eats food, Kevin. I'm telling you. I was like, this girl barely eats. But she's mindful of what's on her plate. But you go on TikTok, you go on Instagram, you go on YouTube, the mainstream black girl, like, oh, eat more food. Girl, eat this. Girl, eat what you want. Eat what you want. Eat what you want. Eat whenever you want. Eat. Exactly. But she didn't care. She was like, that's what I did though. It's this video right here. Right here. This is what it was. Hold on.
Like what it is I specifically did to get my body to this point. Okay, so I just left my Pilates class and I see the girls are signing up for Pilates now. Love that for you guys. But everybody's been asking like what it is I specifically did to get my body to this point. So when Mike and I got together, I gained like 15 pounds of relationship weight and it was horrible.
You see, she said when Mike and I got together, I gained like 15 pounds. Right? If she was like ingrained in the sisterhood, that's who she would have as her main audience, right? So you're trying to tell me you lost weight for a man? You lost weight for a man? How dare you lose weight for a man? He should love you the way you are, girl. There's nothing wrong with you, girl. He's trying to change you, girl. He's a narcissist. You know how they do. Like, they're just crazy. You understand? But my thing is, it's not just any type of man. Right? Me, I'm not attracted to Michael B. Jordan, right? But that's a child of God, so I'm not going to be like, oh, he's ugly. But he just doesn't do it for me, okay? But he's very successful. He has a lot going for himself, right? And he makes a lot of money. So if you're able to secure a man that's, you know, I'm not into it, but I can't, like, he has a really nice body too, though. He's very fit, okay? So if you find the man that you want, he has the body that you want, he takes care of himself, he has a great career, he makes money, right? So, okay, this man is successful. As his girlfriend or his wife, I need to look the part too, because it got to make sense, right? Got to make sense, right? Especially if you don't have kids. You know, if you have kids and you gain weight, that's one thing. But if you don't have children, then what's your excuse? You don't have kids. You can't work out. Okay. So my thing is, it makes sense to say, okay, based on the fact that I'm his partner, I need to look the part. So I feel like I don't think he said, oh, you gotta lose weight. But she told herself, like, you know, maybe I can like dial it back a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So she's like, okay, I'm going to take charge. I recognize a problem. I'm going to take charge. I'm going to fix it. But because she's not in the sisterhood, for her, it makes perfect sense. Right? But then the sisterhood somehow came in contact with this video. Like, oh my gosh, she lost so much weight. Oh my gosh, that's much weight. But you see who she gets today? You see who you sleep with? It ain't the same. Right? Because people who want to marry certain type of people, they understand that, you know what, I also got to look a certain way for the kind of man I'm trying to marry. Yes. Now, like I said, if you have kids, it's different. I didn't always exercise. Like when I was young, I was just skinny just by nature. I started exercising back in New Orleans. You know? But like, no, I think I did once. Like after I had Trace rate, my first one, I think I did some kind of fitness, but then I stopped to lose the weight. And then when I lost the weight, that's when I started doing all these like the lookbooks I used to do. Right? But I was like, chat, what? You know? But the sisterhood, they would attack you because, oh, you're trying to lose weight for a man. Kind of. What's the problem? Right? So she's like, okay. because she sees her mom keeps herself together for her husband. So for her, like, I guess, like, in her head, it makes perfect sense, right? Her mom, she don't let herself go for herself, her man, keep it sexy, whatever. So it's like, why would she let herself go? You know, because that's her culture, right? Cool. Hold on.
None of my clothes fit. It was just not okay. So I've been
in the sisterhood, right? When your clothes don't fit, you say, oh, I gotta buy bigger clothes. Oh, how come they don't have my bigger size? What you mean y'all don't carry plus size? That's what I told you. The sisterhood is not the type to say, you know what? Just because they make bigger sizes doesn't mean I should wear bigger sizes. That's why even me, I don't have lots of clothes. Like, I didn't buy maternity clothes. I think I bought like 2 or 3 out, like something like that, because I'm not gonna wear them for long. I'm not gonna buy them, right? I don't have a lot of fat clothes, so I barely have, like, I don't have clothes. Most of my clothes is like when I was smaller. I'm like, well, it's up to me. Either I can lose weight and wear these clothes, but I'm not buying clothes in my size. I refuse. Like, I refuse, right? But it's like there's this, people are so comfortable to say, well, since they make a bigger size, it's okay if I gain weight. But okay, but when do you stop? Because so when you're gonna be a 12, then a 14, then a 16, then a 20, and a 24, right? Because with them, it's like you always go up, you never go down. Yeah. That's the sisterhood. Like, oh, why would you lose weight? The only time they can consider losing weight if it's liposuction. But even liposuction, they can only lipo like 10 pounds out of you. Okay, so it's like, oh, I'm gonna go get the gastric sleeve. But that too, like, you can have a lot of sagging skin though. So while you're still young, right? It's okay to say, you know what? Let's go down. Okay, just because they make a size 20 or size 24, it does not mean that you should wear a size 24. Okay, just because they make a size 22 doesn't mean you should wear it. It's nice to know it's there, but it should not be in your closet. It should not be on your body. Okay, why? Like, seriously, why? Okay, all right. I'm like, no, y'all crazy.
Consistently doing Pilates for like the last year. I've done it for a few years, but I've been really consistent the last year. And when I was trying to drop weight, I was working out like 5-6 times a week. And I would even do, like, for the first month and a half, I think I did 2-a-days. So what I would do was, I was in a calorie deficit. I think I maybe was consuming like 1,200 calories in a day max. And I wasn't on like a specific eating regimen. I just was trying to do like meat and veggies and like minimal carbs. And then I had this.
Because the thing is, it's easy to go up. You can go up like this. If you want to be super ratchet, you can go up 3 to 4 sizes in 6 months. Putting on weight is so easy. Oh my God. You can put weight on in your sleep. Okay. Losing weight. Oh my God. It's a battle. So that's why, man or no man, even you yourself, you should tell yourself, like, okay, this is it. This is my ceiling, right? I can't go past this size. Everybody should have a size that's like, oh, this is a hell no. Okay. But the sisterhood is like, oh no, it's okay, girl. You can rock whatever you want, girl. Girl, it's okay if you're bigger, girl. No, it's not. Thank you. Just because they make a bigger size, it don't mean I want to be bigger. I'm tired, okay? Because, sorry, who doesn't feel better when they become smaller? I'm not saying like be a size 0, size 4. For a lot of Black women, it's not realistic. Because you might be a size 4 on the top. But sometimes the behind, like, you know, all this, it's really hard to be like a size 4, size 6, right? Because, you know what I'm saying? But up here, you might be a small up here. And at the bottom, you might be like a medium, a large, whatever, because, you know, all that, right? But my thing is, though, who doesn't enjoy being smaller? Just for like your own health, like ease of movement and things like that. Like, it's so much easier to be lighter. The sisterhood, they will never concede to the fact that life is so much easier when you are lighter. It's okay. Because God forbid they have to give up some food. Oh my gosh. Okay. But I'm like, girl, food is not going nowhere. We're just saying, like, you need to learn to have portions. And that's why I say when you go to the restaurant, right? It's not that you shouldn't eat the food. Like maybe eventually, if y'all really together, you can eat the food, right? But in the beginning, when he does not know you like that, you got to show that you have self-control. And so when you have smaller portions on your plate, he's like, oh, wow, this woman knows how to eat. I was listening to Tony. I'm going to play Tony for y'all. I didn't forget about Keke. We'll get back to Keke. Okay. But, you know, Tony Gaskin be like, you know, he'd be sipping a little bit. But he was saying a thing this morning. I was doing my hair. I was like, Tony, so this part right here, I agree with you. Right? And as soon as you say something about you have to unbig your back, they lose their minds. I'm like, girl, why are you in a love affair with food? So you love food so much that you're going to miss out on your best dating life. Like you're not serious. It's heavy. And they're so delusional. Right? But I'm like, sometimes I'm like, let me get this straight. Because you really cannot be this dense, right? So let's say you had to lose 50, if you could lose 50 pounds, and they told you, okay, lose 50 pounds, right? You'll meet the man of your dreams. I'm talking like the body, the face, the height, the career, the money, the social circle. So you're not going to give that, you're not going to give up food for that. Oh my gosh. I'm like, at this point, food has turned into a principality in your life because it's never that serious. Because most people are like, you know what? If I can have the best life that I want by shedding this weight, I'm about to do it. And that's my other issue with the sisterhood is that it's never about the willpower to become a better version of yourself. It's always about being rebellious. Well, I ain't got to do it. Well, if that's the case, then he can go. But I guess, shut the hell up. You know damn well you don't mean it. Okay. Yeah. So Val, if you're 5'10", and you tone your body up, oh, you're gonna be a goddess for real, for real. Because there's something about when you snatch your body up, like with weight loss and weight training, it's a different look. It's a different, like you're gonna eat. But the girl be like, oh, Val is very pretty, but we're going to let her be big because when she's big, we're not threatened by her because it, like you at 5'10" with some heels on and your body snatch, it's like a goddess. And these girls don't want to see that. They want, oh yeah, she's 5'10", but she's overweight. She's at home. She's crying. She's lonely. Then they call you a sister. No, I rebuke you. Go somewhere. I don't like you. Like, no, you're not. No, I don't like that. I'm like, some people, what they want is, it's what they truly want, what you truly desire is on the back end of your weight loss. You can have something great, but no, you got to sit here and cry and it's just food. It's not going anywhere. We're just saying eat less. We're not saying stop eating it. We just say eat less. That's it. How dare you tell me to change what I eat? How dare you? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. You cannot be serious. No, Boo. We're not against being thick. Like, thick is one thing. Obese is another thing. Right? We're not against being thick. But a size 24 is not thick. It's obese. Right? I can see how a size, even like, I can see a size like 10, 12, even some type of 14. I can see that being a thick. 24, 26, 30, you're not thick, you are obese. A 20, you're not thick, you're obese. Right? Because for me, Serena Williams, she's thick. Like she's muscle, like she got like a big butt and like them big thighs, like she's in shape though, but she's thick. Some people need to stop lying. You're not thick, you're not slim thick, you are obese, okay? That's it. So I'm like, even me, I'm obese. Like it's not no slim thick, no, it's none of that. Let's call it thing a thing, okay? You see, 183, and I promise you, I'm sure you look a whole lot different, right? And it does something to the eyes. Like, it just does. But I'm like, this girl, she barely eats food. Because the food is not her priority. Other things are her priority. Her social life, who she gets to date, how she travels, her career, the clothes she can wear, her brand partnership. Food is not the most important thing in her life Food is not her brand. Success is her brand. Luxury is her brand. Okay. Food is not her brand. But for some people over here in the sisterhood, food is their everything. It's like you have to stop. Okay. It's excessive. Okay. It's truly excessive. If nobody told you, I'm going to be the first to tell you. Okay. It's excessive.
Sprint interval circuit that I would do. So I would do Pilates in the morning, and then I would leave there, and I would sometimes directly go to the gym and hop on the treadmill for 30 minutes. And it's a specific sprint interval workout I did. So if you guys want that, I'll give it to you later. So then I would do that. Or I also like to do like a hike, or I would go run the stairs, just some type of cardio. That's how you drop, because Pilates alone is not going to make you lose weight. It's just going to give you long, lean muscles. So yeah, that's how I did it.
Wow.
You see? Because I found videos of her. I told you I was working on a video. Okay. So she does Pilates, but she does strength training. So like that's what's going to make you thick. All right. You get me? And yes, Sky also works out there, but like their membership is like $30,000 a year or something crazy. Hold on. Let me see. Is it? Yeah. You see? And to me, like, I wouldn't call her skinny. I would be like, yeah, she's like, to me, I'm like, yeah, she's slim thick. She's not bony, like, you know? I feel like she got some meat on her. But it's good for her frame. I like it for her frame. Let me see what else I got to show y'all. Because she works out, you guys. Let me see. There's this one, like, she's working out with her mom. Let me see. You see, you got to decide, like, what are your priorities? Is food going to be your priority? See, she was a little chunky here, right? Is food going to be your priority? Or what you want going to be your priority? So here's, I think this is like her, that's not her mom. But you see, mainstream culture over here, the sisterhood, you don't work out. You're ran by your emotions. You sit there all day, you cry all day, you eat food, you drink alcohol, you go to the club, you smoke hookah. I mean, it's just, oh my gosh. I don't like it, so I ain't gonna lie. Okay? But my thing is, like, you know, with the sisterhood, these are not normal images in the sisterhood, right? Or you have the other sisterhood. It's like, oh, I wake up in the morning and let me show you how rich I am. Let me show you how much this I got. All kinds of like crazy stuff, right? I don't know, whatever they do over there. They stock their fridge. They stock their eating bunch of carbs. That's why I hate those restock videos on TikTok. It's nothing but sugar and carbs. Like, you about to really eat this? Oh my gosh. They never buy salads. Okay. So I'm like, this is like, that's not a normal thing. So I'm like, okay, like, you listen, I can't tell you not to do something, right? But it's like, I think it's better for you to be yourself. That's who she is. She lived the life of a very rich, privileged black girl overall, because that's a very rich life, period, right? But it's like, you wake up in the morning, like you drink like you make your own juice, like you juice in the morning, right? You have some type of like celery juice. I don't know. You take your supplements, you take your vitamins, right? You head off to Pilates, right? Like, you do what you actually enjoy. But a lot of these black girls, the first thing they do, they wake up in the morning, they turn on TikTok, they start talking about some crazy ass story. Like, girl, it's only 9 o'clock in the morning. Like, what's all this? Right? Then you go lift some weights, you try on your clothes. I mean, that's you live your life that way. And then if they choose to, if they like it and they want to copy you, then so be it. But it's like she's not trying to be down with the culture. She lives her own life. That's her black experience. Right. And I'm asking you to define your own black experience. Like, that is not derived from the mainstream culture. What is your black experience? Like, what's going to be your black way of doing things? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, think about that for yourself. Be yourself. That's all you can be. But I'm like, this sisterhood right here, they have nothing good to offer you. I'm waging war against the sisterhood. I don't like the sisterhood. Yeah. You have to like take care of yourself. You know what I mean? And like trying to learn things that you don't know. Because these girls out here, they swear, they love to say they don't need a man, don't want a man, but they hella promiscuous. Why don't you just close your legs then? Okay? Make it make sense. They don't know how to get what they want. It's a bunch of sore losers. I keep telling you, they're a bunch of losers. They are sore losers. They can't have what they want. They don't know how to have what they want. So instead, they lead with sex. Because they don't know how to have what they want. Don't be that girl. Okay? If you build a great life, especially like health, fitness, like, you know, mindset wise, if you build that for yourself, you're going to see great results. I promise you that. Okay. Lead with your mind, like lead with your intellect. Don't lead with your emotions or, you know, allow yourself to be corrupted by these people. Yeah. Exactly. Like Mark said, right? Real black perspective, not commercialized buffoonery. Thank you, Mark. Sugar is poison. It really is poison. Right? A lot of people can have what they want. So that's why I say, like, when I thought about like Serena and things like that, I was like, you know what? Is it that Common does not want to get married? Or is it the way that these girls like present themselves that they just cheapen their brain? He's like, you know what? I gotta go. I can't do this. Because he's looking for a woman that's right here. You're operating here because you want to be so locked in with the culture. That culture is not conducive to marriage. It truly is not. So good job to Lori, you guys. I mean, you can see she barely eats food. And she goes to this very expensive gym. It's called the Dog Pound. They have their own YouTube channel. I'm sorry, Instagram. Ooh, child. When I tell you their membership is like $30,000 a year. I'm like, oh my gosh. $30,000? Yeesh. But if that's what you want, though, you got the money, you're going to do it. You know? And everything is not super revealing, like, you know, but it's still sexy, though. I think, you know, it's very sexy. Like, to me, it's really sexy. It's very elegant, right? Because it's one thing to look sexy. It's another thing to look hella cheap. You see? I'm like, this outfit right here to me, it looks cheap. You know? There was one thing she wore. I was like, girl, what are you doing? You see? It's like, yeah, like, oh, you want a boyfriend, you want a man that's serious, whatever, but you're going to have to change how you dress this. Because I'm like, what is this? There was one outfit I saw. I was like, girl, what is this? Hold on. You see? Think about what you're wearing, child. You see? You got to be mindful, like how you might not mean harm, because once again, you want to be relatable. You know, it's the culture. Everybody wants to be relatable. I'm telling you, be very careful. Be very, very careful. Think about the type of man you want to attract, and you know, being relatable might not be for you. Okay? Be very careful. Let me see if I can see your girl. Hold on. Where is she? You see? there is, to me, I'm like, there is the right way to do sexy, and then there's a cheap way of doing sexy. All right. And I feel like a lot of our young ladies, they need to learn. Okay. I really do. Not trying to be mean. Not trying to be mean, you guys. I'm really not. Right. But my thing is, you have to study the people who have what you truly want to have. Don't become bitter and just settle for being a loser, right? If at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again, right? But even to me, like this picture too, like wearing all white pajamas, I feel like it's hella sexy. But you're not going to see Lori Harvey on the internet with a bonnet. Now, she could wear a bonnet, but you ain't going to see it. Okay? That's not the brand, right? You're not going to see her take out her cornrows on the camera. Okay? No. Think about your brand. I'm just saying. Be mindful. Let me see over here. Hold on. Okay, good. Okay. So now we're going to go back to Keke, y'all, right? I'm just be all over the place, but you know how it goes. Where's this video? Right here. Boom, boom. Okay. Let's go back to Keke. Hold on. And her crazy mom.
That honestly wouldn't surprise me none because I don't trust nobody in that industry, especially nobody regular in 2023. But neither here nor there. I'm going to let y'all listen to the clip and I'll come back with some commentary. Y'all let me know what y'all think. Take a listen.
All you do is that you put it through? That you put it through?
What the fuck is you saying, ignorant?
That you put it through?
Can you speak English? That's part of the reason why you can't get no acting job.
I'm sure.
Your articulation is poor.
I'm sure.
What the fuck are you saying?
I'm sure.
Armand Wiggins.
If only you actually like.
Put it through? What does that mean? Can you put it through?
He's trying to do the whole child actor parents sacrifice their childhood gag.
Oh, well, okay, well, we got
look at her.
$30 million today.
Look at her. That's fine.
Yeah, I sacrificed her, I guess.
Okay.
Armand Wiggins.
But what did your mama do to you?
Huh?
She fucked you up.
My mom's fine.
You should have been a child entertainer.
I'm
You
good.
should have been one. Maybe you would have more gumption. Maybe you would have more get to it. Because your mama fucked you up. She turned you into a punk-ass mama's boy who harasses a woman. What kind of bullshit is that? Your mama should be ashamed of herself. She should be telling you, why are you harassing this girl, Jerry?
Because
why are you doing this?
Let's say horrible things to her.
she's the one that kept wanting to come back around. Trust me, I didn't want this.
But that makes no sense as to why you harass. You know, there's no need to say horrible things and send me this Usher picture. There's no reason for that. You do that because you're nuts. There's no reason for you to say that. Jezebel, calling me Haiti. That's all unnecessary. You do all of that unnecessarily because something's wrong with your mind. It's not normal. You sound like you have a broken brain and you need to go to see somebody because you're chemically imbalanced. There's nothing that I've done for you to stay on that page. People have endured more. I've endured more from you and I don't do that to you. I don't sit up there and call you all kinds of names and do stuff like that. You randomly have an episode and then you harass me for an hour straight. That's what you do.
Now I'm gonna
it's not normal. It's not necessary. You can just not talk to me.
I'm gonna harass you. Usher's bisexual. He sleeps with men, you stupid motherfucker.
Armand Wiggins.
This motherfucker on earth.
You should know you spend a lot of time with Dorian.
Usher. You was a dumb motherfucker. And then you let your family, you let your brother talk you into, oh, hey man, look, your brother's a too. His reputation in Hollywood is he's a fuck boy and he's an asshole and nobody really likes him. Lauren London don't like his ass.
Armand Wiggins.
So at the end of the day, you the Jacksons are fucking jokes. You guys are fucking jokes. That's what you are. You're a fucking joke. So don't blame Keke for being a joke. You was a joke before you met her.
Armand Wiggins.
So don't blame her. Don't call her. And what man thinks they're going to call the mother of their child bitches, whores, you've been run through, but I'm gonna come and get the baby. What kind of mental motherfucker are you? Nobody does that, Jerry. Nobody does that. What woman wants their child to go be with a man who calls them and bitches? That's the stupidest thing I've ever. If my daughter ever give you the baby after you call her, I'm gonna beat her ass.
Armand Wiggins.
And you know what?
Baby's gonna be back in my arms. I'm like, the inevitable's gonna happen. He's gonna grow up to be a man, a real man, and he's gonna go ahead and come on over. All right. Dad, I'm his dad. I'm his dad. I'm his dad. I don't care about what you all think. I don't care what you think, especially Keke. I don't care about what anybody else thinks. Sharon, your opinion is very little to me. You're wasting your breath right now, Sharon. You're wasting your breath right now. You're wasting your breath right now. Trust me. Yeah.
Armand Wiggins.
Bro, I've seen this like 20 different times, Sharon. It doesn't faze me anymore. None of what y'all do faze me anymore. Come on now. Where's my son at? Where's my son at?
Armand Wiggins.
Okay.
That's what I'm about to do.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. You are a cliff motherfucker.
I'm sure.
I don't know what the fuck my daughter done saw in your big ass.
Armand Wiggins.
I'm about to fix it.
That's what you raised. That's what you raised.
You are, yeah, and that's what your mama raised. Suckers.
Okay. I'm sure. I'm sure.
You probably dicks too.
Okay.
Armand Wiggins.
Yep.
You are a motherfucker.
All right, so about a bullet.
Keep fucking around, I might get somebody else.
All right, so about that bullet again.
Armand Wiggins.
With me, you might get in your ass.
Okay.
Keep fucking with me.
Okay.
You motherfuckers don't know who you dealing with.
Y'all have no idea who you stepped up and play with, but it's all good.
I tried to be nice to you.
Yeah.
I tried to be nice because I thought you had some mental problems.
Nope.
So I tried to be nice. But you gonna talk about my daughter? You gonna harass my daughter? You gonna talk about Usher? Usher is gay.
Armand
You
Wiggins.
and your stupid ass family don't even understand the business. Usher is gay, guys.
Armand
Told her to
Wiggins.
put some clothes on. Told her to put some clothes on.
Give me into Usher.
Told her to put some clothes on.
You are stupid.
Told her to put some clothes on.
You are a stupid man.
She's a mom. She has to put some clothes on. She's a mom. She has to put some clothes on.
His family are crazy, chaotic,
Yeah.
harassing
Okay.
people.
So where my son
They
go?
are harassing my family. They are harassing my daughter. And
Where's my
I'm
son
not
at?
going to
Even
let
Even Marcus Johnson, the nigga that your brother's named after, his
So,
kids
no,
told me
you
y'all
are
are
not
crazy.
allowed in the
Okay.
house.
He was the one in the video.
Nowhere
They
around.
told me that you and your brother's crazy. It's crazy because your brother's named after their dad.
Right.
And they said y'all are nuts.
I'm sure. I'm sure.
You got to go. Can he still hear me?
Oh yeah, he is.
I'm just waiting for my son. Where's my son at? It's football Sunday. He used to be with his family.
Armand Wiggins.
Fuck you, nigga. You ain't got a family. That bitch ass family, your fucking brother, your sister that you chose, your immigrant bitch ass mama, nigga, please.
They have nothing to do with this. They have nothing to do with this.
Jerry Springer family.
They have nothing to do with this.
Yeah, they do.
No, they don't.
do. Your bitch ass
Armand
mama,
Wiggins.
She fucked you up. She the one got you thinking you can go around and harass women, but your daddy harassed her.
Okay.
And your grandmama told me his mom's crazy. We've never been able to do anything with her. I don't know why my son stayed with her, but yeah, she's crazy. And if Darius is listening to her, he should be ashamed of himself. That's what your damn grandmama told me.
That's what his dad
Your
said.
grandmama told me your mama was crazy, and that if you wanted to listen to your mama,
She's
then
schizophrenic,
you
and so is
let
he.
you go.
You both need medicine.
Yeah, the grandmama said
Armand
that
Wiggins.
if you wanted to keep listening to your mama, that Keke needed to let you go. Because Keke is a brilliant person, and Darius should be lucky to have her. So if you think she's a whore, then why don't you take your list and find the woman that you want to find? Why are you over my daughter's house? Why are you
Armand
over
Wiggins.
My son.
call her bitches?
My
Go
son.
find you a Mexican.
For
Why
my
harass
son.
me though?
My son.
Why harass me? You don't
My
have to
son.
harass me.
But for my son.
But you don't have to
My
harass me.
son. Where's my son? Where's my son?
You need to stop harassing
Where's
me.
my son? That's all I'm just asking for. I'm not here for her.
Where is Ricky?
Armand Wiggins.
And you know how you know that Keke's full of shit? You said this man is harassing you. He's harassing you. Give him the baby so he can get out your house. Where's the baby? Either you say, you tell him up front, I'm not giving you the baby. Leave my house or I'm calling the police. But why are we still talking? Right? So I'm saying, like, she likes this. And what she did, like, I didn't realize it the first time, but I'm realizing now that I'm listening to it. It's like her and her mom, they want to convince Darius that he's the crazy one. I'm like, the level of gaslighting from these two ladies is crazy to me. No, you're crazy. So-and-so told me that you're crazy. So-and-so told me. You spend time with him. What do you think? And if he's crazy and then you have a baby with a crazy man, what does that make you? Okay? But they keep telling him, like, they keep bringing up people to try to legitimize that he is like a crazy person. Oh, this guy that your brother's name after, he told me y'all crazy. Oh, Lauren London said that y'all crazy. This person said that you crazy. You crazy. Girl, bye. You're trying to gaslight this man. Go sit out the way. Oh, stop harassing me. Why? No. If you guys agreed, if he told you he's coming to get the child today and you're not answering his messages, you don't pick up the phone, you're sending him to voicemail, you're blocking him, you want to make it seem like he's harassing you. You can simply pick up and let him know. Yes, you can come get the baby, or no, you can come get the baby. Get your lawyer. We're going to court. Why are we doing all this? Your mom said you just made $20 million. Why are we doing this? Right? You can reply to the man. No, I'm not going to let you take the baby. Take me to court. Or, yes, I'll take the baby. Why are we still having this conversation? It is so bizarre. Because they want to subjugate him. I'm like, this is what this is. This is mental torture, right? Because either you give him the child, he goes, right? Or you don't give him the child, he also goes. You decide. If you don't want to get the child, call the police. They can come and get Darius out your house. You know? But it's like she just wants to assert power over him. And then she's going to berate him. Her mom's going to berate him. And they're going to try to convince this man that he's crazy. Because he wants to see his son, to take his son to play football, like go watch the football game. He's not crazy. It's Sunday. Get the man his baby. If you don't want to get the baby, then let him know. Then he knows that you go get his lawyer. I'm like, why are we doing? I'm like, all this, you mofo, I'm put a bullet in your head. It's so extra. Is he going to get the baby or not? And my boy's like, where is the baby? So you knew he was coming. Because obviously the baby's not in the house. Where is the baby? Where's baby Leo? Because she's his mom. He's a baby. Where is he? So you took the baby somewhere else because you knew he was coming to the house today because he told you he's going to take the baby to the football game. Why are we doing all this? Oh, my gosh. Like, it's just, oh, my goodness.
Oh, child, y'all heard that. And let me just say this. From what I'm hearing, the mama is fed up with Darius. Darius's posture in this whole thing is if they just all crazy and he's just innocent.
Yeah, but now he's right, because now it's like, who's crazy now? Right? So now here we are. So now who's really crazy? This man is so crazy. He's so crazy. He's so crazy. So you went and had a second baby with the crazy man. So what does that make you? Because now who's really crazy? Mama's like, I don't know what my daughter's on you. If she brings me another baby, if she goes something, I'm gonna beat her behind. Well, girl, she brought you a second grandbaby. Yeah. Because I'm like, now who's really crazy? Because here you go. Exactly, Kevin. Exactly. Because if he's crazy and you had a baby with him without first knowing that he was crazy, you are even crazier. Because you have more to lose. We don't know who he is. Like, he ain't got no money. He ain't got no job. He a trainer. Right? But you get pregnant about this man, and God forbid he gets full custody, you gonna pay child support. So it's like, now who's crazier? You're crazier. Your mama talking all that mess, only for you to go back to this man and let this man get you pregnant for his second time. A trainer just like Cassie's husband. Exactly. So now who's really crazy? Keke's the crazy one in this picture. She's really crazy. Because this is really crazy, right? And I'm like, oh, this yappity yap. I'm like, to me, I'm like, it's just excessive. And I knew she was going to be pregnant all over again. Because what you just saw Keke and her mother try to do right there, it's exactly what Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner tried to do to Kanye. And Kanye said, no, y'all not about to do this to me. Right? But they're trying to subjugate you. Like her mom, they want to dominate you. The way she dominates her husband, Keke want to do that to Darius also. Like, I'm like, it's just crazy. It really is crazy. I'm like, look at you now, sis. I knew she's gonna get pregnant again. Yeah. No, because everybody strokes her ego. Nobody tells her the truth, though. I say she's a child actress like her entire life. She took care of her family. Like, she's the breadwinner of her family. So do her parents even parent her? Because I told you, I'm like, it's kind of weird, too, that this whole conversation, her mom is taking the lead, and we never heard from her dad because her dad should have been the one checking Darius. Why is the mom checking Darius? You're a woman. What are you doing? You're out of order. Right? And even as a mom, if you want to intervene, you need to intervene as a mother. Okay? Like Darius, I don't think right now it's a good time for you to be here. All the time to put a bullet in your head. That's usually what a man says, not a woman. Right? No, her mom is married, I think. Keke has her dad, Mr. Palmer. We don't hear from him, though. I wonder why. You see? And that's why I told you when it came to Clay, like AD from Love is Blind, right? I said, for me, I would never marry into a family full of nothing but women. I told y'all. Love is Blind. I said, I will never marry into a family. When you walk in there, it's nothing but girls. There's not a single man. Nothing but females. No, they're crazy. Mm-hmm. When was that? When did they have that, you guys? Because I did record it for y'all, right? When I saw that scene at the altar, I said, oh my gosh, hold up, wait a minute. There are no men in this family? Yeah, when did they have Love is Blind during season? Hold on. I still have the footage on my phone. There you go. I got it. Oh, it was March 9th. Okay, no problem. Let me see. When he said no. Okay, y'all, hold on. I ain't going to play the sound, but let me make sure y'all can see. Let me turn off this light. Okay, so you don't have too much of a glare. Hold on. Y'all, forgive the glare. Okay, but it might be better that way, actually. But remember, when Clay said no to AD, I can't play the sound, right? Let me go like this. Y'all remember the scene from Love is Blind, right? It is nothing but girls. There's not a single man in that family. And I was like, me, Marlene, no, I could. If I was Marlon, I couldn't do it. I could not do it. Hold on. Oh my gosh, what is this thing doing, child? You remember the scene? Look, it's all girls. Like, it's an entire family full of girls. There's not a single man in that family. And I was like, me, I couldn't do it. I would not recommend this to anybody. Okay? I cannot. Because it's like, there has to be at least like some, like you have a godfather, you have an uncle, You have a dad, like, because who's balancing all this female energy out here, right? No, that's just way too many women. No, no, no. Thank you. Gotta go. Okay, because look at Keke and her mom already. That's just two. That's just two people, right? These two ladies alone. Look how hard they're riding this man. Now imagine if Keke had all kinds of sisters. She had like 4 sisters and her mom. Ooh, Jesus. Ooh, Jesus. Right? And that's the problem. If you want to be a man, if you want to lead your household and things like that, you have to be very careful marrying a woman or having a child with the woman who's from a very like matriarchal family. Because it's gonna be, if her mom is crazy, it's gonna be hard. And even for her too, it's gonna be hard because she gonna want to be a matriarch in her family just like her mom. Okay. So it's a lot. I mean, they have a chance if they go to therapy though. And if Keke can actually respect him for who he is, because he most likely would never make as much money as her, right? So she has to be willing to respect, what's his name, Darius? Like, she got to be able to see him as a man for who he is. Because most likely he'll never have as much money as her. He'll never be as famous as her. But she got to find that, you know what, there's something special in him. Like, there's something about him that's worth respecting and loving, right? But my problem is, I feel like when they started dating, right, Darius had no problem with her paying for things. He probably moved into her apartment, moved into her house. He like allowed her to do things for him, and now she don't respect him. That's why you gotta be very careful. You gotta be very careful as a man. Don't be tempted to be a soft boy, because when you go into your drizzle era, it's gonna be a lot of disrespect after that. Because any woman who has to pay bills for a man or take care of a man, it might be cute at first, but eventually she's gonna resent you. She will resent you. He needs to step up, right? And I'm like, after everything, she humiliated him publicly, no public apology, right? She almost ruined him publicly, accusing him of being an abuser. You know what I mean? Like, she did a lot of things to him, right? With no public apology, and he's going right back to her, and he's getting her pregnant again. I'm like, you are also he's dumb though. I don't know if he's crazy, but he's definitely stupid. You know what I'm saying? And like I said earlier, when it comes to her, that's me. When I look at her, when I look at Serena Williams, I'm like, Serena, I think she got with that man because she wanted to have kids that are light skinned. I really do. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's how I feel. This girl too, I feel like she wanted to have a child that has certain features. It's the same thing I also said about Janae Aiko. I'm like, when I look at Orion and I look at Big Sean, I do feel like those two guys right there, they kind of look the same. So I'm like, she wants her children to have certain features. Exactly. So it's like, yeah. Because why would you accept that over your life? So let's get back over here. Hold on, let me see what I say. Right? If you get caught, if you commit murder, right? If you commit murder, you don't get to say, well, Maria influenced me. It was Ruva who told me to go shoot that person. Right. They could have said these things, and it's very true. But ultimately, you shot the person. You shot the person. That's it. And that's why I feel like a lot of girls don't like accountability. They don't like to hold themselves accountable. Right? That's what happens. If he seduced you and you fell for it, well, you were the sucker for it. That's it. Better luck next time. Next time, if you do get pregnant and you want to keep your baby, don't let anybody cause you to go unalive your baby. Keep your baby. Yeah. But my point is, had Darius been a criminal, had he been locked up in a prison, had he been on drugs, had he been under a bridge, I think she would have been super happy that she had an abortion. Yeah. Right? So I can't sit here and act like part of the story she's telling, the way she's telling, and the things she's saying has to do with the fact that now he's dating a celebrity. And as a woman, you feel some type of way.
Right? Because that's Keke Palmer. And you're just a regular person. He pretty much, I'm not trying to be funny, but on a social level, like he upgraded. Right? So you're not going to sit here and tell me that you don't feel some type of way about that. Because he upgraded. Right? And what do we do as women when we're upset? We go for somebody's character. We attack a person's character because we're in our feelings.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. That's how the game goes. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know what I mean? She learned. I guess one time she terminated. The next time she kept her baby. You know?
Yeah.
Exactly. Right? But we're not going to act like, my thing is like this whole like reproduction thing, when it comes to having a man's child, we're not going to act like women don't know the pros and cons. Right? Why do the majority of women who get pregnant by Future don't have an abortion? Even though he's a deadbeat, even though he's crazy, like there's so many things that are wrong with Future, right? But why is it that the majority of the females who are pregnant by Future keep the pregnancy? You know what I mean? Why? Ask yourself that question, Ruva. You know what I mean? These women, like I'm trying to tell you, these girls are not damsel in distress. Like I know it's like, oh, she's a woman. I have to defend her. I have to come to her side. No, a lot of them are willing participant of their own destruction. They're not damsels in distress. You understand? A lot of girls know that Future is toxic, but they want to get pregnant by him. And if they do get pregnant, it doesn't matter what Future says. It doesn't matter how many cars he promises. It don't matter how much money he say she gonna keep the baby. Because even though he a bum, he's not just any type of bum, right? He's successful. He has money. He's one of the most popular rappers in the world, etc., etc. She gonna keep the baby.
She is.
Right? My thing, what I want you to understand too, even if Darius told this girl, do this, my thing is, looking at Darius too, the reason why she also did it, because in her heart of heart, she was not convinced that he was going to be successful. You understand? You think if Darius could have a chance of being the #1 draft for the NBA pick, she would have had an abortion? These girls are not stupid. Nobody does girl math like a girl, okay? Nobody does this type of math better than us. And we need to be honest with that, right? If Darius was set to be the #1 draft pick for the NBA, you think whatever he told her, even with a gun, you think she would go have an abortion? She would have kept the baby.
She would have kept the baby.
If she had to go live in a different country so he couldn't find her, she gonna have her baby and then come back to America, you bet she gonna do it. And you bet even her family gonna help her pay for the plane ticket to go live in a foreign country and then have the baby. And once you have the baby, you come and then we put him on child support. She's not gonna abort. So the majority of the time too, when girls do have abortions, because low-key, high-key, they want to have the abortion. Because you don't trust that the man whose baby you're carrying is able to provide or he's able to give you status. Right? All these girls who got pregnant by Nick Cannon, they couldn't have abortions. Even if he said, oh, go have an abortion, they would have kept these pregnancies. Because, yo, I'm pregnant by Nick Cannon. I have a baby by Nick Cannon. Oh, low-key, high-key, if you have a child with Nick Cannon, your children are brothers and sisters to Mariah Carey's children. These people are not stupid. These girls are not stupid. They pull up the calculator and they do the math like, damn, you get to share a family tree with Mariah Carey, the mother of Christmas. You understand? Like your kids might low-key, high-key go to Mariah Carey's house one day. You just never know. Look at the lady who got pregnant by Matthew Knowles. You really think she couldn't have had an abortion? But why didn't she? Because she wants her daughter to be Beyonce's sister. So it's like, people are not stupid out here. People are not stupid. Like, people are not stupid. These girls are not stupid. These women are not stupid. They're not damsels in distress. They're like, oh, I just didn't know. I just didn't know. No, they know. They know. And it's like, and I would wish many of them would be a bit more honest. They know. The lady who got pregnant by Matthew Knowles and she kept the pregnancy and she pushed that baby full term, she knew. She wanted her child to be related to Beyonce. You know what I'm saying? Because you figure like, yeah, maybe she'll be mad at first, but maybe one day she'll forgive and then my child can go to Beyonce's house.
Yes.
Right? Because you want clout too. People are not silly. Just like when you're a woman and you mess with a married man, you don't have to get pregnant. Right? You allow yourself to get pregnant because you want the wife to know about you. Like, we're not like, I'm not trying to be funny, but we're not, we have to stop acting like, oh no, like she didn't know. No, stop. Right? Like when Coleslaw is messing with Martell, you could be Martell's other woman without getting pregnant. But you couldn't do that because you wanted Melody to know that you existed and you wanted to feel like you and Mel were equal. So you got pregnant. Because you know, and a lot of these side chicks too. Hold on, Britt, I'm gonna take your comment down. A lot of these side chicks also, they know a lot of women will stay with infidelity. They know this because listen, when you've been with somebody for a long time, y'all make a lot of money together, you got kids together, you have houses together, you have businesses together. Like going to a divorce, it's too much. Like it really is too much. And when you go to a divorce, also it's public. Sometimes people don't pay their taxes. Sometimes people pay less taxes. Sometimes people hide money. They hide assets. So you know, a divorce is very public. So once you have lawyers and the court system in your stuff like that, listen, it can get messy. So people gonna stay, right? Because they know what kind of bodies they bury together. They're gonna stay. But you know, for the majority of women, right, they don't really have an issue with the infidelity. What most women have an issue with is when it becomes public. Like, don't embarrass me. You can cheat. You know what I mean? You can cheat, but don't embarrass me. A lot of women don't have an issue with infidelity. I keep telling y'all this.
That's true. Infidelity
is not a deal breaker for everybody. A lot of women don't have an issue with it. A lot of women know my man, it is what it is, right? But he takes good care of me. Her issue is do not make me a public embarrassment.
Yeah.
Right? And the problem with having a baby is that when there is a baby, you can deny that there was an affair. Right? If people come and say, oh, your husband cheated, you might be like, no, he not. Girl, what? You know, you can deny it. Right? But once there's a baby, the baby is proof that there was an affair. You can't deny there's a baby. Who got her pregnant? Especially if the baby comes out and he looks just like your husband. Girl, bye. That's your husband's baby. And that's the part they cannot take because now you've made your transgression not just public, but like it's like a whole human being is out here, right? And that baby represents the fact that you were out there. So that's when most women leave. Right? We saw this black girl yesterday. She posted, what's her name? The girl from the TV show. Nicole, you were on her page. I saw you like leaving a post there, right? But she made a whole post about divorcing her husband. What's her name, y'all? Let me show y'all real quick. Hold on.
I cracked myself up.
Who sent that to me? Who sent it to me? What's her name again? That Libra girl. She's a Libra. What's her name again?
Oh,
we just talked about this morning, right?
Oh, what's that girl's name?
Oh, here it is.
Joy.
Kiana Watson, right? Hold on.
Let me see what else. Did I talk about her?
And spending time together. Okay. This started at the end of September. Sorry for saying it, but that's why sometimes
look at kids
are behaving has me seriously concerned for the future.
Hold on, let me see this.
Good or bad, right? So my main question, like my main concerns, like when it comes to when it comes to Darius, it's not so much how much money he makes. Obviously, how much money he makes was not a concern for Keke as well, because she obviously knew who he was. She knows who she is. I'm sure she logs into her Chase account and she sees her balance every day, so she knows how much money she got. And most likely she knew how much money he had because she knows how she met him, right? So I was very concerned because I'm like, is he a suitable partner for you based on how he was raised, right? So fast forward to this, here we are, okay? We see all these pictures, you know, people are like, she filed the restraining order. Some people have read the restraining order, so I'm gonna read that for you as well. Another part I also found very concerning because obviously, I mean, allegedly the abuse has been going on for 2 years. Okay. They've been together for 2 years. It seems like the abuse has been going on for 2 years. Okay. So I'm like, how did you both find that it was suitable to bring a baby into something so volatile?
Yeah.
Right. You started off with violence in the relationship. And you're bringing a baby into this mess because I really feel bad for the child. I really do. I'm like, he's 8 months old, and there's all this fighting. There's all this stuff in the media. There's restraining orders. There's cameras. There's assault. There's accusations of domestic. It's a lot. It's a lot. And even when I don't know if you guys saw, if you've watched any videos of anybody reading her request for a temporary restraining order, right? It is a lot. Even for me, it was a lot. Okay, this is a lot. So how did y'all do the math and figure out that it was suitable to procreate with this type of like dynamic going on in your relationship? So that too was very concerning for me. Okay. I think a lot of times when you have like allegations, I'm gonna just say allegations. I think a lot of times when you have allegations of physical violence, domestic violence, and things of the sort, right? It's like, okay, we see a man physically assaulting a woman, right? Especially if we do love the woman. So it's like, oh, that's it, that's that. She's the victim, he's the bad guy, right? Everything's on him, nothing's on her. Let's keep it pushing. I don't really move that way a little bit, so please don't be offended. Please don't be offended, because me, I'm always like, how in the heck did we get here? Right? How did we get here? And I feel like even when it comes to, because that's why I have anxiety about making these types of videos, because if you're not, oh my gosh, like Darius is a demon, you know, Keke should have known, Keke should have stayed away from him. He ain't ish, he ain't got no money, he broke, you know, he's a bad guy, lock him up. Like you'll see, there's a video of his, like he recorded her mother saying, oh, you mofo, I'm gonna put a bullet in your head, right? And then you have a lot of ladies saying, yeah, you know that's right, you know that's right. She don't play about her daughter, she don't play about her daughter. Like me, I don't move like that. Okay, I don't move like that. I don't sanction that type of behavior. You know what I mean? So I don't think like most people. So sometimes I'm like a little bit afraid of like making videos, because mainstream has a way of thinking that I don't really think like that.
And I'm gonna tell you guys why. You know, because I might be like, I'm about to start crying. You know, little babies, they don't ask to be born. They truly don't. Look at little baby Maverick right here, right? Imagine, like, you see baby Maverick right here. Imagine if me and Jimmy were in this house yelling, screaming. You can, like, you see, even though like I'm talking to you guys, I'm somewhat loud, but I think he knows like it's a peaceful conversation, right? But imagine if me and James were in this house throwing stuff, just y'all be like, oh my gosh, is Maverick okay? Because you wouldn't even think about me. You wouldn't think about James. Like, y'all some grown ass people, go die somewhere, right? But you'd be like, oh my gosh, is Maverick okay? Is Stefan okay? That's the first thing you think about. It's like, oh my gosh, y'all doing all of this in front of the baby. I'm going to put a bullet in your head. What? Because we see too many unalivings, like domestic abuse stuff, like where people killed the people, they killed the mom, they killed the baby, then they killed themselves. Like me, like I am really scared. Because I like America, it don't take much for people to go crazy. Okay, and I mean that, right? So for me, that's why I was very disappointed in Keke's mother. Because I'm like, no matter what, no matter how upset you are, at the end of the day, you are still grandma. Right? Because people think being a matriarch is cussing out people, emasculating men, and all that weird stuff. No, matriarch is like you are the mother to all people. If you feel like there are deficiencies in the way he was raised, etc., you also have to give him grace. Like, maybe he wasn't raised right. So try to help him to be better. Try to help him. If you think he has a broken brain, y'all need to help him to not have a broken brain, because whether we like Darius or not, because of baby Leo, we need Darius to be at his best. If you love your grandson, you cannot rebuke the father of the child. Because guess what? If Darius becomes a drug dealer, one day when Leo is old enough, he gonna go looking for his dad, the drug dealer. That's how kids are, right? If Darius gets locked up in prison, when that boy is old enough, he gonna look for his dad in prison. So if we want Leo to be successful, we gotta also encourage his dad to be successful. That's what love is. You want, oh, I love my grandbaby, but I don't like the mama. I don't like the daddy. Then you don't really love your grandbaby. Because if you love your grandchild, you're going to go make peace with that person. Because I'm the grandmother, but I'm not the parent. Right? You're the grandma, but you are not the parent. The child needs mom and dad, and he needs them to be healthy. So like I said, you have the right to be upset with Darius. But the first person you got to talk to is your child. You say, I raised you better than this. Now here we are. We are in this conundrum. We got to fix this. Now you got to start being strategic, right? So y'all got to start talking to him in a way that you can help him to fix his brain. But I'm like me, I was really upset at her mom, because I'm like, she was there by herself. And you have no idea how he showed up. Don't even know if he had a gun. He could have killed your child, because the way you were talking to him, and y'all say he has a broken brain, and you talk to him this way, that's just reckless. And that's why there are many people out here, right, No, they don't care, babe. And that's why many people out here today, many women do not have successful relationships because their mama is toxic. There are a lot of women who are going through a divorce because their mothers are toxic. Because if she had a good mom be like, daughter, I hear you. Even me, the fact that I know what he's doing to you, it really pains me. But we got to think ahead. We have to think ahead, right? We got to calm down. And it's like today, the women today, they're more rowdy than men. Like, it's crazy to me, you know? And that's the thing, like the movie that Priscilla was talking about. Yeah, she was very reckless. Because he's there. Like, I'm like, you don't even know if he has a gun. And then you talk about, oh, your daddy got guns. So you know that he has access to, like, I still can't get over that part. You put your daughter in harm's way. Because you couldn't wait to, I'm going to tell him about himself. Girl, shut up. You're not looking at the bigger picture here, huh? There's a baby. There's an 8-month-old. Calm your ass down. Because the bigger picture is, even if they're not going to be together, we got to make sure that they can co-parent in a healthy way. It's for baby Leo. Because he didn't ask to be born. So when you think about your baby, bring it down. You think about your grandbaby, be like, you know what? If it wasn't my grandchild, I'll cuss your ass out. Beautiful. So bring it down. You're going to be okay. But a lot of these women out here, they don't know how to be calm. Calm your ass down and actually learn to talk. Talk quietly. It's okay to say, Darius, I don't like your behavior. Darius, I told Keke to remove the child because I felt as though we all need to sit down as a family and have a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Learn to talk to people. Learn to communicate with people. And not just that, learn to solve conflict in a healthy way. And this is why a lot of people not get married. And this is why a lot of people getting divorced because the mother-in-law is really toxic. No sagacity about herself. No class about herself. No decorum about herself. No peace about herself. It's like there's nothing maternal about you. And you think because you're cussing out this man on behalf of your daughter that somehow that makes you maternal, girl. Ain't making that goofy shit. Okay? That's not what being a mother is. It's easy to say, Darius, I want to talk to you because I don't like your behavior. We got to talk about this. Certain things have to change. You see, it's the same thing. You don't have to cuss at people. Right? But you as the mother, like as the grandmother, as the elder of all the people here, you should be the calmest and you should help these young people to realize what truly matters and remind them the way y'all acting. Tomorrow, if your son sees this, is he going to be proud of both of y'all? This is shameful behavior. Right? Like me, if I had a daughter and she had him, I'm not going to be talking about his penis. I'm going to put a bullet in his head. I've never shot a gun in my life. I don't kill people. That's not what I do. Like, what the heck? I might talk for 6 hours, though. Right? But you also got to ask yourself, how did you raise your daughter that she ends up picking a man like that? Because she picked him. So the call's coming from inside the house. You got to talk to your daughter first. She's your number one problem. He's not really your problem. He's not your child. But you can learn to have a good relationship with him and you can help him. You know, maybe that's why God chose you to be his mother-in-law in a way, right? Because maybe there's certain things you know that you can help this boy, right? But I'm like, this woman right here, you're not really maternal because any child that comes into your life, you should be able to embrace that child. Like, you know what? Maybe there's a reason why God brought this kid to my life. That's why if you want to marry somebody, make sure her mom is not just religious, but make sure her mom is spiritual, that she really has the heart of a Christian. You know, you got to have love for people. You got to have love for young people. You know, it's really hard to navigate relationship, being young, having a child. You know, it's a lot. A lot of things is changing for them. And obviously, there's a lot of foundation that both of these kids did not have. So we have to help them. We got to show them what it looks like to have a healthy argument. You know, a lot of young people, Black people, brown people, they didn't really grow up seeing people argue in a healthy way. This is what they see. I'm going to cuss you out. I'm going to shoot you. I'm going to beat you. Always making threats and stuff. Like, this is enough. It's enough. It's abuse. It's enough. It truly is enough. And you don't mean violence or more violence. You are reckless. I'm like, y'all not even thinking about the baby. Like, this is just insane. Because we the whole time, like, where is the baby as they're doing all of this? That's just insanity to me. It's insanity. And that's why sometimes some people, if they want to be married, sometimes, like, if you come from a family, if you know your mom is toxic, she needs to stay out of your love life. If your mom is not the type to be like peaceful, if she's not the type to be diplomatic, if she's not the type to know, like to calmly and logically resolve conflict and stuff like that, don't even tell her stuff, because all she gonna do is just add flame, just add more flames. No, it's okay. We got it. Thank you. It's enough. Like, I'm like, it's excessive.
But for me, even we'll get to the mom situation. For me, you don't answer violence with more violence.
Yeah.
Okay. That's just not me. I don't believe in that. You understand me? Because even for like, oh, he's about at the end of the day, no matter how you see this dude, Keke saw enough in him to lay with him and get pregnant by this man. Right. So, and ultimately too, because for me, I feel like even when it comes to us, like, we're just bystanders, right? We're at the public. We're just being nosy. This stuff is here, so we're consuming it. But when it comes to Keke and Darius, her mother, and Darius's family, right? You guys will always be a family because you have baby Leo. Okay, there's a baby here. There's a child. There's a son. There's a grandson. There is a great grandson. There's a nephew. Right? You guys are all family. So when tensions get high, that's how I feel. When tensions get high, people have to remember, we have to think about the child, right? Because one day the kid's going to grow up and see all of this, and he going to judge all of y'all. And another thing is, I wish a lot of women would understand this, and I mean this like respectfully, right? It doesn't matter how you see the father of your child, right? It doesn't matter how horrible you think he is, how much of a bum you think he is, how he ain't ish. Like, when it comes to your child will always have love for his dad. You understand? You can have a father that has never been present. You could be the most devoted mom and do everything for that child. They're still going to go look for that dad. You understand? You can have a father that's in prison, locked up in prison. I'm talking like hard time, like maximum facility security prison, clank, clank. Okay. All right. The child is still going to go look for that, the dad, right? You can have a father that lives under a bridge that is homeless. The son will go look for his dad. You understand? And that's the part about children, that if you're a parent or if you plan on being a parent, we all need to understand that, right? Just because you don't like the father or you hate the father or you could care less about the father, it won't take an ounce away from how much love a child has, especially a son has for his dad. He's going to go looking for his dad. You understand? And the more you push the dad away, the more he's going to want to be like his dad. Right? Like we said here, we saw the interview between Jeezy and Nia Long, right? Of all the things his dad did, right? All the things his mom did. He remembers more the bad things his mom did than what his dad did. You hear Jeezy talking, his dad's a hero and his mom is the bad guy. But you start to think about it, but if your dad is so awesome, why did he take you with him? Right? Because sons have a tendency of idolizing their dads. Sons have a tendency of like, oh, I don't see nothing wrong with my dad. They won't see it. Right? So it's like that is something that everybody that's involved, you have to keep that in the back of your head. You understand? And when you decide to hey, Adrian, when you decide to deal with him, no longer deal with him, you got to think about that. Because one day my child will see, right? And it's better for the child himself to see exactly who his father is, as opposed to you trying to make him see his dad in a certain way, because they will backfire.
And that's something I truly believe. I'm making myself cry right now, but that's something I really believe, you guys. Boys truly need their dads. They really do. And that's why I always preach forgiveness out here. I always say forgive, let things go. Let things go. Because if you don't forgive, if you hold on to nasty feelings, you hold on to bitterness, right? You're going to push that father away from his son. You're going to harm your son. And before you know it, the streets going to come get your baby. If you don't want your child in prison, learn to forgive. Learn to forgive. If you don't want, I'm telling you, black boys are at risk out here. Like, it is a real thing. Black boys need their daddy. Okay? You're like, Maria, I'm hurt, child. Even Jesus was hurt. Look at the bigger picture. Do you want to nest your pain or you want your child to go to prison? Okay? Because broken little boys are a threat to society. It's a real thing. It's a real thing. It's a real thing, right? That's number one. Number two, whether it's a mom or a dad, never encourage your child to hate the mom or hate the dad. Don't do it. You're going to mess up your child. You are truly going to cause mental harm to your child. Being a parent requires a lot of maturity, right? Being a parent requires a lot of maturity. And when you are a parent, you have to learn to let things go. You truly do. That you may not be corrupted, you may not be compromised, that you may be focused on your ministry to raise the best child, raise the best son, the best daughter, the best children that you can. And that's why you got to stay away from people who want to help you or make you continue to hold on to a grudge. Oh, girl, don't talk to him. Girl, don't forgive him. Girl, shut up. Okay? I know the plans I have for my child. Prison is not one of them. Being a high school dropout is not one of them. Him being a teenage father is not one of them. So if I have to forgive, I will forgive. But God, if I forgive this person, make sure my child is successful. Okay? If God can make that promise to you, let it go. Let it go. And stay away from people who don't want you to let it go. If they want to ruin their kids, it's on them. Because that unforgiveness stuff, that bitterness stuff, it festers in the household and nothing good comes out of it. If you consider yourself to be a Christian, if you consider yourself to be a child of God, a real one. I'm not talking about people who worship their skin color and they worship their private parts and then they call themselves Christian. No, you're a pagan, okay? I'm talking about a real Christian person, the one who submits to the voice of God, right? Bible says obedience is greater than sacrifice. Obey, forgive, let it go. Let it go. Right? God, he sees everything. In due time, he gonna make it right by you. But it's not your place to seek revenge. Always move with love. Do it for your kids. You might look foolish to a whole lot of people. Don't worry about these people. They're silly. They are truly silly. Right? Don't listen to them. Do whatever you can to make sure your children are okay. Do whatever you can to make sure that your children emotionally, they're not broken. Try your very best to not break your children down emotionally because you can't let something go. Understand? You could have a child who's like, like little Maverick right here. You don't even know your baby right here. Maybe one day he'll be like an amazing CEO if you do things the right way. It'll make you very proud if you do things the right way. Do not trade your child's destiny for your petty grudges because you allow pain and anger, the trauma, all that kind of stuff. Next thing you know, where he was supposed to be a big banker somewhere, now the little boy's in prison because you traded his destiny with your bitterness. Okay? I think about the big picture. And that's why I always say you got to think. What do you want? Do you want to be right? Do you want to win? Or do you want your children to be successful? And I would hope you would put your kids above yourself. So if you do, let it go. Let it go. Somebody's like, oh, Marlene, somebody asked me today, but Marlene, why do you forgive so easily? I said, oh, because I'm tired. I got bigger problems. Okay? Let it go. Let it go. Right? In my DMs today, a few people sent me like a bunch of stuff about the other girl that shall not be named, right? They're like, Marlene, look at her. This is what I can't stand about her. And I was like, but you need to pray for her. Me, I'm done with that situation. I don't know if people don't think like I'm done with her. She's like, but I was like, I don't hate this person. She's not my enemy. I don't hate her. I don't have a problem with her. Anything that happened, honestly, she did me a big favor because I learned a lot. And I'm better because of it. God gave me a baby. I have a beautiful baby. My little co-host. Don't want to stay quiet, right? But that's my blessing. That's my focus. Like that person, I don't really care. Maybe now y'all seeing the things that I'm seeing, but I saw that like years ago. I moved on. Life moves on. So if you want to keep following her, pray for her too. She's a human being. Pray for her. We all need prayers. If you really can't stand her, block her like she blocks everybody. Carry on. Right? But I'm like, my children to me are just way too precious for me to waste my time, my energy, and my heart holding on to foolishness. It is really stupid. Okay? I was someone before, I'm someone now, and I will always be someone relevant. Point blank, period. I do not care. I wish her all the best. So you have a choice to make. But I'm like, stop sending me stuff about this person. I don't care. I truly, and I mean it honestly, I do not care. Okay? Because you gotta learn to let things go. Let it go. It's never that deep. You know what I'm saying? And even I feel like I'm gonna tell you this too. I feel like even sometimes God triggers certain people to do certain things because maybe like, one thing about me, I will say this. The way y'all say, oh Marlene, you predicted this, right? I've always felt like I was prophetic. Honestly, I even feel like I have a prophetic ministry. I really do. I truly feel like I have a prophetic ministry. I just didn't want to do it. Okay, since I was 16 years old, that's when it really happened. Like when I got my deliverance and I was baptized, like fully baptized by immersion and stuff like that, I spoke in tongues like right away. I started prophesying like right away. Because even like reading the Bible, I was always attracted to prophets. Always. Like, ooh, I love them. Micah is my favorite. Okay. But I didn't want to do it though. I'm young. I gotta go live my life. Right? Gotta go run a business. Oh no, I'm young. Gotta live my life. I'm in college. I ain't got time for that. I'm in grad school. I don't have time for that. Then I said, gotta go run a business, right? But I was like, you know what? Maybe God allows certain things at certain times. Like he lets people. Yeah. But I'm like, maybe God sometimes like God lets things happen because it's like it's time for you to move on. Because maybe my true calling is talking to people. Maybe I'm supposed to be like the next Oprah Winfrey. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I am, but better than Oprah though. Maybe I'm meant to talk. Like maybe that's my gift. Like maybe that's what I'm really trying to do. And maybe whatever I was doing before, I was hiding because I'm like, I don't feel like doing this. I'm like Jonah. Okay, I'm like, God, I don't like people. Leave me alone. Right? I want to do it. I've resisted that for a very long time. My friend was like, Marlene, I had a dream and I saw you preaching to people. Like, girl, bye. I'm tired. I don't want to do it. Okay? Because it's a lot. Ministry work, it's a lot. Talking to people, it's a lot. Pouring into people, it's a lot. It is a lot. Even when I was in Columbus, my pastor mom said to me, she said, daughter, I said, yes, mom. She was like, you have a street ministry. Because I just talk to people. It's just the weirdest thing, right? Because one day I went to church. Because the church was like because it's Columbus, Georgia, so it's predominantly black anyways. But I went to church, right? And so it's in the neighborhood, like houses and stuff. So I parked my car. Even when I was pulling into the whole area of the church and stuff, this guy was on the phone like screaming. I'm like, what is going on? Like, why are y'all so damn emotional like this, right? So I got in my car and I walked up to him. I'm so crazy. He could have shot my ass. But I walked up to him. I stood across the fence, right? And I told him he has to learn to calm down. And so I guess like she opened the door and she saw me because she saw me park, but I wasn't coming in, right? And so I talked to a young fella and then he really calmed. Y'all, he was so mad. I'm like, his eyes were so red. I'm like, why do you allow people to make you this upset though? You're crazy. So we talked and then I finessed him and then he walked over and we went to church together. So she saw all of that. And she was like, oh, daughter, you really have a street ministry, huh? And I was like, no, not doing this. Okay. But I'm like, I think most people know, when you have a calling over your life, you just don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Right. So sometimes you look at the person, which before I can admit to that. I didn't have that perspective. I didn't have that way of looking at things. I was really immature. I was in my feelings. Right. So you're thinking like, oh, how dare this person do this to me? How dare you? How dare you? But sometimes things have to happen a certain way. right? And the moment you don't understand and you want to blame someone, you want to be able to no. Sometimes it's not even the person themselves. It had to happen like that. Right? I'm another person. She triggered me too. The first time she triggered me, I was like, well, I'm gonna beat your ass. Okay. The second time I was like, you know what? Maybe that's the way it had to happen. Because sometimes you're supposed to meet people for a season, but because you enjoy their company, you want it to last longer than what it's supposed to. Right? But I'm like that too. She had to do what she had to do. And honestly, it worked for my good. God bless y'all. All you people, I'm serious. Like, God bless everybody. You're like, thank you so much, right? Because sometimes people have to trigger you towards your next journey. People got to trigger you towards your next destination. And like, you have to learn to be okay with it, right? Because nothing surprises God. You might be surprised, but God is not surprised. So whenever you're dragging your feet and you're not trying to move on to the next journey or move on to the next phase of your life, well, he gonna bring some people to trigger you so that you can be like, you know what, that's it, I'm done. I'm gonna move on from this, right? There you go. What happened here? Of course he would have been lying if he had a good day. He never gone to prison. It's so sad. People have to learn to forgive. We all do it. You have to learn to let things go. Like, seriously, let bygones be bygones. And like, you know what? This had to happen so I can become a better person. Yeah. Thank you, baby. Okay? It is what it is. And sometimes you think like, oh my gosh, that's the biggest thing I ever did. But you have no idea what's ahead, though. Just that me, honestly, I like my peace. I like my peace. I like to be by myself, So I'm like, ministry is a lot because I have moments like I like to be alone. So I'm like, I don't think I could, like, it's hard. I don't know. Right. But I'm like, maybe that's what I was always called to do, is like talk to people and encourage people. But I wasn't trying to do it. But the thing about God too, maybe if you don't want to do what he wants you to do, he'll shut everything around you to force you to do it. So here I am doing lives. Okay. So I'm like, God, please. Everything has worked out really well for me. And for that, I am grateful. God is good. And I truly mean that. Right? God is good. When things happen, you don't understand it, but it's like, give it time. You're like, you know what? It's not even the person. It had to happen this way. So I'm not going to be mad at you because sometimes it takes somebody. Yeah. Sometimes it takes somebody to trigger you for you to be like, you know what, man, F that. I'm going to do something else. And it's okay. God is faithful. God is good. Right? But I'm like, it's got to come to a point where it's like, if you follow her, and I mean this from my heart, maybe she also needs prayers. It's a lot. I can imagine, like, it is a lot to have all these followers and people always talking about you and stuff like that. Man, maybe she's really sensitive. The person being a Leo, she a little extra. You know what I mean? They act like, oh, we're like, oh, I'm a roaring lion. And you know what I'm saying? But it's like, child, you probably a little scared, huh? You understand? So like, maybe she's also overwhelmed. Maybe she's also sad. Maybe she's also lonely. She's not going to let y'all see that because she's a Leo, right? But maybe she's sad. Maybe she's lonely. Maybe there are other things going on in life. I don't know. I don't follow her. But I'm like, for those of y'all who follow her, who are subscribed to her, right? You don't have to send me negative things about her because I don't wish her harm. I've never wished her harm. That's why I was so confused. I was so hurt. Like, what the heck? You know what I'm saying? But it's okay. In the process of people becoming successful, people do what they think they have to do. People become who they think they have to become successful. And then maybe once that happens, you realize that it's not all it's cracked up to be. Right? So if you follow her and you choose to stay subscribed to her, don't send me stuff thinking I'm gonna bash her or cuss her out. No. And even me, the things I've said about her too, when I used to drag her all the time, it was excessive. I went a little too far. Okay. I didn't have to do all that or say all that. It wasn't nice also. Because I'm like, she's very sensitive. Maybe that's why she be blocking people. Because she's sensitive. Okay. So pray for her. Everybody needs prayers. Yeah. Because it's like, it's a lot. Everybody needs prayers. So if you follow her, pray for her. Whenever she makes you upset and she triggers you, pray for her. There's a reason why you follow her, right? So pray for her. If you've enjoyed her content, if she's ever blessed you with her content, if she's ever done anything that you've enjoyed with her content, pray for her. Pray for her. Ask God to give her more wisdom. Ask God to help her because maybe she's going through something. Right? That's the best thing to do. Like, it's like, don't send me screenshot because you think I'm gonna talk bad about her. No, I have nothing bad to say about her. That's what she is. But pray for her. If you want to see a better version of her, pray for her. If you want to see a kinder version of her, pray for her. Right? If you want to if you want her to unblock you too, pray for her. Yeah. But me, I truly do wish her the best. And I can say this honestly, when you have a lot of followers, I can see how it gets to you, especially when you're doing something so vain. Like, it's a lot of vanity. There's no real substance to it. Like, you're not making the world a better place. You're not helping the poor. You're not changing the community, right? It's very vain. So I'm like, it can be a lot because you're vain. People who follow you are vain. Y'all ain't got no purpose. Okay. So I'm like, yeah, I'm sure. Because does it really fulfill you? Right? So I don't know. I don't care. But either way, pray for her. She's a human. Everybody needs prayers. Okay? I'm like, yeah, everybody needs prayers. You know what I mean? Because I think, like, even with the stuff I said, like we talked about last time with the whole divorce attorney thing, because she lives in California too. If she was to get married, right? What does that mean for her financially? What would she be responsible financially? So maybe she doesn't want to do it. Maybe she's going to do it. I don't know. But I'm like, I can see how, because California is a crazy place. It's a crazy place. You know, so I'm like, if you have a lot of money or you're very successful and then you marry someone and then then he wants to divorce you, what's going to happen? I don't know. Maybe she's scared of that too. Because when you get to a certain level in your life, when you make a certain amount of money in your life too, you can't look at marriage the way everybody would look at marriage though. You know, but what do I know? So either way, I'm like, child, pray for her. Wish her all the best, but pray for her. Like, if you have a favorite influencer, if you like somebody's content, pray for the person. The same way you would want somebody to pray for you. Pray for her. And she has so many followers. If a lot of people pray for her instead of criticizing her, maybe you'll see some improvement that you will actually like from her. Okay? But she's a human being. So I'm like, pray for her. We all need it. Yeah. I don't even know. I don't know. Val wrote something, so I just responded. I don't know. I don't know. Either way, I wish him all the best. Okay? So me, I'm like, I don't know. I truly do not know. I don't know. I promise you, I don't know. Because I don't care. But like I said, what you wish for yourself, wish for other people. But me, Marlene, I couldn't even tell you. I don't care. That beauty world thing, it doesn't interest me. I've evolved from that. To me, it's too immature. People worried about foundation shades and that. Like, oh, child, please. Okay? I don't even wear makeup. Exactly. I've evolved. I'm like, oh, child, it's for little girls. I feel like the whole makeup world thing, leave it to little kids now. The up and coming influencer, that's their thing. I feel like now where I am in my life, I talk more about politics. I talk more. No, it's not a big deal. It doesn't bother me. Where I am in my life now, I talk more about politics. I talk more about relationships. I talk about marriages, That's where I am in my life. Maybe oh yeah, the Stairmaster too, right? That's where my life is. That whole makeup world, it was cute when I was in my 20s. Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, you grow up, you grow out of it. I feel like it's for the new girls coming up, right? But for me, it's like, yeah. Because part of me really would love to do I don't know if I would love, let me not, be hyperbolic over here, but part of me would be interested. Yeah. Part of me would be more interested in doing marriage talks, relationship talks, because I like that kind of stuff, right? That's where I am right now. And that's why I say I'm grateful because maybe I'm meant to talk a lot. Because my mom said to me, she's like, Marlene, these things are long. I'm like, yeah. She was like, oh, you should do something with that. I was like, I could talk for hours, Mom. She's like, yeah, I see that. She's like, you should do something with it. Because I'm like, Oprah's an Aquarius. I'm an Aquarius, right? But I'm like, maybe I'm meant to be a talker. Maybe that's my thing. Maybe I release it later. I don't know. But my thing is like, I do feel like I'm called to talk to people. I just don't want to do it all the time, right? But I'm like, maybe that's my thing. But if one thing had not happened, I would not be sitting here talking to y'all. Like, oh, let me do this, da, da, da. You know what I'm saying? But maybe like you're called to talk to people. I was like, okay, let's do it. Right. But I really enjoy like relationship talks, like marriage talks, stuff like that. Like I love that kind of stuff. I really, really do. That's why I feel like when it's all said and done, I am very happy. I am very blessed. I'm an Aquarius. Born in February, baby. Yeah, I think so too, Mark. I really do. I like talking to people. I really do like talking to people. I just want if I want to talk to people every day, and I'm low shot, it's a lot. Yeah, exactly. It's a vibe for me. Like, like the makeup thing, it was like everything was always so perfect all the time. I'm like, child, that's not me. Like, I'm not that person. And then the thing is like when I do these types of lives, she was like, y'all don't require me to put makeup on. You don't require me to dress all fancy. I could just turn my camera because you're here more so for the conversation, right? So I'm like, it's very easy to make. It's not a big deal, right? So I'm like, you got to find what works for you. And it works with my life. Like it actually works with my life. So yeah, so I'm like, no, I'm okay. I am truly, I'm happy. Like all of you people, I'm like, you all did me a favor. Thank you so much. So if that's what it took for me to sit down and start doing these lives, then so be it. Okay. God is good, you guys. God is good. But now looking back, I'm like, certain things, I shouldn't have even acted the way I did. I shouldn't have said what I said because I think certain things were just I said way too many mean things. It was a little bit excessive, right? Because I was upset, but I shouldn't have allowed myself to go that far. But you live, you learn. And for that, I'm really sorry, right? Because you got to trust God. You're always going to be okay. And when you flip out and start being mean to people also because they were mean to you, you start cussing people out and things like that. It shows a lack of faith, And I had to recognize that. Like Marlene, if you're this upset, it means that you don't believe that God has something in store for you. That's why you're so upset. Because you feel like, oh my gosh, look what you did. That's the only thing I had. I'm like, no, I have a lot. I have plenty. I have more. Right. So don't act out because when you do, it's like you're believing that there's nothing more out there for you. And that's never the case. It never gave that. Exactly. So now I'm like, yeah, I'm going to sit here and talk about Keke and Darius. Okay. And I enjoy it. I really do. Okay. So let's keep going.
Why do I say this? For me, like I say this because, right, especially when we get to the mom, we'll talk about it more. But it's like when it comes to you being the grandma, right? Keke's your daughter. You feel like Darius is out of line. He's out of pocket. You've had enough. And on top of that, you are in entertainment business. Your daughter is a celebrity, right? If you get to a point where you can no longer stand Darius, you want no business with Darius, you think your daughter can do better with Darius, what you have to do, you talk to your daughter. You talk to your child. You talk to Keke. And you tell Keke, it's time for you to put this on paperwork. The problem, and because when I looked at this whole thing, their whole situation, right, I feel like even though she claims that there was abuse earlier on in the relationship, but what I do feel like, especially today with the child, hey, Mina, right, I do feel like one of their biggest issues is the fact that they don't have a proper custody agreement.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They don't have a proper custody agreement. And when you don't have a proper custody agreement, which is another reason why, I'm going to say this again, okay, this is why people don't recommend having kids out of wedlock.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We sit here and we celebrate a lot of foolishness. We celebrate people getting pregnant out of wedlock. We celebrate people having kids with people they barely know. We celebrate a whole lot of foolishness.
Yeah.
But then here we are, right? Because when you don't know each other. Hey, Christine, you people are not married. Here are the issues. You don't have a proper custody arrangement in place.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Because I'm sitting here, I'm telling you, I watch hours of this stuff. Oh, is this working? I watch hours of this stuff. And I'm like, one of the biggest issues is that, hey, Jen, these two right here do not have a proper custody arrangement, right? And the worst thing about custody is to want to come to an arrangement when there is a fight, when people are angry, people are cussing. It is so much harder to come up with a reason. Like, it's so much harder to have both parents, right, sit down in good faith and work on a custody agreement when they're fighting, when the in-laws are fighting, when your mother's fighting him, his mother's fighting you, because now it's not so much about, okay, we're coming here because we want to make sure everybody has enough time with Leo, everybody's involved in Leo's life, so he can feel like, you know, mommy and daddy love you, both grandparents love you, your aunties and your uncles on both sides love you, right? At that point, custody becomes about battles of egos, right? Who can have the most time? Who can dictate how the other parent sees the other child, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Because it seems like what happened on November 5th, right? It seems like, I'm not saying I'm justifying what we saw, but it does seem like the pictures that we saw, which maybe we'll see them again, like the pictures where he's like picking her up on the couch. It doesn't seem like that was November 5th. It seems like those pictures are from a different incident that happened in like February or like something crazy. Like it happened before. I don't think she had videos or she shared videos, like snippets of the videos from what happened on November 5th. But from my understanding, and once again, I'm not there. So from my understanding, it seems like he wanted to pick up baby Leo to go to a football game. Okay. So did she know? Did she not know? I kind of feel like she kind of knew. So he gets to her house to come get Leo, right? And it seems like baby Leo is either there or he's not there, but she doesn't want him to go to the football game, right? So then this escalates into them, I guess, them arguing, going back and forth. Somehow it seems like he grabs her phone, he takes her iPhone, runs to his car. She chases behind him. She puts herself in front of his car with the trash can. Like, y'all know, like the public trash can you put outside, the garbage disposal thing. She grabs the trash can and her own body. She puts herself in front of the car. I'm like, what? Like, you know, so I'm listening to all this, right? So then I guess he threw, according to her, he threw the phone in the cul-de-sac, right? And then he started off the car and then he left, right? So this then leads to her going to file a restraining order. She puts the screenshots, some screenshots of the videos in there, and then she's also asking for the court to grant her a restraining order ex parte. So she wants the judge, with what she's saying and the evidence she's bringing in, to grant her a restraining order ex parte, which means Darius doesn't need to testify. Like, he doesn't have the opportunity to defend himself, right? She wants a hearing with just herself and her lawyer. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm proving. This is my proof, etc. Give me a restraining order. So what the judge did, the judge gave her a temporary restraining order. So right now she has sole custody of Leo. He has to stay within 100 feet of her and baby Leo, right? And then they go to court on December 5th. Right, where December 5th, according to what she wrote and her lawyers wrote in her complaint, she is willing to play the entire video. And then also he gets to defend himself, right? Because it's America, it's the court system. So you're innocent until you're proven guilty. Does that make sense, you guys? So I do feel like, for me, I do feel like a main issue here is not having proper paperwork. Okay. When it comes to when two people have children, now some people say, oh, but I don't want to get married, or marriage is a piece of paper. I don't want to be somebody's wife. You see, this is why a lot of stuff gets avoided. Okay. When it comes to custody, right, for two people who are not married, who just had a child, right, it's it's hard to say we're going to go on good faith.
Yeah.
Right. Because and not have it written by lawyers, because one day, one season, y'all might be great friends, right? One season, y'all might be sleeping together, right? So when you're having fun, you're sleeping together, or you're not on bad terms, or maybe he hasn't moved on into a new relationship, or you haven't moved on to a new relationship, right? A lot of people can assume that you'll act in good faith, right? Like, you'll be, okay, you want to take the kid, that's fine, take him here, I'll take him on this day, you'll take him on that day. Because right now, there is nothing to upset you, so we can assume that people will move in good faith. But what happens when somebody wants to break up, right? What happens when you're no longer interested? What happens when you want to move into something more serious with somebody else? What happens if you want to go out, if you want to move and go to a different state? What happens then, right? So it is important for people. It's just like a prenup. You know, when you're young, you feel like, oh, prenups are kind of silly. Like, oh, why would you sign a prenup? I wouldn't do a prenup. It's like you're getting married with the intention of breaking up, et cetera, et cetera. But I will say, as I've gotten older, I can really appreciate prenups because I feel like it's a lot easier to, in case there's a separation, because it does happen that people do separate. We don't wish for people separation. I don't think most people get married to get a divorce, but it does happen because over 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, 25 years, people do change.
Mm-hmm.
People do change, right? The love that you have for someone before your nuptials, it might not be the same love 5 years later. It might not be there 10 years later.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the reality of human nature. Like people change,
Mhm.
people evolve, people grow,
And people
right? So I do feel like when people are happier, when people are calmer, when people have good faith, I think it's a lot easier to talk about difficult things, right? Like in the event that we were to break up, how are we going to separate these things?
Mm-hmm. What happened with the video?
And it's like, I used to also think, sorry, I hope I'm not free today. My connection is.
Oh, my connection is bad. Hold on.
You know what I'm saying? Why would you want that? And I think what we have, like, that's just me, huh? Please, y'all, I swear, like this, I have a lot of anxiety about this thing, but please don't be upset at me, right? That's just the way my mind works, right? But I do feel like one thing we have to recognize as Black women, like everyday Black women, I don't say to be shady, but as everyday, non-famous, non-Hollywood, non-celebrity Black women, what we do have to realize and what we have to come to terms with, just because a Black girl is famous, just because a Black woman is beautiful, famous with money, doesn't mean that as a romantic partner, she has her shit together.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? You can be very pretty, you can have a very successful career, and you can make a whole lot of money.
Yeah.
But when it comes to conversations, like intimate conversation with suitors, you know, you could be dry. Like, you know, because that's the thing that leads to this whole I just hate the way my thing is going, right? That's the thing. Like, for example, this conversation about, oh, you shouldn't settle as a woman. You should not settle. You should know your worth, and you should wait for what you deserve to come to you, right? Or I know my value. I'm a prize. I'm a prize. You know, we like, to me, sometimes I don't know if people were good at math or whatever, but my problem is the math has to math, right? You can think whatever you want to think of yourself.
Yeah.
Right. You could think that you are the most valuable, the most impressive woman, that any man will be lucky to have you. You are free to think that.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But ultimately, it's about who wants you to. Like, and I feel like because of like modern society, because of feminism, right? A lot of women delude themselves in the fact that marriage in itself, even though it is like a God ordained like covenant, but marriage in itself is a very patriarchal setup in the sense that the man decides to marry.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
A woman can be like, oh, I want to marry this type of dude, but you cannot force this type of dude to marry you.
Yeah.
Right? You could want for a man like that to marry you. You could aspire for that type of man to marry you, but you might never get that type of man. Like they say, you could take a donkey to the water, but you can't force him to drink it.
Yeah.
Right? Because when it comes to marriage, and it's like, it sounds messed up. So please don't be mad at me. Okay. It sounds messed up to like equate woman to like some commodity, but it's the truth though, right? A man gets the wife, he gets the bride. And you see it in different cultures. African culture, he'll pay for dowry, a whole bunch of, you know, cattle and a whole bunch of clothing, like, you know how it goes, right? If you live here in the West, right, he'll give an engagement ring. Usually an engagement ring is like 6 months to a whole year's of his salary. Then he'll do a wedding band, et cetera, et cetera. So when you really think about it, like, a man chooses his bride, and he decides how much he's willing to pay for that, what he's willing to take on financially to have this bride. We even see it like with Jacob, right? It's not like, oh, Leah was like, yeah, I'm really into you, or Rachel was like, yeah, I'm really into you. Nah, he said he wants to marry Rachel. So he worked 7 years so he could afford to marry Rachel. Then he got tricked. So he had to work another 7 years to marry Rachel. But in itself, marriage is patriarchal. Marriage is up to the man. Now, what the woman can say is like she can advertise herself. She can put forward her best selling points. She can say, well, you should marry me because this, and that. But ultimately, no woman can force a man to marry her. Now, we do have ladies who go as far as proposing to a man, but that's totally out of order. That's not the order of things.
Yeah, that's not
right. Because you shouldn't force a man to marry you.
Yeah.
You shouldn't force a man to commit to you. You shouldn't force a man to do none of that kind of stuff. Right? When you go to the Bible, but not assuming everybody's a Christian, but if we take it to the Bible too, right? God said, let us make a suitable helpmate for this man, right? When he woke up, he saw Eve. God then forced Eve on him. It was the man. It was Adam. When he saw Eve, he said, oh, he started speaking game like, damn, like flesh of my flesh, rib of my rib, da, 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 da. So God said, all right, cool. I guess you liked it, right? He easily could have been like, she all right. Right? So God didn't even force Adam to accept Eve.
Yeah.
Once he, according to the Bible, if you believe in that stuff, right? Because it is kind of like sound like a little fairy tale, but assuming you believe in that too, right? But he went to sleep. God made a first product. He could have been like, nah. The ass ain't assing enough. The ass ain't matching the thighs. He does all kinds of stuff. But he woke up. Like, he liked what he saw. So once he liked what he saw, he started speaking game to her like, oh, a man shall leave his mother and cleave unto his wife, rib of my rib, flesh of my flesh, blah, 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 blah. Like, a man knows. You know what I'm trying to say? You can't force people. You can't force the man to say, yeah, you're the one. He knows, or he knows if you're the one or if you're not the one. What you can do is put your best foot forward, yes, definitely, but you can't force.
And that's what I was saying earlier, right? Your best foot forward should not be sex. I promise you this. Even if you feel like he would enjoy it, even if you feel like you would enjoy it, I'm telling you, baby, do not put sex forward. Your best foot forward is how smart you are, how calm you are, how logical you are, how patient you are. Maybe you know how to cook, how resourceful you are. It cannot be sex. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it, girl. Don't you do it. Right? But I would say for me, honestly, be very charming. Let your kindness shine through, right? But do something else. Do something he wouldn't even expect from you. Like, oh, she probably gonna want to get down and go smoke the hookah. No. Okay, don't do it.
There's nobody to buy your product. Right? Because as a single woman, and I don't mean this to be disrespectful, I really don't, right? But I just think some people need to sober up, right? As a single woman, when it comes to your how can I say this? When it comes to your romance, right? When it comes to your love, right? It's pretty much your love, everything you have to offer is pretty much like a product. So you can think you have the best product, and I can't tell you not to think that. Right. But what I'm saying is, if nobody is buying, you got to be like, maybe I got to change the price. It's no different than selling real estate. Right. If every house in your neighborhood is selling for $700,000 and you say, oh, no, my house is worth 1.5, you will never sell the house. It's not because it's not a pretty house, but it doesn't fit with the rest of the comps. And that's the reality. This whole thing, this whole marriage thing, being a wife of somebody, it's market and demand. Okay, it's the market, and the demand on the market sets the price, right? But you're not the one buying. You're not the buyer of the product. That's why I say a lot of times too, to me, please don't be offended. Please don't be offended. Okay. That's why to me, a lot of time it's very silly. I think it's very silly. I think it's goofy. I think it's ridiculous. I think it's delulu for girls who are trying to be married to ask the opinion of other women, unless you're a lesbian. Right. But if you're not a lesbian, if you're trying to marry a man, if you're heterosexual and you are trying to marry a man, what girls have to tell you about your dating life does not matter. They're not buying your product. They will never buy your product. So she can be like, girl, you don't go ahead, girl. Don't do this. It don't matter. Right? Because she's not the one that you're selling to. You're not going to see Louis Vuitton go do market research study with people who shop with Shein. That's not their demographic. right? The people that you're trying to date are not women. The people that you want to marry are not women. So why do you put so much stock into what other girls tell you about what makes a successful dating relationship when you're not trying to be with a woman? Now, if you are a lesbian and you are trying to be with a woman, of course, if you're lesbian, right, and you want to have a successful same-sex relationship with a woman, right, you should go ask the woman then, because then they know what a woman likes, right? A woman can't tell you what a man likes. I'm not a man, right? You can have all these girlfriends give you ideas of what they think, but all their brains together, they are not men. They can't tell you, oh, a man like this, a man doesn't like this, a man prefers. No, a girl gonna say to you, girl, you fly. Oh, girl, you really pretty. Oh, girl, you got a big butt. Girl, I like your BBL. Because that's what these women, that they put stock in that, right? Girls are the ones who put a lot of stock into pretty. Oh, you so pretty. Oh, your weave is laid. Your booty is bootying, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of men out here don't even care about that. Right. So what women see value, or like what the women see as valuable for a partner, a suitable opposite sex partner, it's not the same thing that men see as suitable for opposite sex partner. So if you're trying to be with men, if you're trying to marry a man, you should.
And for that, I even say, look how like BBLs were hyped up, like BBL, go get a BBL. But it was mostly girls who were appreciating other girls' BBLs. The whole time people get married don't have BBLs. So it's like, who's telling you to get this BBL? Like, who's encouraging you to go get a BBL? Because the majority of these women who are married, getting married, they don't have BBLs. So why are you going to go get a BBL? And now all of a sudden, BBLs are phased out. People are sucking that stuff out their bodies. They want to go back to their normal size because it's excessive. It's excessive. And when you get a BBL too, you don't even get the attention you're looking for. You get like sex work attention type of stuff. Like, what the heck? I didn't sign up for this. But your ass is so big, they think you selling ass. Right? But it was other women encouraging other women to go do BBLs. Men was like, this is just ridiculous. And if people went and slept with a girl that had a BBL, it was like more so like a fetish. Like, well, I don't know how it feels type of thing, right? But not because I take her seriously. But I'm like, the majority of brides I see now, even I saw before, nobody had a BBL. Okay? That's why I say it's like, you got to be careful who you want to follow. Kim Kardashian, her dad was not in her life. Unfortunately, he passed away. So that family, they don't have men. Mr. Kardashian, unfortunately, he passed away. So may he rest in peace. He didn't do nothing to me, so I'm not going to disrespect him, right? But then you got Bruce Jenner, too. He turned into a woman. So when it comes to Kylie and her sister Kendall, too, right? They also didn't have a father figure because their daddy is not a woman. So I'm not gonna look up to these goofy girls, but oh yeah, I'm a like mold myself after Kim Kardashian. Like, no, she's a sex worker. Like, what the heck? No, and she didn't have her daddy. I'm not doing that, weirdo.
Get a lot of advice from men because they know how a man thinks. You understand? Like, I have a friend, like I met on TikTok, Nino. I'm gonna have Nino come up here too, because like even me, like we're like talking on TikTok sometimes. Like we haven't done that many lives together, but the lives that we have done together, I was like, yo, a lot of y'all need to meet Nino. You know, because sometimes having a male's perspective on your dating life or how your situation is going, it can help you to be like, oh, okay, I get this. Yeah. Like, because it's real. Like, you know, when they say men are from Mars and ladies are from Venus, you guys, this stuff is a word. It's a gospel. It's real, right? Like, even like, let's talk about sex, for example, right? A woman might think like, oh, you know, if I have sex once a week, if I have sex twice a week, we're good. I love him. I know I love him, right? To me, two times a week is good. Then you'll have other men, but like once every 2 weeks. Are you crazy? You're like, what the heck? You know, because we don't. Because for us, like I don't know, y'all can tell me. You tell me, because most of y'all are women in here, right? But I feel like for most of us women, right, our intimacy is conversation. Like, you know, if you could tell your man about your day, what you think, who's fighting, you know what I mean? Like caressing a little bit, you play with his hair. For you might be like, oh, look, that was just so cute. Okay, are you watching a movie together? For you, it's like that. Those are the kinds of things that fill up your cup, right? Like if your man noticing your hair, how you did your hair. For you, you might be like, but we talk. You know, we watch movies together, and then we like caress and stuff like that. That to you, when it comes to like your sexual cup, like your intimacy cup, that might fill your cup. Okay, I have 2 cups of it. I don't know if you can see, right? but this is full and this is not full. But you think, like, oh, my cup is full. Meanwhile, his cup is looking like this. There's barely anything in there because you get older and you mature. You're like, yo, like sex really means a lot to men. And I told you about that one time when I found the
But I didn't mean like sex, like casual sex with a boyfriend. I meant like intercourse within the marriage. Okay. It's not like, no, not like that. I'm talking about like within the marriage, right? Okay, cool. But I'm like for people who are like dating or trying to get to know people, instead of leading with sex, it's like, you know, lead with being like more intentional. Like, hey, like, how's your day? You know, talk about goals and like, you know, something that doesn't involve having sex with people. Okay. Been there, done that. Let's do something else. Like, let me show you how I can help you become a better person. Like, or show me how you can help me. Show me how I can help you. Things like that, right? But, you know,
the thread, I think it was like a Reddit thread of all these husbands complaining about how dry their sex life is. And the majority of them, when they wrote in there, the wives didn't know it was that big of a deal because to her, she's thinking like, we're fine. But then like, I came across this Christian thread. It was like a Christian blog thread thingy. And it was telling Christian people, married Christian couples, especially married Christian women, helping them to understand why, even as a Christian woman, you should understand why sex matters in your marriage, right? As a, like, yo, it was real. They even had like Bible verses and stuff. I was like, yo, this is real, right? But they were like really breaking it down. And they're like, you know, intimacy, like sexual intimacy matters more to men than it matters to women. And so when you're married, everybody has to, I guess, like step out a little bit out of their comfort zone to make sure that everybody's cup is full, right? Because one of the things, like, I remember one of the passage, it was saying like, well, if as a man, if you feel like you're not having enough sex, if a man feels like, well, me and my wife are not having enough sex, right? Then who's satisfying that with her? Or is there something wrong with me? Is our sex life not great? So they were saying like how when you're as a married woman, if your sex life is dry, it can really start to make your husband question his worth, his performance, the connection. And you're thinking like, why would he even think that? Because we don't think the same. We don't think the same. There are stuff as women we can take offense to. Men will just laugh it off. You know what? You know what I mean? And there are things we'll laugh off and men can really take offense to because we're not the same. You know what I mean? And I think like this is where like this whole feminism, wanting to be, I'm equal to a man. Like, you know, it causes a lot of confusion and it causes a lot of unnecessary fighting because people just don't want to be honest about the nature of women and the nature of men. That's why I'm not the type to preach equality. I don't want to be equal to a man. My husband is 6'7". I'm like 5'9". We're not equal. Okay, we're definitely not equal. If we were to fight, he could do some real harm. Like seriously, there are a lot of things we're not equal. And I don't even know why we have to be equal because I wouldn't want to marry somebody that looks just like me. I married him because he's that tall. So I like the fact that we're not equal in terms of height, right? But the reality, what I feel like we should advocate for is for equity. Things should be fair because by birth, whether it's like genetics, society, academics, et cetera, because we're not born equally. We're not born into families that have the same amount of money, same amount of prestige, et cetera, right? The laws or the way we think as a society should be to make things like equitable for all people, right? For example, I can't sit here and say like, oh, not to be offensive, and I say this respectfully, right? Like Stefan, you know, I do feel like Stefan is very bright, right? Stefan is really, really bright. Now, let's say you have a child that has Down syndrome, right? I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, yeah, Stefan is equal to the baby with the Down syndrome. They're both beautiful babies, but they're not equal, right? I wouldn't even find it fair to put the baby with Down syndrome in a class with Stefan because he won't be able to keep up, right? But things should be equitable. There should be a classroom with trained teachers, proper teachers, who understand a child with Down syndrome and who can create a classroom where he flourishes and he feels like the Stefan of his class. Does that make sense? You know what I mean? Because otherwise that's not fair. Like that really isn't fair to him, right? That's the thing. Even even when I was studying with Trey for the whole geometry thing, I even told James this, right? It's a privilege to have parents that are math majors. right? Because I looked at the coursework and I was like, dang, I feel bad for all parents. Do you have parents who don't like math? Okay, you have parents that have a strong aversion to math, and geometry is a lot. Okay, you have parents that have a strong aversion to math. You have parents who don't even have money for tutors, right? So imagine their child in that class. There's only but so much they can do to help the child, right? And then when you can come home and your mom is like, she could be your personal tutor. Because I said to Jane, like even yesterday, we did 10 hours. We studied for 10 hours. If I was like a tutoring company charging $40, that'd be like $400. Right. And it's only November. These kids are in school until June. Like, how many parents can afford this kind of stuff? You understand? Like, privilege is real. Things are not really fair. So it's like you kind of think about low-key, high-key. Is it fair to be in a class with a kid whose mom can help him with everything in the classroom? It's not fair. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's not fair. And you feel bad. It's a privilege. You know what I mean? It really is a privilege. It is not fair. But here we are. Right? Something I haven't seen I haven't seen this geometry stuff in like decades, but I could just look at it and do it. And not just that. And then when I got the test, I was able to see how she tested how she writes her exam. So I make exams for him that look like the stuff she was on. And y'all know I went to school today. I looked at his retake. This boy, he could have got an A. He just didn't want to. Okay. So, it's real. You know what I mean? So it's like going into like as a woman, like in 2023, if you go to like thinking, I'm equal to a man, me and a man are the same, you're gonna hit blanks back to back to back to back to back to back, and you're gonna get frustrated. And I say this with the utmost respect, right? But like reality, it has to set in. And that's where also men and women are not the same, because women are usually delusional. Okay, women are really delusional. Even the way we grow up, we're given like fairy tales where a person that's half fish, half human can go meet an octopus and somehow she can start walking and have legs, right? We're giving stories like Sleeping Beauty, where you can go play in needles in the attic somewhere and somehow a Prince Charming goes and slays dragons for you and he comes back and he saves you. Now you're back. It's like, as girls, we grow up on fairy tales, goofy stuff. This stuff is not real life. Right? Whereas like boys, they're raising like action figures. You have to fight, you beat people up. You know what I mean? Like it's very like violent, right? So a lot of women are not really sober. I mean, like she's playing with needles. And I was like, when you get older, maybe one day I'll do this, right? But you get older, you really start thinking about how we're raised as girls. And we are encouraged to believe in fairy tales. Right? We are encouraged to believe that just because we think something will happen a certain way, then that means it's a guarantee it's going to happen. We're raised to be delusional. And as we get older and we come into a sisterhood and we're surrounded by other women, we feed this delusion. Other girls will feed the delusion of another girl. Right? Instead of saying like, sis, I don't fully disagree with what you want, but you also need a measure of being real. Right? We grew up on Mary Poppins. She just comes through your chimney and then she turns medicine into sugar. Life is not like that. You know what I mean? Life is not like that. So it's like, look at the messaging that's targeted at girls versus the content that's targeted at boys. Right? We are brought up to be Delulu. But life is not a fairy tale. Life is real. Because to see people who are I'm not trying, this is like a Keke thing, but it's going somewhere else, right? But you'll see, like, you'll have ladies in their 40s, like they're in their 40s, and they're like, oh, I'm not gonna settle. I'm waiting. I'm like, come on, sis. Like, I mean, there comes a time you have to be sober of the mind. The older you get as a woman, your chances of meeting the dream guy, they're not increasing, they are decreasing. Unless you are okay with him being divorced, right? Because if you're 40 and you meet someone that's the dream guy, you're not going to accept a dream guy in your 40s. Oh, he's single, he has no kids, he has no baby mothers, he has this at what man that's something 40 something and he didn't leave his seed somewhere out there in the universe. Like, let's be for real. Okay. You have to be serious about that. But you'll see people be like, oh, I'm a woman, I'm a Christian, I'm 40, and I'm waiting for God. I'm like, girl, if you're hard to deal with, just say that. Because a lot of y'all, you love to hide behind this thing of God. I'm waiting for God to be the one. You don't wait for God to tell you to go have a PhD. You don't wait for God to go to school. You don't wait for God to go to work every morning. You do what you're supposed to do because that's what you have to do, right? But when you don't want to put forth the effort or you don't want to become a better version of yourself, because when you get to a certain age too, you have a lot of pride about yourself, which is harder to break. So then you'll say, oh, I'm just waiting on God. But a lot of times it's just your ego. You have a bad attitude. You're not a good team player. You're not someone that's easy to live with. So everything is God, 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 God. But it's honestly, it's your ego. You're not humble. Like, you're just not. Because in a way, you're 40 something and you think, oh, the older you get, you're more likely to meet the one. Girl, stop. Unless the one is Jesus. But even that, you're going to have an issue with him too, though. Right? So I'm like, be for real. So for me, it's like one thing I've had to realize in my dang self is just because a woman is beautiful, successful in her career, right? Because you can have the right personality to be career successful. Right? But just because you have the personality to have a successful career doesn't mean that you have the personality to have a successful relationship with an individual, right? Those are not the same thing. Now, you have people who can do either or, and you have people who are good at doing both. You understand? But my personal opinion, and I'm not a counselor, I'm not a therapist, I'm not a psychoanalyst, right? But my personal opinion too is that there's a side of Keke. Where's my thing going? My personal opinion is there is a side of Keke that we don't know. Like,
no, it was bad. What's happened to the video?
What is wrong with this computer? There is a side to Keke that we don't know. And one thing I have come to realize, and it's not victim shaming, so please do not take it this way, but I was very taken aback by the fact that you've been in an abusive, not even abusive relationship for the past 2 years. But every time, for the most part, when you present Darius to us, you act like he's a solid dude. You understand? Like, had this stuff not, at the Usher thing not happened, right? The tweet with the Usher thing not happened, had this stuff not happened, right? When you look at her and Darius on the internet, the stuff that she posts on social media, would you ever think that this stuff was going on behind the scenes? You know what I mean? Would you ever think that it was all of this, even since the jump, right? So it's like, hey, Abby, one of my issues, that thing that I took issue with too, I don't like to be defrauded. Like, not that I matter, but I don't like to be defrauded, because I feel like if this thing has started like 2 years ago, you have only been together for 2 years. It's been this type of stuff for the past 2 years, right? And I'm going to say something controversial. Please don't be mad at me. But honestly, I do feel like both of these fools, I'm not playing with y'all. I'm being really serious. I'm 38 years old. I do feel like both of these fools, they put hands on each other and they like to antagonize each other.
Yeah.
It's a lot of immaturity in that relationship. Please don't be mad at me. That's just what comes through me. Like, they both like to antagonize each other and they both like to put hands on each other. They're out of order. They're both out of order. They are both out of order. Because one thing I will tell you this, right? I know when we see videos of a man roughing up a woman, grabbing a woman, tossing her, people fighting in the staircase, I get it. Our first inclination of, oh my gosh, he's an animal, he's a beast. Why would he do this? Why would he do that? I get that. I agree with you. I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about that kind of stuff, right? But one thing I always say, and it's not victim shaming, but it's the truth. Because even when you are victimized, you also need to ask yourself sometimes, why is this happening to me? Or why is that happening to me?
Yeah.
But I will say this, please don't be offended, right? But a lot of times you attract who you are. Not all the time, but the majority of the time, you attract who you are. What's that? Oh, that's Stefan, right? The majority of the time, you attract who you are. It's just that we live. Stefan, we're going to get you the app. He is an aggressive person. No, Ken, I'm not trying to be offensive. You guys, please. You guys know I love you, right? I will not come on here. Oh, is he the Amazon person? Stefan. Hi, boo-boo. How was school? Okay. I love you, right? Not trying to be offensive, ladies, right? On the Bible. I don't have a Bible here, but on my Bible, on our relationship, on our love, because you know I love y'all. I love y'all very much, right? Y'all my family. I really do love you. But I have to be honest with you guys, right? And I'm not excusing domestic violence. I'm not saying it's okay to put your hands on people, men or women. I feel like, and even like the whole Gaza, the people over there, I even feel like that's too ratchet. In 2023, we shouldn't even be going to war with nobody. Okay, you didn't miss too much, Elena, right? That's how I feel. I don't like violence because to me, once you open that door, it's really hard to close it.
But yeah.
So even when it comes to Israel and Gaza.
Yeah, I really do agree with that part. Because once people learn that it's okay to touch each other, put hands on each other, it becomes part of your relationship. And it's hard to then go to a place where you no longer put hands on each other. So it's better to never even open that door. But unfortunately, a lot of people, they just roll in from one relationship to another relationship without thinking like, I'm kind of toxic. I'm kind of toxic. I'm kind of toxic. Right. And then you also have some ladies, like they also feel as though like if a man is not like, I guess their way for him to be assertive, he has to be like violent or like rough you up, like it turns them on. I don't know, y'all. It's weird, right? So it's like, and I'm like, even a girl who likes that kind of stuff, if you realize that that's what she's kind of into, yeah, you need to bounce because no, she needs help. Okay. Because she doesn't know what love is. Because if she thinks that love is when people put their hands on you or like rough you up and things like that, you gotta be like, I can't give you that. Because that's just not healthy. Like people don't do that. Like that's not what healthy people do. And I can't give you that. I'm sorry. Okay. So when you get that under control, let me know. Otherwise, gotta go. Okay. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Even that war too, I'm not down for that. Ukraine, Russia, I'm not down for that. Because I feel like in 2023, these people should be able to talk and resolve their problems. Like, why are we going to war in 2023? It's ratchet.
It really is.
Okay. Yeah. Y'all didn't learn from World War II. Just saying. So I don't like violence. I don't like a man putting his hand on a woman, and I don't like a woman putting her hands on a man. Because once you cross these boundaries, it becomes part of your love language, and it's toxic. It's toxic. That's why there are certain things you should never do. No matter how badly you have the urge to do it, don't do it. Because once you've opened that door, you've allowed certain spirits to be in the relationship.
Yeah.
Especially when they're children, especially when they're babies and newborns around. People need to keep their hands to themselves. That goes for both men and women. I don't pick and choose. Everybody needs to learn to keep their hands to themselves. Okay?
Yeah.
You have to learn to talk your stuff out. And if you can't talk it out, you go there until you calm down, and you go over there until you calm down. You're not putting your hands, nobody's putting their hands on people over here, right? So my thing is too, for as much as we know you want to support the woman, you don't want to victim, I get that. But there comes a time too where you have to sit people down and make them look at what's going on. Why this you like you with all things? This is so annoying. With all the things that you have going on, right? Why did you attract someone like Darius?
Yeah.
Why did you attract someone like Darius? And I think a lot of women do the same thing. Oh, he put his hands on me. Oh, he's this. Oh, he's that. Okay, I get that. And I'm not going to argue with you on that, right? Because I'm sure you have receipts. But my question is, right? Why did you attract someone like him? Because the reality of it is, we might not realize it, we might not be self-aware, but you attract who you are. You attract who you are. If you messy, you attract messy people. If you are disturbed, you will attract disturbed people. You're unhinged, you will attract unhinged people.
Yeah.
You understand, right? People connect, and they connect spiritually, and they match each other's frequency. And a lot of the time, the people that you date, the people that you with, the people that you procreate with, they are a reflection, right? They are a reflection of where you currently are. You understand? Please listen to me, y'all. I need y'all to seriously listen to me. When we get to a point where we recognize that there is violence in the relationship, and on top of that, you stay there for 2 years with the violence in the relationship, it lets me know too, that's part of how you do your love thing. Right? Because you also probably don't know how to communicate, which then lets me know, that's just me. You don't have to agree with me. That's just me, right? A lot of the stuff that Keke does on the internet, this strong Black woman, very vocal, very eloquent, don't need no man, I got my own money, she criticizing Claire Huxtable. It shows you that the Keke Palmer that we know, it's an act.
Yeah.
In her real life, she's not that poised. And even by seeing her mom, I can tell she's not that poised. Right? It's an act. It's an act. And the problem with please don't be offended, y'all, because y'all know me. You don't know her, so you're on my side, right? The reality about when you have a double faceted life, because you have your public image and then you have your private image, right? Is that when you then go to date, you date people that are a resemblance of your private image. So if your private image is chaotic, you're going to attract chaotic people. Right? If your private image is a stable one, it's a balanced one, it's a mature one, it's a, oh, over here we talk, especially in your 30s. There's some foolishness you could allow at 21, 22, 23. But when you're in your 30s, though, there's certain behaviors that are like, oh, no, that's a no-no. Because 3 decades on this planet, you should know, like, okay, thank you, no. Because there's like part of, when we'll watch the video about the restraining order, there is a part in February where she said she showed him a picture. Okay, she showed him a picture of herself in a bikini. It was on her phone. It was not posted. So it's like, oh, here's my phone. Here's the picture. Da, da, da. When he saw the picture, according to where she alleges, he almost drove them. No, it is about who you attract, Diana, because you attract people. We attract things. Like, you attract things.
Yeah.
Everybody has a magnetic field around them.
Yeah.
That's why I'm not the type to believe in a coincidences. Let me finish this, right? So he sees the picture. He gets in this wild rage about the picture. Homeboy almost like drives them off the road, or he drives them off a cliff. Okay? That's early on. You don't even have baby Leo. But if you're, I'm not trying to be funny. Maybe it's just me. But ain't no way. I'm 30-something years old, right? And because I show you a picture of a bikini, you get so angry. You want to drive me off the road? You want to kill me over a picture? From that moment, I'm done. Yo, there's certain type of games I don't play. Like, you going to drive me off a road.
You're not going to
over a bikini picture? You don't know how to use your words? You want me dead over a picture?
Yeah.
Like, so that to me is problematic. And my thing is, whether we want to be honest or not, as women, we have to keep it a buck, gotta keep it a bead. Because some of our sisters, not saying her, but some of our sisters love violence in their relationships.
Yeah.
That's another thing we need to be honest on. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Me, the older you get, I'm almost 40 years old. The older you get, you start to be sober about this thing they call life, and you start to appreciate people for who they truly are. You have some ladies, if there's not violence, cussing, yelling, screaming, she doesn't feel like he's into me enough. You have ladies who need violence to feel like, oh, he really loves me. For some girls, if a man is violent, snap.
That's true. I've seen it. It's sad, but it's really true, though. Like,
my thing is freezing, y'all. This is really awful, right? For some ladies, if they don't have those type of thrills in their relationship, he's not a real one. You understand? There are ladies who need violence in the relationship they do this weird thing, and then they go have crazy makeup, boom, 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 boom. You know what I'm trying to say, hey, Bruna, right? You have women that are wired like this. You know me? I know this. Even from talking to other people, one thing I know about me, I am very Christian. I am very prudish. I grew up very sheltered.
Yep, I did. I really did. I need to be honest.
Like, from talking to, oh my gosh, from talking to some of my, I guess, my guy friends on TikTok, right? Like Nino and them, and, you know, being on like these panels on TikTok and talking to other men on TikTok, whatever. I like when they say things, I'm like, oh my gosh, right? It's like, I really realize that I grew up very sheltered, you know? So for me, it's like, I would never think somebody beating me would tell me they love me. That to me is wild. You know what I mean? Because that's not how you show your love. Yeah. I didn't grow up to my dad punching on my mom. You know, whoa. Yeah. You see my skin? Okay, you see my skin? I can even take my clothes off. Okay, you will see. There's no scar on my body.
Yeah.
And James's hand is like this big. Like, yo, you're not about to do weird stuff to me. You are crazy. Hey. Come on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's just not me. But when you get older, you recognize, like, yo, Marlene, not every woman is like you. Just like there's some of us who you will never catch us selling our bodies for money.
Yeah.
That's just wild. Like, I'd rather starve than to sell my body for money. But you have other women that will do it happily.
Yeah.
They'll just strip, do it, post it up. Like, they don't care. I'm like, wow, we are not a monolith. Okay, you have a lot of ladies. For them to love them, you have to be violent. You understand? And it's wild, but it's the truth. And then they go, like they do these crazy fights and like, oh yeah, he really liked me, girl. He almost killed me, right? And you see it too. I forgot what celebrity almost said that.
Drea.
Oh yeah. Who said that?
Drea.
Oh yeah, Jada. Remember that one time Jada Waiter? She said, oh, I need me a shooter. Is that what she said? She said, oh, she needed her a shooter. And then 2 days later, her brother went to his ex-girlfriend's workplace because she broke up with him. And he unalived the little girl.
He killed her.
I'm like, well, if your sister is out here promoting that you need to be a real shooter, you've seen Asian Doll. Asian Doll said, if you don't have bodies, you're like me, Marlene, there is no way you could tell me you kill people, you kill black people. I'm like, oh yeah, tell me more. Ooh, that just turns me on. Whoa. Oh my gosh. I'm like, oh my gosh, police, 911, he's a killer. Okay, I snitch.
Yeah,
you understand? Like, that's just not me. There are people who be like, you have ladies who be like, oh, I'm a ride or die, right? I ain't dying. First, I mean, I could ride. If the ride is nice, I will ride, right? But I'm not dying.
I'm not dying.
Why do I need to die? Like I just do, like, I'm not trying to be funny, y'all. But Marlene, I am not a ride or die. Don't break the law. Because I even told Jimmy this, you break the law. Because if they come, you see the thing about me, if I feel guilty, I will tell them myself. You already know the story about my own thing, right? I told them myself and then clink, clink. Okay, that's just me. You know, I have a very sensitive soul. I can't like sit there. If I know I'm innocent, I will definitely defend myself.
So
if I know you're innocent, I will go hard to defend you. But if there's a crime somewhere, it's like, I'm too connected to the Holy Spirit. So it's like, we have to recognize this.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But you have a lot of ladies who love violent type of dudes.
Yep. So Jada, wait a minute. She said she wants to be with a shooter. She only wants a real shooter, right? And then like a week or so, something like that, her brother went to his ex-girlfriend's job. She worked like a spa, like a nail salon. He walked in there and he killed a young lady. Like pop, just started just shooting at the girl. And I'm like, well, if your sister is like one of the biggest influencers for Black girls, I mean, as far as like social media is concerned, right? And she's letting it be known that that's what she's into. I can see how her little brother would think, yeah, that's what a real man does. He goes in there, he starts shooting, right? Asian Doll said, if you don't have bodies, which means Black bodies, right? She doesn't want to be with you. So that's why she was dating King Von or whoever she was dating, but they're a bunch of killers, right? You had Drea. Drea said, I wish a man would love me so much that he would actually shoot me in my foot. I was like, girl, what? Right? So there are a lot of women for them, like getting beat. He beats you, that he apologizes, that he buys your Chanel bag, or he gets you pregnant. Like, that's their love language. Like, they put hands on each other, right? You have girls who like to clean guns for men and all that kind of stuff. Like me, I didn't grow up like that. To me, it's a lie. Like, that scares me. Like, I'm like, oh no, I can't do this. Okay? I cannot. Like, I need people who have a job, like a career, not even a job, a career, 9 to 5, okay? You obey the law, you pay your taxes. Yep, that sounds like me. All right? So, because it's really frightening. But some people, like, that's their mindset. Like, they want to be roughed up because it means he loves me. That's how they grew up, you know? And I'm like, you are insane. I can't do
And it's like, one time we were on the panel, right?
What's happening?
Okay, Stefan is here. He's eating his food. But Dishu, like, all y'all coming out. Some of y'all I never see. Y'all never even comment. Dishu, you're staying up here. You staying up here because I haven't seen you in a while. Okay, but like there was one time, you guys, we were on TikTok, and then one of like I met a big sis on TikTok, right? Really sweet. So she was telling me about her nephew. Okay, her nephew himself was traumatized
because
the girl gonna say to the nephew. She said to the nephew, "Pee in my mouth."
Oh, hey. He's like, yeah.
So I can't say it loud. Hold on.
Yeah. She asked the little boy to pee in her mouth.
Look at what this little girl said to him.
And it turns her on. They were like 18 or something. He went to a party and she told the boy.
So she says to the nephew, that's on the screen. The auntie was like, she said, what? Yes. Because she pulled him in the bathroom. Yeah. So he's thinking they're about to hook up. The girl said before they do it, she said this. You guys, everybody on the live was confused.
Yeah.
So then he told his, because her mom, because her and her, like the nephew is the son of her sister-in-law.
Yeah.
So her husband is now deceased, right? But her husband's sister, they're like sisters because they knew each other first. And because she was best friend with his sister, that's how he was able to talk game. Okay, and then they end up getting married. You understand? So, but they're really, really close. So they raise these kids together. She has her kids, and then she has her sister-in-law has her son. So the son came to her. He's like, Auntie, look what this girl said to me. She pulled, you guys, we were on TikTok Live. Everybody was like shocked. These young girls out here today, they are like, even these boys are traumatized.
Yeah, the girls are.
You have girls out here that are so raunchy. Even your
And they are really aggressive because she pulled the boy into the bathroom. So he thought they were going to have like the nasty. She was like, oh, before they do, she wants him to pee in her mouth because it turns her on. I was like, oh my gosh, what am I listening to? Like he was. I think like when she pulled him to the bathroom, like he actually was horny, like, yeah, I'm about to get some. But once he heard what she asked him to do, oh, it left his body. He was like, oh no, this is too much. This is he was overwhelmed. Like he was like, you know what? That's it. I gotta go. Right? Because it was just excessive. But a lot of these young girls today, they are seriously aggressive. They are seriously raunchy. They do a little too much. Okay? Like, even the boys are shook. Because usually it's the man that's like really aggressive and stuff like that. Not anymore. Not anymore.
her son will be like, oh my gosh. You understand? She wasn't saying, let me right? No, she said this right here.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
A young lady. So she was willing to get on her knees, and then he's gonna put the warm thingy in her thingy.
You know, thingy.
You understand this?
It's excessive.
Like this is what this is the reality of this stuff. So I'm like, yo, like this womanhood thing, it's on the spectrum. Okay,
yeah.
It really is. They're like what, young people, like 20 something.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but I'm like, when you hear Carisha talk about stuff like for me, it's like, even like, I'm not trying to be funny, but you know, I'm 38. But I know for me, the first time I even heard Carisha say, oh, she likes golden showers, I was shocked. I could never imagine James or any other, even okay, a baby, you change a diaper and then the baby pees on you, like that's one thing, right? Those are babies, they can control themselves, right? But imagine as a grown woman, I'ma sit here, lay here, and let
yeah.
Especially someone who drinks as much Ciroc as Diddy, or the people who drink Hennessy, Ciroc, do hookah, smoke all kinds of whatever. Imagine how they barely drink water. Okay, you barely drink 8 ounces of water a day. You barely drink water in a whole month. Imagine how dark and red and smelly the urine has to be, and you're gonna just like do that on my body? That's crazy.
That is really crazy.
That's crazy.
That's really crazy.
You know what I'm trying to say? So it's like, okay. You know, I'm not trying to be funny. I'm like really not trying to be funny, right? But I do feel like you're not in your early 20s, you're in your 30s. So I do feel like at a certain age, given the kind of fame you have, giving Hollywood that is full of perverts, full of crazy people who always want to push your boundaries. I feel like when you're 30, you should know how to exert your boundaries, especially even with Keke too. Well, that's why I even felt really sad. Like initially I even started crying because I'm like, I remember also what she alleged happened with Trey Songz. Right, so I feel like you've been to, like, Hollywood is a place of creepy people. It's a place of pedos. It's a place of SA people. They're crazy. So I feel like if you made it to actually be 30 in Hollywood in this type of industry, and you're sober, you're not an alcoholic, you're not crazy like that, I would assume. Plus, what you show me on social media, I would assume that you would know to draw your boundaries. So for me to see these things in the restraining order, I was shocked. I was shocked. I was sad. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I was disappointed because I'm like, the moment somebody wants to drive you off a road over pictures, yo, it's enough. But to know that this happened, and you went back to it, and then you come on social media and you try to bamboozle us like he's a nice dude, he's a cool type of dude, he's a this type of dude. When 3 months ago he was trying to unalive you over pictures. Make it make sense to me. So I'm like, so do you like this type of stuff? Is this why? I'm not trying to be funny, y'all, because I'm really trying to understand this. Like, is this why you don't want to go for a higher caliber of men? Because you know that most high caliber men don't put their hands on people, but they will make you talk. They will force you to be an adult. They will force you to be mature. Because a high caliber man, he has something to lose. You understand? Like Keke.
Yeah, because I was really upset because I'm like, you're swindling people because you're trying to sell us this great relationship that you have. Oh, Marcus is a good man. Marcus a good man. But it's like months prior, he tried to drive you off a cliff because you had pictures of yourself wearing a bikini on your phone, right? And we haven't talked about this, you guys, but even this other girl, this other black girl too, with her white man, okay? Where is she? This one right here, right? But she didn't get exposed. She exposed herself because everything she was selling about her relationship with this dude, everything was fake. Everything was fake. She talked about how he used to sleep on an air mattress. He had no money. He was not taking care of his kids, right? But on social media, she tried to sell it. Oh, he's this great white man. If a black man the white man's going to do it. Oh, he bought me a brand new car. Then she said, no, she bought herself the car. And I'm like, but why are you people merchants of deception like this? Oh, bye, Val. Yeah, you're watching the morning, right? I was like, why are you people? Good night, Val. Enjoy your night, babe. I'm like, why are you people merchants of deception like this? Okay, why do y'all deceive people like this, right? If he's a regular person, if he sleeps on an air mattress, like, I mean, that's his reality, right? Why do you try to mold this man into something he's not, and then you sell that to your audience, knowing that it's a lie? And that's the part I don't like, because nobody asked to see your relationship, right? We didn't ask to see who you're dating. We never asked, hey, Keke, show us who your man is. Like, no. You willingly come on the internet with your new boyfriend, and you try to position him to be in this light, when it's like, honestly, should y'all even still be together? And I really don't appreciate how people it's like, I'm like, when you do that, it's like you want people to envy your relationship, knowing dang well you still have a whole lot of work to do. Why do you want people to envy your relationship? Like, it's not where it's supposed to be. Like, it's crazy to me. It's really crazy. Oh, my God.
She worked with Michael Strahan. Not trying to be funny. Not trying to say like Michael Strahan is like God's gift to mankind over here. But I do feel like Michael Strahan is an upstanding type of dude, because Michael Strahan has a lot to lose. Right. So the way he moved in the NFL, the way he moved post NFL, when they were on the show together, like the morning show together, right? I even think he did like Regis and Kelly, if I'm not mistaken, right? But I just feel like you've been around that type of dude, right? You've been around that type of black man. So like, I just feel like he didn't rub anything on you. Like, you know what I'm trying to say? That you should kind of know. Like, you can't say that you've never seen what an upstanding, high quality, knows who he is, knows what he stands to lose, you know what I mean? Yeah. Strategic black man looks like. Mm-hmm. I'm like, you spent years on the morning show with Michael Strahan, right? So why we get to this situation, and it's like, you allow this to happen. At least if you didn't allow it to happen, you definitely allowed it to continue.
Yep.
Because that day right there, once the Lord saved you and he wasn't able to drive you off the road or drive you off the cliff, you should have had to come to Jesus. Huh?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You should have had to come to Jesus meeting. Because you really could have been gone. For what? Right? Which also and that's why I tell you guys, I personally feel, and I could be wrong, and if I'm wrong, please don't be mad at me, but I truly do feel like when it comes to Keke and Darius, right, this is their thing. This is their thing. I just feel like that's just how I feel. I just feel like she took it public. I mean, not public, but the restraining order, because she's famous, it will be public, right? Because honestly, I think she most likely wants sole custody. Okay. And she wants to find a way to have sole custody, not paying for child support, et cetera, et cetera. Because I even think, to be quite honest, I even think she's done with this boy. I really don't think so. Because the thing that also concerns me, and I'm being really honest, it's not victim shaming, but I'm being really honest, right? Even in a restraining order, there is a part where she talks about she has been scared to leave him with baby Leo, because one time he was changing baby Leo's diaper and he was very rough with baby Leo, and baby Leo started crying. Okay. So I'm thinking, which is not, please listen to me. Please hear me out. Please hear me out. Okay? So then I started thinking about, he said, you look Palestinian. You know what I mean? So then I really started thinking about, okay, I really started thinking about the Usher situation. I really did. Like y'all, my mind started, my mind started working overtime. I can't even lie. y'all. Like Kevin, I don't think she's done with him. I just think she doesn't want to do the custody the right way.
Yeah.
Right? Because we saw it with Jennifer Hudson. Jennifer Hudson also tried to be messy. Right? She tried to be messy with her WWE dude, but what she forgot about the WWE dude, what she forgot about her Nigerian man, the baby daddy, is that he went to Harvard and he's a lawyer. So she could do certain things, but it's like she tried it too. Right? She tried it too. But let me take y'all to the Usher thing. And please don't be upset. This is public, so I have the right to analyze it. Don't be upset because the way I analyze it, you don't like it. Do not be upset now, okay? We're all independent out here. But my issue was the car thing, him trying to drive you off the road in February over a bikini picture, right? You know that he's jealous. His jealousy definitely has to do with the fact that he's insecure about himself. Okay. Number two, his jealousy could also have to do with the fact that he's dating someone that's a celebrity. Not that he's a nobody, but technically he's a nobody. I'm not famous, I'm a nobody too, but I'm not constantly with a famous person to feel even more and more like a nobody. We saw the same thing with Aisha Curry, right? Even though Aisha's pretty, she got her little thing going on, but she also feels like she's a nobody. We saw a married woman who claims to be a Christian say that she wishes men will holler at her more because she feels like her husband gets too much attention. Like, who says that shit? Okay. So even people like Aisha Curry too, they feel completely invisible in the limelight of their husbands. So it's not just a Darius thing. It's not just Darius. A lot of people who are married to famous people feel the same way. I'm sure the man who married Miss Tina knows, right? Even though he's an actor, we know him, we've seen him in movies, but his acting does not compare to being the mama of Beyonce. Okay, so him too. He felt like he was overshadowed in his marriage to Tina Knowles. So ultimately, they got a divorce. So it's not just Darius. Okay, it's not just a Darius thing. You understand? So I do feel like he has a lot of reasons. Some are valid, some are not. To be insecure and to be jealous, right? But and I do feel like, and that's me, and I could be wrong, but I do feel like Keke likes that he gets that type of jealous. I think she does. Because what got me thinking was, you decide to be with this man. You meet the man at a party through his brother. You get to know him. You know what he got going, what he don't got going on. You start to observe his behavior. You notice that he gets really jealous. Actually, he almost drove you off the road or bikini picture, right? Hold on. He almost drove you off the road over a bikini picture, right? But then months later, you decide to go to an Usher concert, right? Dress the way that you're dressing. Now, some of y'all might say, oh, I don't see a big deal. No one cares whether you see a big deal or not. She's not in a relationship with you, right? When you are in whether you like Darius or not, ladies, we have to get this through our heads, right? Whether we like Darius or not, whether we care or not about the dress, she's in a willful relationship with Darius.
Yeah.
Once you decide to date a man, you also have to respect his point of view. Okay? Once you decide to date a man, you have to respect his point of view. If you feel like, no, I don't have to be careful. No. You need to understand this. When you date a man, especially if you're gonna lay down with the man, unprotected sex, y'all see, you can't have it. You can't have both ways. You can't have the money for the cake, and then the cake is still intact, and then eat the cake. You cannot have it all the way. That's why you have to decide whether he's a man you want to follow or not.
Yeah.
If you feel like a man is extremely insecure, he wants to control your outfits, etc., and you know that's not what you like because you're going to dress how you want to dress, him and y'all have no business being together because you're not going to change and he's not going to change. So why do things to trigger people?
Yep. I still feel the same way. And that's the way I felt about Megan Good and what's that man's name? Devon Franklin, right? Megan, she's always dressed very sexy. That's her. That's her brand. That's what she does, right? It's not fair to try to turn her into a Christian and then people are going to expect her to dress like a church lady. That is not her. That is not her. Right? So to me, it's like this. If you're going to date someone, if you're going to be in a relationship with someone, if you're going to have a child with someone, if you're going to marry someone, their opinion matters. Because you can't be in a relationship and discount or be dismissive of your spouse, your husband, your baby daddy, whatever, because it's like it's not going to work. Because you're his woman, right? Other ladies might say, oh, I saw nothing wrong with her outfit. We do not care. Your opinion don't matter because she's not in a relationship with you. Feel free to take her off this man's hand. I bet you won't though, right? She's in a relationship with Darius. That's her man, right? Just like I'm sure if he, like, can he dress and wear things that are really tight and show his penis print? I don't think she would like that, right? So it's like you can't be in a relationship and say, well, you can't say anything about how I dress. Then I guess y'all don't need to be together. Because you should find someone who likes the way that you enjoy dressing. Right? But for me, I will agree with Darius. If we're in a relationship together and you're my woman, right? I'll say, like, you know, this outfit right there, I don't like that. Like, can you change it up? Can you do something to it? But it's like you should consider you should consider what he has to say. You can't be like, well, you can tell me what to do. I'll do what I want. Well, are you alone or are you in a relationship? Because you don't have to be in one, right? But you can expect him to be in a relationship. You do whatever you want, and then he's supposed to stay and be a good boyfriend or just do whatever you want. No, it don't work like that. You're a bully. You know, because it's like that's how it goes. You can find someone who likes the stuff that you currently like wearing, go and date that person, right? Or if you say, I really like this person, he said, okay, I like you, you like me, we want to make something happen. I need you to change some of your outfits, right? And you should value what he has to say. Because otherwise, how y'all gonna have a relationship? If something as big as fashion, if something is small, if something as small as fashion is that big of a deal, how y'all gonna come together and raise a child together? Because imagine, like, okay, where's the child going to go to school? Should the child get a vaccine or not? Blah, 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 blah. So I'm like, an outfit to me is really small stuff. It's small stuff because when you have to raise a kid, there are bigger decisions that you're going to have to make. And you can't say, well, I don't care. I carried the baby, so I do what I want. That's also his child, right? So we have to, if you are in a relationship, you have to learn to value what your partner also has to say. If he's uncomfortable, if she's uncomfortable, right? You kind of have to listen to them. Should you change completely? No, but you should incorporate some of the stuff they tell you they don't like. Okay? Because now you're in a relationship. What we think I might be like, yo, that's a badass dress, right? But I ain't your man. So don't lose your relationship. Listen to me. Because I ain't going to marry you, boo-boo. I'm not lesbian. Okay? I am not. Exactly. I'm like, he's not out of order for saying he doesn't like the outfit. She could be by herself. Listen.
We have to grow the hell up.
Ooh.
You understand? When you are in your 30s and you're used to doing things a certain way, he's used to doing things a certain way. If you both can't respect who you are, don't be together.
Oh, yeah, do not be together.
That is a fact. There are a lot of guys out here who don't mind their girls dressing revealing because you have dudes who be like, you know what? They want other men to know what they have at home. They want other men to lust after their wives. They have other men. They want other men to salivate after their wives. You have men like that, right? But then you have other men too who cannot stand people looking at their person. These are two different types of men. So now you as a woman, you have to choose. If you know you like to dress sexy and you like to dress provocatively, date a man that like he also values that type of aesthetic. Like I was watching Selling Sunset, right? Chelsea. To me, Marlene, when you watch Selling Sunset, the way Chelsea dresses is giving prostitute. It is not classy, and I'm sure these things are expensive, but the way Chelsea puts her outfits together, it gives prostitutes. It gives streetwalker. I don't know how somebody's wife can walk like this in broad daylight, But then when she said she met her husband on Tinder, I said, oh, it makes sense. It makes perfect.
Yeah, it was like, look, I mean, you know, not to be offensive, huh? But I don't like her outfits. I think she looks very cheap and tacky. You know, because I like, look at this. She's wearing a towel. Like this outfit is made out of towel fabric or something. I'm like, what is this? Yeah. Like, if somebody told you that this lady sold $1 million real estate, I wouldn't believe it. I'm like, yeah, it's giving she sells something else. I'm not trying to be funny, right? You understand? But it's like if I was to look at Lori, for example, and you told me, oh yeah, like she sells like luxury real estate, I'm more likely to believe that, right? But it's like when it comes to Chelsea, her fashion is really, really tacky. You know? I'm like, look at this. Okay, what real estate agent dresses like this? I'm like, she dresses like an escort. Something like to me, Marlene, right? It does not give. It don't give. Oh, she's this is cute. I like this one. It's cute. Okay, but most of her outfits though, it doesn't give. Oh, this lady's out here like selling like really expensive real estate. You know, I don't get luxury from her clothes. It's so tacky. And I'm sure these outfits are seriously expensive. Like, I don't think they're cheap. But the way she puts them together, it looks hella cheap. I'm like, where are you going? Like, look at this one. Hold on. Cancel, right? Look at this outfit. Like, I would never think. I would think she's the type, huh? Yeah, I would truly think that she's the type to sell vagina to rich men. Rich, old, rich white man. Like she dresses like an escort. Like, and I'm not saying she's one, but I'm like, that's what it gives. It gives off cheap. I'm like, why do you dress like this, Chelsea? I don't get it. I really do not get it. I don't know why she dresses like that. It's horrible. And then her lace game is horrible. I'm like, girl, like grow your own hair. This is not cute. You know, I don't know. That's just me. I despise the way she dresses. I can't. I really can't. I really cannot. Oh Lord, it's too much. I'm like, girl, if I met you, I will never think like, yeah, this lady's like, she's in the business of like selling expensive real estate. Like, I wouldn't. But when she said that she met her husband on Tinder, I was like, okay, it makes sense. I see why she dresses like that.
Perfect sense. So that's why he's not gonna have an issue with you dressing like this.
Yeah.
Because even me, Marlene, if I was a man, there is no way my wife gonna dress like this on national TV. Let me try to be funny.
Yeah.
It's like so I even asked my sister, was Chelsea an escort? Because it makes sense. What kind of young Nigerian girl meets a white man on Tinder? What were you looking for on Tinder? And then you meet this man and then you dress like this? There are episodes. Chelsea comes to the office to sell real estate. Her butt cheeks are all the way out there. Make it make sense.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you dressing like this? But that's the thing. If you marry these white sugar daddies from these Tinder apps, then I get it. But what respectable...
Yeah. Even look at this right here too. Like, I'm like, everything about her gives escort. I'm not trying to be funny. But I'm like, what is this? Like, even the way when she cooks the food and she eats the food, it's giving corn. I'm like, this belongs on OnlyFans. I don't know. Like, is this okay to post this on Instagram? I don't know. Right? But it's like, what about this says, oh yeah, this woman right here, she's a business person. She sells expensive real estate. I would never, I don't know. I don't know. I'm like, wow, this is crazy. I'm like, what is this? It's like she wants to be a blow-up doll. Like, you know, girl, it's okay to be a woman too. Like, it's okay to be a little natural. Like, you see, like she'll eat like this. Like, you know, like it's a lot of sexual innuendos with the way she eats her food. I'm like, what are you doing? Even her boobs, like her fake boobs, they're too big for her. I'm like, everything about this girl is giving sex work. It's giving, I have an OnlyFans account. You know, child, does she have to do all of this? Look at this. Right? And you cannot tell me that she's not trying to mimic like fellatio. Like, please. Like, nah, this is a lot. It really is a lot. Because I thought she was going to come on the show, like be very cute, British, you know what I mean? Like, and classy and stuff like that. But every season, I'm like, girl, like, you're a disappointment.
Man who loves his wife is gonna want his wife out here with all her butt cheeks out on Rodeo Drive, Wilshire Boulevard. That's crazy.
That's really
like, let's be for real. That's great. Even you as a parent, right? Even you as a parent, you're not gonna want your children to dress any kind of way because they represent you.
Yeah.
That's the fact, right? And that's the truth. And it's like people want to have it all. No, because you're gonna trigger people.
Yeah.
And I'm not the type to trigger folks. And so I will get back to my point, Ade, and I mean this respectfully. If somebody almost drove you off the road over a bikini, you choose not to break up with him.
Yeah.
Okay, then you know who he, at this point, you know who he is. You know how he feels about you dressing provocatively. You don't break up with him, you entertain him, you get pregnant by him, he ain't gonna change.
Yeah.
Somebody tries to drive you off a road over you wearing a bikini and having the picture on your iPhone.
Yeah.
And you say to yourself, oh my gosh, we're going to stay together. We're going to have a baby, et cetera, et cetera. You are validating his behavior.
Yeah.
Right? Because if somebody tries to drive you off a cliff off a bikini, you know dang well you ain't going to stop wearing your bikinis.
Yeah.
Right? You ain't going to stop wearing your bikinis.
So why do you stay with him?
So every time I wear a bikini, I have to worry that I might get unalive. No, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You know who you are. You know what you like to dress. I don't wear bikinis, but there are a lot of young ladies who love wearing their bikinis. That's just what they do. I don't do that. Even the first time I saw my little sister in a bikini, I was like, what is she wearing? Like, girl, put some clothes on. You understand me, right? But a lot of young girls, they're very comfortable like that. They're not going to stop doing that. And that's who she is. You should not make her stop doing it. You know you're not going to stop doing it. That's the same thing I said about the basketball player whose wife went back to being who she is. He knew who she was. She sold her box. She sold her box. She never hid that she was a corn star. He knew she was a corn star. This man was worth $68 million. And in his bright mind, he says to himself, you know what? I can't wait to give my last name to a corn star. And you go, you see your mother, you say, oh, mom, guess who I'm about to marry? A corn star. You go and you see your dad, say, dad, guess who I'm about to give your last name to? A corn star. Like, go sit down somewhere. Okay? So now that the money's gone, the lady went back to being a corn star. You can't be mad at her. This is who she was. She was always this way.
Yeah.
And you saw it fit to marry her in front of people, in front of God.
Yeah. If you guys remember the basketball player who married a sex worker, and he was upset because she had an OnlyFans and he didn't know she had an OnlyFans, but it's like he no longer has the money he used to have. But when he first met her, she was a sex worker, and he decided to marry her knowing that she's a sex worker. Now he runs out of money. So she's like, okay, you don't have money anymore. I got to take care of myself. So she goes back to what she knows, which is being a sex worker, but she's doing it on the OnlyFans. So he had this whole scene like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you would do something like that. I'm like, what you mean you can't believe? She was always a sex worker. You knew who she was. And you told your dad, hey, guess what? I'm about to give your last name to a sex worker. Right? So why are we acting surprised here? Like, I'm really confused, right? So my point is like my point with the girl with Keke is like, if you know that he gets excessive, assuming she's telling us the truth and nothing but the whole truth, right? But if you date a man knowing that just you wearing bikinis and having those pictures on your phone can trigger him, and bye, Kevin. I'm gonna go to bed soon. We can keep watching the rest tomorrow, right? Let's do like 5 more minutes, right? But my thing is, right? If you know that when you wear bikinis, you take pictures and you store them in your phone, it can trigger him so much that he wants to drive you guys off of a cliff. You have a choice to make. Choices to make. You can say, you know what? My bad. this ain't me. Bye, Kev. See you tomorrow, right? And break off the relationship because that's just excessive. right? Or if you stay with him, then you got to stop doing these things. Like, you got to stop wearing stuff like that. You're an adult. You got to make choices. You got to make hard. I mean, I don't think it's a hard choice because if you try to kill me over a bikini picture, it's a very easy choice, actually. I don't want to die. Okay, thank you. You know, but she's like, oh, he's that type of jealous. He will drive you off a cliff, but not really. I'm going to stay with him. And not just that, I'm not just going to do the bikini pictures. Now I'm going to wear a really sexy dress. I'm going to fly to Vegas. I'm going to block his calls, right? Because she was not answering his call. That's why he went to Twitter. I'm going to go to the Usher concert. And even the Usher concert, you could have gone to the Usher concert, enjoyed yourself with your little, revealing dress, whatever. No, I'm going to twerk on Usher and simulate as having sex. You wanted him to see that. You weren't surprised by his reaction because obviously he tried to drive you off a cliff because you wore a bikini. Okay? So I'm like, everything she did with Usher for me, I feel like she was antagonizing him. She left him at home with the baby. She blocked him. Like, he probably blocked him on social media, blocked his phone. I mean, she just blocked the man. Like, he couldn't get a hold of her. That's why he goes to Twitter spazzing out. But she knew because she's famous. She's popular. So social media gonna come for her. They're always gonna have her back. Because on social media, whoever has the most following is always right. Whoever has the most followers is always right. They're never wrong. Right? That's why you gotta be very careful. If you do hair, you do makeup, any type of service, like, you gotta be very careful messing with influencers who have a huge following because they're never wrong. Like, when I tell you, like, their followers are like stupid, they're never wrong. Right? So she knew what time it was. So she antagonized him. And I peeped that I'm like, yeah, she's doing it on purpose because it's just excessive. A lot of ladies have gone to see Usher. They have mans, they are in relationship. They don't do all of that. You can have a great time at the concert without taking it this far. Right? She chose to be disrespectful because she's Keke Palmer. She's famous. She has way more followers than him, and she has way more money than him. She's a bully. She's a bully. Right? He's insecure. He's unhinged, but she's also a bully. Because just because when you know someone's weakness, you shouldn't use that against them. He's very jealous. Why do you weaponize that against him? Right? Instead of helping him through his jealousy, you do stuff to trigger him so he can come out here and act a fool. Because then it makes you feel special. And I do feel like maybe when it comes to Keke also, she probably never had any man truly like fight for her. You know what I'm saying? I think all the guys she ever wanted to date, they didn't like her back. The truth be told. There's a reason why she's with Darius, because Darius is what she can get. And once again, I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. This whole dating thing, marriage thing, it's truly patriarchal. Because a girl can be very pretty. She can have lots of money. And the man she wants still does not want her. Right? Because maybe he wants to hunt. Maybe he wants to be the one that's coming after you. Maybe he wants to be the one to make the first move. Right? But just because you have money, right, doesn't mean you're going to get the man you want. Because he might not want your ass back. Because he don't care about your money. Right? But if you know that someone, that's what, like, if you know what he's capable of, why are you doing this? Why are you triggering him? Because it makes you feel like when he acts this way, he's fighting for you. Because you also have low self-esteem. Because you should not trigger people. Like, I really mean that. Like, me, I don't like that kind of stuff. People shouldn't trigger people. Don't trigger your husband. Don't trigger your wife. Don't trigger your kids. Do not trigger people. Because you don't know what sets people off. You know? Don't trigger folks. Do not be temptation for other people. If you don't want to be with him, let him go. You know, if you know that he's a little boy, he's immature, he has a broken brain, he's not there yet, let that boy go. He needs to go find someone that he's suitable for, right? Let him go. But to keep him around and play these games when you know he has a broken brain, so you know his brain is broken and you keep triggering this boy, make it make sense. So you want him to do something unconscionable. That's really evil. I'm like, to me, I think it's diabolical. If he'd never expressed jealousy before over your clothes, and then like you wear an outfit and now he's acting brand new, I could see how you were taken aback. But the thing is, you've always known he was like that. And instead of saying, you know what, Darius, I like you, but we can't be together because I don't think I can change the way I dress because I love this. Okay. Right? No, you continue to amplify. Like the outfits, they get more raunchier and raunchier and raunchier. Like, what do you want? Exactly. And only for you to end up looking like this. You know, you're a bully. You are seriously a bully. Make it make sense. So you have a choice to make. You either tell the boy, we got to break it off because I can't. Because it's true. You're 30. You make your own money. You pay your own bills. You know, it's your money. It's your body. So if you're like, yo, I want to wear this, I'm going to wear that, then he's not the one for you. There's another man, maybe a rapper, because rappers like for girls to be like, to wear like really, really sexy stuff, right? So maybe you should consider dating a rapper, right? But it can't be Darius if you want to keep wearing these types of clothes. But you're like, no, he almost killed me, but we go together real bad. Okay. So you like this kind of stuff. And obviously, look at everything she said. She asked for a restraining order, ex parte. She talked about the picture. He almost drove her off a cliff. She said that he stole her phone. You know, he couldn't come within her like 100 yards or whatever. Like, look at all the things she said about this dude right here to like really paint this man as a monster. Like, yo, this guy is so dangerous. I fear for my life. He's abusive. Womp, 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 womp. Only for her to do what? For her to be pregnant. Here's baby number 2. And this should really make a lot of people reassess this notion of believe all women. Here you go. Because the thing she said about Darius, why would you ever go back to him? And why would you get pregnant by him? I'm like, she almost destroyed this boy. Like, it was a lot. He tried to drive me off a cliff. He's violent. He has a broken brain. He's crazy. He has a gun. I fear for my life. He whooped me upside the stairs. He dragged me down the stairs. He tried to kill me with his car. He took my cell phone. I had to chase behind him. I'm like, girl, that's a lie, right? And then you fast forward. Here she is. She's pregnant. That's why all this believe all woman stuff. Yeah, sure. I believe the evidence I see. Let's calm down, right? Because a lot of women know all she has to do is scream domestic abuse and she gets her way and the man is completely ruined. Exactly. And that's why with social media, with these celebrities and these influencers, they're very manipulative. Their entire business is manipulating people to see this perfect image of them. Like, this is who I am. Like, this is this. But like, no, that's not who you are. You're a liar. And we encourage people to be fake. We want people to be this like perfect version of themselves. Like, we need to allow people to be who they are, ratchet and stuff. Like, just let people be themselves because this is a lot. It truly is a lot. And that's why I don't believe nothing. I'm like, yeah, you're fake. This is so bizarre. Like, there are a lot of influencers. I don't buy their image. Like, I just don't buy into it. I think it's fake. They always say the right thing. They're always so positive. They're always about women empowerment. They're always about God. And they're a bunch of lying people. Right? It's all about making money. Flattery. Let me flatter people. Let me act like I'm a good girl, a nice girl. I'm about empowerment, about sisterhood. Yeah, whatever. But look at what you did to this man. I'm like, imagine, like, well, what is this? Only for you to turn around and now have another baby with him. So if you love him, change. Why create all this ruckus? Like, why make all this drama? Like, if you are in love with a regular man who makes regular money, come to grip with that. Accept it. That's your fate. Right? That's who you married. And then let the sisterhood know, yeah, I settled. I settled for a trainer. Be proud of that, sis. Like, stand behind that and let the sisterhood know I settled for a trainer. I'm a multimillionaire who settled for a trainer. I make more than my baby daddy. You like own it. Because it shows most women will have to settle, okay? To some extent, you will have to settle for what you can get. And you settled, and that's what you got. And now you got 2 babies with no ring by a trainer who works at Planet Fitness. That is your truth. That's your life. That's your life story. That's your journey, right? That's the reality of it. So to my other ladies, right? Because I'm gonna stop here too. Okay, we'll go to bed. We'll come back tomorrow. We're gonna keep watching me talk to myself, okay? But my thing is, I hope this shows to other ladies, right? When you have a man, when you meet a man, and he's about like 75%, 80% there, settle. There's no 100%. Okay? There's most likely no 90% also. Right? So when you meet a man and he's somewhere between 70 to a good 85% of what you want, settle. Because these girls out here be lying to you. Oh, never settle. You better before you get left alone. Okay? They are lying. Okay? They know it doesn't exist. Everybody somewhere, somehow, you have to make concessions. We all do. We all do. We all have to. The perfect man don't exist. The perfect woman does not exist. This whole list that you have, you will never find a person that fits everything on your list. Doesn't exist. Right? Doesn't exist. So you'll have to settle. She settled for the trainer from Planet Fitness. Okay? Right? Ebony Williams, she settled for a sperm bank donor. Okay? So, but I'm like, you will have to make some type of concession. Nobody meets a man that's 100%. And now you're seeing all these influencers who try to lie to you and make it seem like, oh, my man bought me a car. If a black man don't do it, the white man gonna do it. You see, even that's fake because it doesn't exist. That's why she had to manufacture the whole thing. It does not exist. If you could have everything you wanted, if you didn't have to settle, whatever, nobody would have to make fake content about their relationship. A lot of people are selling you fake relationships in these YouTube videos, them YouTube shorts, them TikTok, Instagram, where the man is like rubbing on her belly, the man is massaging her feet, or she's cooking, and the man comes behind her, and then he starts cooking. Man, you believe that stupid stuff? You believe that? Man, it's a damn lie. It's for content. It's to get paid. Nobody does that. How many wives are cooking in the kitchen like this, and the husband comes behind her, and then he holds her hand, and together they dictate the motion of the knife? Girl, please. I'm like, should I get off of me? Okay? I need my space. It's too much. You're smothering me. Who does that? It's not like, you know what I'm saying? It's like, child. And that's what people do on social media. They encourage people don't settle. You better settle. If you find something, yeah, it's so bizarre, Lonnie. Like, and then they cut the tomatoes together. Like, he holds her hand, and she's like, and then they drink wine, and they eat food. And you're like, what is this? What is this, right? What is this? Even Nara Smith, it's a bit excessive. One person you know has 3 kids. The oldest is not even 4 years old yet. You're gonna have time to take care of all the babies, do your makeup, wear fancy clothes, and make bubble gum from scratch. Girl, please. It's not realistic. Okay? 3 toddlers, y'all, you are lucky if you get to brush your teeth for the day. Okay? That's real life. That's real life. And even Nara Smith, too. Her husband, Lucky, he's a baby daddy, too. He had a child before he married her. So he also came with baggage. Girl, she's settled. She got a man with a baby. Yeah, Nara, it's performative. I'm like, it's entertainment. Enjoy it for what it is. But you have to know it's not real. If you have teenagers then I can see how you would have time to get yourself ready and cook. Yes, because they can take care of themselves, right? They're independent. But with a bunch of toddlers, y'all, toddlers, especially terrible twos, these people are terrorists. Okay, child. Yeah. 3 babies. The oldest is not even like 5 yet. You guys, I'm telling you, you know how long it took me to do my hair? You know when I left you guys last night? I started yesterday, right? I didn't finish my hair until like this afternoon, like around like 3 o'clock, because I had to play with the baby. I do a little bit. Play with the baby. I twist a little bit. You guys, it was a process that I had to put him in the bathtub. Y'all, you are like, I'm so tired. But it's like you got to finesse these babies, right? But for me to wash my hair, it like actually takes me 2 days. Like I can do a lot on one day, then the next day I can like kind of like section my hair, twist it, blow dry, whatever, right? But I need like 2 days though, because it's like you gotta take care of the baby, you know. But I'm like, I couldn't imagine if I had like 3 toddlers. I'm like, I probably wouldn't brush my teeth. So with Nara, it's like it's pretty content, it's beautiful content, but it's not realistic content. It's pretty though, but it's not realistic. Even the stuff she makes is like, who has all the stuff in their pantry? Like, who has all this? I don't have all these damn ingredients. Girl, please. Right? But it's entertaining. Like, it's in a perfect world, it's cute. You know what I'm saying? But it's not practical. Most women with 1 child, with a toddler, good luck to you. Okay? If you have 2 toddlers, girl, I'm praying for your sanity. If you have 3, oh my gosh, I might come to help you for backup. Look, this is crazy. Do the best you can. You know, do the best you can. Right? You might marry a regular person. She married a model, but even the model, he got a baby. He had a baby before he married her. So he got 4 kids. Yeah. It's not realistic. Do the best you can to feed your family. Some days you have to order takeout because, child, you tired. Some days you can make things from scratch, right? Other days, maybe your husband will cook, you know? Some days you'll have to eat leftovers. It's life. It's real life. Okay? Because there's a lot of stuff that goes on in the house. It's not just like making food. You got to clean the house. You got to make beds. You got to do the laundry. And when it comes to Nara, when you look at her content, she's only cooking. I'm like, but that's not realistic, sis. Right? Because there's other things that need to go on in the house. Like you got to clean the bathroom. You got to sweep your floors. You got to do the laundry. You got to go grocery shopping, right? Who's doing all of that? And she never shows that side, right? Because I guess it's not glamorous enough for her. I don't know, right? But I'm like, think about like the amount of time she takes to cook that stuff from scratch. So how does she get the clothes washed? Who's making her bed? When does she have time to clean her bathroom? Right? So it's like, it's entertainment. Have fun with it. It's like, oh, wow. Oh, it's cool that you can make that stuff from scratch, right? Cool. That's what she does. That's her job. She creates content, right? So I'm sure she has lots of help, but it's like, it's not realistic. So don't feel bad if you can't make food from scratch from your kids every single day. You cannot. You're one person. Now, if you're wealthy and you have a maid to like make the house, if you pay people who can help you around the house, then I'm sure then you're going to free up your time. Yeah. But most people though, with 3 babies, child, good luck. Yeah. It's pretty entertainment. You know, be entertained. When you watch these couples vlog, you watch these couples like, and the husband does the most, like he's so attentive and he's so, child, it's entertainment. Be entertained. You all know these people. Okay. But I'm like, oh yeah, my husband's gonna do that for me. Girl, even her husband does not do that for her. They're creating content. It is not real. This is how they make money. I've told y'all this before. These couple people, these couple goals, them couple channel people, they're not real. Because they will never show you when they're having an argument. They will never show you when it's going bad. They're not going to show you. Because when it gets bad, they're going to hit you with we want y'all to respect our privacy. But y'all made money selling a dream to people. Now that it's bad, you don't want to show. You should show everything. When Nikki and Jamie got to a divorce, I was like, well, if you vlog your life every day, vlog this too. because it's real life. No, but when life starts to get real, they turn off their cameras. Because if you go, oh, you guys, we want to show y'all our real life, show you our real life and what we really go through. Now that y'all getting divorced, turn on the damn cameras, boo-boo. I'm trying to see something, right? Because that's the real. Because when people fight, that's when you see who they truly are. They're like, no, at this moment, we want y'all to respect our privacy. Trick. You've been monetizing your privacy for the past 5-6 years. Now you want to be private? And don't film everything. You know what I'm saying? But no, like now that it's about to get real good. Oh, you guys, John and I have decided to separate in this difficult time. We truly ask that you give us privacy. How can you ask people to give you privacy when for the past 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, you've pulled people into your life? Now they're in it too. And I can see why they want an update. Because it makes perfect sense. If somebody watches you and your family and your kids for 5, 6 years, and they're helping you to make all kinds of money because of your audience, you have all these opportunities. Okay, your life changed, right? Yeah, they deserve to know what's going on. Right? But when life starts to get real, people want to turn off the cameras. Oh. So it was all fake, huh? It was all fake. It's fugazi. It's to make money. Because if it was really real, child, they would show you what a divorce looks like too. Show us everything. In this moment, we ask that you respect our privacy. Oh, shut up. Yeah, we want to see everything. So people can know. Like, you know what? Sometimes people do get a divorce. And then sometimes it's pretty. And sometimes it's not pretty. Right? We got to stop being real. If you want to be real all the way. Because that's what being real is. But everybody's fake. But when life starts to get real, oh, respect our privacy. Respect our privacy. Girl, give my money back. Give all the watch hours I gave you. Give me back all my super chats. Give back all my money. Yeah. Because I'm like, that's more real. Like, that's reality. No. Everybody wants to sell a lie. Oh, I woke up yesterday. Now I'm rich. I woke up yesterday. I bought $1 million house. I woke up yesterday. I got me a Bentley. Y'all better stop playing with people. Right? And that's why so many people think, oh, maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe I'm not where I'm supposed to be in life. Maybe I'm a loser. You're not a loser. You're just honest. You're living truthfully. These people there, they're lying. And a lot of people on social media lie. It's truly disgusting. It is seriously disgusting because you're causing harm to other people. And I even people like Nora Smith, right? For me, I'm being really honest, right? Nora and her videos, she should have a disclaimer like, hey, this is just entertainment. Okay? Or like, hey, disclaimer, do not compare yourself to me. This is just entertainment. Enjoy the content for what it is. Nothing more, nothing less, right? Because it's not real. Like you can't make, like you have other things to do. And just because you can't make food from scratch doesn't make you a bad mother. Okay? All right. And do you even have to make spaghetti from scratch? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Are you Italian? Mamma mia. Okay. People love to lie. It's like it's ridiculous. It's okay to say, you know what, today I don't feel good, you guys. And that's what I mean. Like when it comes to like coming on this channel too, like I don't stress myself. I'm like, this is me, y'all. Because I have a baby. Like I can't do this and do it's a lie. Okay, so like you're gonna get what you get. If I come alive, I'm holding a baby because right now I do have a little baby, so that's how it gonna go. Right, and then Jimmy has to work, so he can't hold them for me. So hey, if I want to make the live, this is how we're gonna have to do it until he gets older. It's real life, but it's like people are so afraid to show people what's real. It's okay to say, hey, I met this white man, I really love him, but he's not rich, but it's okay because I love him. That's it. Fuck the sisterhood. You know, if you really love Brett, like if Brett is that dude and he's really nice to you and you like him, as long as he's not putting his hands on you, if y'all really in love and then yeah, and he respects you. I do have a boss. I truly do, right? But I'm like, we gotta talk about her too, right? But if you really like him, if you're attracted to him, if he loves you and he's respectful, it's okay. We gotta say, oh, he has to be rich and he has to be this. Is that really what matters? I don't know. I don't think so. It's okay. If you met him and he didn't have his stuff, even Phaedra, when Phaedra met Apollo, he was also sleeping on an air mattress and she was a lawyer. I mean, not when she met him, when he got released from prison because she knew him before then, right? But it's okay. And it goes to show you, like, life is real. There are no fairy tales out here. I keep telling y'all this. There are no fairy tales. You got to make the best with what you got, right? And I feel like the hardest thing too in relationship is finding someone that you have a real connection with. Because that real connection, that's really what you want. Someone that you really have a real connection with. Yeah, that's it. But it's like, look at Keke. Keke, she got with a trainer. 2 babies with a trainer without marriage. So here we are. She a baby mama. A multimillionaire is a baby mom to a trainer from Planet Fitness. That's who she loves. That's what the heart wants. So it is what it is, right? But her too. Like, if you met this white man, does he need to be rich? No. If he loves you and you love him and he can accept your children and y'all can be, and you can also love his kids, hey, that's that. Make the best out of it. You know, there are no fairy tales. Right? That's it. You got to learn to be comfortable in your own skin. As long as you love your person and they love you and they're nice to you, that's the most important thing to me. Respect is big. It's big. It's real big for me. Respect is really big for me, right? You gonna meet a rich man, but he walks upside your head and he beats you and he disrespects you. I don't got time for that. You can keep your money. Money's not everything. It matters, but it's not enough for me to be a doormat or get peed on. You are insane. You're not gonna pee on me. Okay? But my point is, like, if you find someone who's very respectful, who's kind, who's loving, who's honest, who's hardworking, he loves your family, he's respectful, he can love your kids, like, hey, you know, be happy with yourself. Like, we have to learn to be content. If you can say, I'm content with the choice I made in this man, that's all that matters. Fuck the sisterhood. They're insane. They are truly insane. Okay? Do not listen to these girls. They are seriously delusional. Right? Respect is everything. Right? If you have a real connection and you have respect, you have kindness, you have the fear of God, you have good temperance and stuff like that, you're going to be okay. Right? Money's not the first requirement. Okay? And you're not getting married for other people. It's your marriage. You worried about picking a man that other girls going to be impressed with. They're not going to live with him. You have to live with him. You have to put up with him. You have to love him. You have to grow old with him. Like, you really have to live with him. Like, do you see yourself spending 20 years with this man? Okay. Money's cute in the beginning, but I'm like, do you see yourself spending 20 years with this person? And if your answer is no, let it go. It ain't it. So, like, you want to have someone that you have a real connection with. Exactly. Because the sisterhood, they really gives bad advice over there, right? You know? But it's okay. It's okay. I think her problem too is, like, she hates her. I guess she's, like, mad at herself because that's who she loves. Like, oh, you know, but it's like, girl, that is life. That's your choice. That's your choice. Own it. And if the sisterhood loves you, they gonna have to learn to love him too. Because they don't have to live with him. You do. Okay? They don't have children with him. You do. So you gotta make it work. Well, I mean, she should. Because I'm like, there's a reason why she got with Darius. There's a reason. Right? Because maybe she's also not relationship material. So she found her match. So make it work. She has enough money for them to go to therapy. Make it work. I'm like, you really love him? Because I'm like, you said all these things about him just to go back to him. Girl, bye. And now it's like, we don't want to hear from you again. All right. So, yeah. Because when you are rebellious, like, people, like, the sisterhood will praise you for being rebellious, but they won't praise you for being traditional. So if you say, oh, you're bisexual, that's like part of, like, this whole sexual revolution, right? Like feminism, sexual revolution stuff, you know what I'm saying? But if you're openly in love, That's you being traditional. That's like you're being traditional. You're stepping more into like the gender role, like you're acting more like a woman type of stuff. Like they hate that stuff. Like they hate traditional stuff. Yeah, they deserve each other. And me, I just pray that they make the best out of it. Because I'm like, that's what you could get. That's it. Right? Because I'm like, are you mature enough? Are you mature enough? Are you poised enough? Are you classy enough? Are you well-tempered enough to get a man that's more mature than Darius? No, because he's not going to put up with your foolishness. Yeah. But Zendaya stays away from the sisterhood. But I'm like, Zendaya too, like phenotypically, if you didn't know that her daddy was black, Zendaya does not give black. She gives off like Latina. You would think more that she was a Latina than a black person, like, or not a black, a biracial, right? But like her phenotype truly gives Latina. Like I would not, if you didn't know, you would not think black. Like, oh, her daddy's black. Like I don't see that coming through my head. You know, but Zendaya stays far away from the sisterhood. And that's why her brand is like super, super high. But at the same time, too, it's like Zendaya's not gonna act like Keke though. You know, because you can't be a rambunctious woman and attract a very high class type of man. Because he doesn't want that. There's no way y'all ever gonna match because you're too low class, like you're too low vibrational. So her vibration, it matches Darius's vibration. You know what I'm saying? You can't fake class. Like I really think you cannot fake being a classy person. You might have the clothes, like you might have the whatever, you know, but it's like it's a true essence. It's like when you have it, you have it. When you don't have it, you don't have it. Yeah. You see, but they make the same choices and they don't behave the same way because behavior matters. And your behavior can make you high class or your behavior can make you ratchet real quick, you know? So it's like, girl, you're crazy. Like, you're really crazy. But you guys, we're going to be back tomorrow. I must stop the video where it is. Okay? And tomorrow we'll come back and talk about more about Keke and that girl Talitha because I didn't talk about that. Then I'll talk about this one because it was some clownish business. Like, it was very clownish. We have a lot to talk about. We do. So let's go to bed. Let's get some rest. Baby is passed out. Maverick, he's so funny. He keeps me busy all day. You know, I mean, Zendaya is very quiet though because she has these big brand deals too. Though, like she has huge brand deals, so she can't afford no foolishness like that, right? You know, so. But I love y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow. Let's reconvene in the morning, okay? I'll come earlier tomorrow because I have to do my hair, so I'll come earlier tomorrow. And thank y'all for spending time with me during my maternity leave. It's helping me to not have postpartum depression. Yeah. You know. Oh, that's so cool. It's helping me to not have, come on, you know, when I do this, like you don't have much time to think and be like, sit here and be sad and stuff like that. So it's actually, I like it. I don't have time to be sad. So it's good for me. Okay. But I'll see you. He's right here. He's in a little swing. We have this little baby swing for him. So like it rocks him to sleep. She said, lives are always fun. Yeah, I like my little lives. I like my thing. I got my little thing going. It's super cute. I love it. Yeah, he has a little swing thing. It just rocks him to sleep and he loves it. I could be postpartum, but I think I'm too busy to actually like realize it, right? Because I'll talk to y'all, like y'all make me laugh and I'm really entertained. I've been really blessed. I am really blessed. I promise you, like the pregnancy, like I had so many people that carried this baby. It was like, yes. My mom, my dad, my sister, James, his mom, his sisters, like, yeah, it was a lot of people, right? My sister comes by sometimes. And then, you see, and then what happened? And then when it comes to like me, like my mental health, like, you know, like, I guess like doing the lives and stuff, I don't have time to be sad. These influencers, you guys need to, I'm telling you, when it comes to influencers, y'all need to just see it as the entertainment. That's it. That's that. Nothing more, nothing less. right? That's it. Don't look at these people's relations, but oh my gosh, I want to be child, girl. Because I promise you, when they start going through divorce, they're gonna ask for their privacy. And that's how you know everything was fugazi. Because if y'all so real, let's see it. Okay. You'll see a pregnant woman, and then her husband comes and he starts rubbing her belly in front of the camera. Girl, don't believe that, boo. They're making content, you know. They're here to sell a dream. So just take it for what it is. Like, child, it was cute. Okay. So like, don't let this stuff make you sad. Be realistic, right? Know yourself. And there's nothing more like self-awareness. Like when you know who you are, it's a lot, you're good and you're bad, right? Like be self-aware. When you're self-aware, it's so much easier to be successful in your relationships, right? That's it. Like I said, if you find a man that's like 70 to 85%, settle. Don't be greedy. It's like the show, what's that show with the suitcase? You know, you can keep you can change the suitcase. So people get greedy. Like, you know what I'm saying? People gotta stop being greedy. Sometimes take what you can, go home. Learn to work with what you got. Okay? That's it. Yeah. Because all that stuff, man, it's just entertainment. Oh, my husband loves you so much. He massages my feet in front of the camera. Yeah, right. Okay? They make deal or no deal exactly. Yeah. Take your suitcase, go home. Like, you know what? This is more than what I had when I first came in here. Gotta go. Okay? Gots to go. You gotta know how to make a deal. And the same thing in you can always say to yourself, oh, maybe there was a better man out there. Maybe there was a better man out there. Yeah, sure, whatever. But this is the man that you found, right? And it was good enough. So make the best out of it. Because this whole thing about, well, maybe I'll wait. Child, what are the odds? You know, what are the odds? Sometimes you secure the best you can and make it work. You know, to me, that's a bit more pragmatic, you know, but that's that. So even these girls who preach and pitch, oh, don't settle. You see now, they're pregnant by trainers from Planet Fitness. Okay. You got the Ebony Williams. Oh, I can't date a bus driver, but you can take sperm from a donor. Girl, what? You make no sense. At least with the bus driver, you get to see what he looks like. And I'm telling you, he has a job, right? He has a job. You get to see what he looks like. You kind of, you get to ask about his mom and his daddy, right? I'd rather have a baby with a bus driver than to go through a sperm bank. Like, what in the world? Where a man had to, watch the corn and then he played with himself and gave his semen? What is this? What is this? I'd rather meet the bus driver. He might have a good sense of humor. Might be a nice person. You know? I'm like, what if he's really attractive? Like, what if he's really nice? What if he's like a good dad? Because obviously, if you can go take sperm from the sperm bank, then why is this so bad to date a bus driver? I'm so lost. I'm like, girl, you make no sense. I gotta talk about this one too, huh? Like, even if you don't think, at least he's a person. He's a real person. Like, if you have a baby, like, he might actually care about the baby and help you with the baby. But imagine someone, a lawyer going through a sperm bank. Girl, what? And you know the kind of people who give their sperm, it's not good people. They're broke. At least the bus driver, he has a career. He drives a bus. Like, he has a pension fund. He has all kinds of benefits and stuff. But I'm like, you went and took sperm from the sperm bank? What is wrong with you? Like, I'm like, she thinks she's so badass. I'm like, you're such an idiot. Like, Ebony Williams, she's such a disappointment. She's such a disappointment. Like, even the bus driver, like, at least you get to meet his family. You get to meet his mom. You get to meet his dad, his grandparents, his cousin. Like, you get to see where he, it's a real person. The sperm donor, you know nothing about his bloodline. Who are his people? And how you gonna tell your daughter that, oh yeah, by the way, your daddy's a sperm donor? Like, what are you doing? That's a human being. So you like imagine telling your daughter, like, yeah, I took I took sperm from the sperm bank. I don't even know who your daddy is, girl. Girl, what? Like, what the freak is wrong with this lady? She's evil. She's very evil. I'm being serious. If I had to choose between a handsome, dedicated, hardworking bus driver and taking sperm from the sperm bank, you guys, it's gonna have to be the bus driver. I can't do this. Oh my gosh. I was like, what is wrong with this woman? So you feel like if you date a bus driver, you settle down, right? But if you go and you go to the sperm bank, you're leveling up? Child. I'm like, you don't even give the bus driver a chance to know what kind of. I'm like, because I've always said, like, what bus does he drive? They're like, go find out what bus he drives. I'm like, this is so crazy. But you're just not gonna give somebody a chance because their occupation, oh, he drives a bus. But you can go take the sperm from the sperm bank. Wow. Yeah, but even if he's I get what you're saying. Like, Future might be a sperm donor, right? But at least it's like, you know who Future is. It's not so much like a sperm bank. And she was like, yeah, and then I paid extra money so that when my daughter turns 18 and she wants to know him, he'll say yes to her. So that's another option. So you pay more money for that. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, right? But I'm like, even Future, if Future is an absent dad, like, you know that's your dad. You know who he is. Like, you know what he does. He just chooses not to be present. That's the choice he's making. But you're like completely removing like the choice. Is it her culture? Is like, it's her crazy mind. Yeah, but she knows her dad, though, Lonnie. She knows her dad. Her dad is he's not a sperm donor from a sperm bank. She knows who her dad is. He just chose not to be involved in her life, right? But the mom never took that choice away from him, I would assume, right? He could have fought for custody, like, you know what I'm trying to say? But it's like she can know who he is, where he's from. Like, I don't know. I don't know. That's crazy. Because what if later you find out, like, the man who gave you the sperm, his daddy's on death row for murder? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. I don't, y'all. You see, I'm like, I get what you're trying to say, Lonnie. Like, because you're being like, but you're being messy though. So, but I get it. You're being a little messy. Like, it's a little bit of shade. You're being shady. But it's like, I'd rather Future be my daddy. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, he's successful. He just don't want to be a daddy. You know? But at least I can be, okay, my dad is Future. Like, you know what I'm saying? I honestly, I would pick Future to be my dad than somebody from a sperm bank. I can't do the sperm bank. That's just too low. Ooh, I just, I can't. I cannot. Oh my gosh. And the problem with the sperm bank too is like, these people just need money for pizza. Like, they're really broke. So are you intelligent? Because why are you selling your sperm to survive? Is he dumb? Oh my gosh, I cannot do this. But that's what I'm trying to say, Lenny. Like, how can you be desperate to be a mother, but you won't give a chance to the bus driver? I'm really confused. Like, this really has me really, really confused. Like, I am really confused by that. Because I'm like, okay, if you're desperate, then try to go on a date with the bus driver. See what he's about. But I'm like, even the bus driver too, though, right? Whether he wants to be a part of it or not, he has a career. Like, especially in New York, they make 6 figures in New York, right? So I'm like, you can still hit him for child support. You can go after his pension and things like that, like all his benefits and stuff. Like, there's way to get him to help you financially. But with the sperm bank too, it's like you're responsible for everything. But just I don't know how you're going to tell your child that her daddy's from, like, she really don't have a daddy. Like, it was just a sperm donor. And it's not like you couldn't find somebody. She just didn't want to find somebody. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Oh Lord. Yeah, I don't know about this. Yeah, he might ask you for child support or he might not. But I don't know. I'd rather meet a real person. I can't do the sperm bank. I really, oh Lord, I cannot. Oh Jesus. Even Kenya went and she found Mark Daly because she thought about it after what Phaedra said. She's like, you know what? I don't think I can do the sperm bank also. But I'm like, why do you don't even have to go to you don't have to go to a sperm bank. Like, I'm like, Ebony's a very pretty person. Like if she can shut up a little bit more, but I'm like, she's very pretty. She's very pretty. She's highly educated. Like she's achieved a lot. She deserves more than a sperm bank. She's a very pretty woman. Like, I'm like, you know what I mean? It's just like, humble yourself just a little bit. But I'm like, the sperm bank though. Naomi knows where she got the sperm from. Don't listen to her. Naomi knows where she got that sperm from. I promise you that. Because the way she loves designer, I promise you, she knows where she got that sperm from. Like, you know. But I'm like, Ebony, girl. Wow. And I feel so bad for her. I'm like, because she's really going to go into labor by herself. Like, you're going to go to labor by yourself. And most likely she's going to have a C-section. Well, little bit what? Most likely she'll have a C-section. So when you're healing from your C-section scar, who's going to take care of the baby? Like, babies are alive. And your first time by yourself like this with no love, like, I don't know. It's a lot. It really is a lot. I would not recommend this. It's a lot. Giving birth it's a lot. Like, it really is a lot. Well, my prayers go out to her seriously, like her mental health, because it's a lot. Child, Naomi knows. Naomi got some. Naomi, that girl. She knows where she got the sperm from. I promise you, she did. Naomi is not stupid. That baby, her daddy's somebody real important. It's not a sperm bank donor. Because most IVF pregnancy, like, you got to have a C-section. Otherwise, you could die. The baby could die. I don't know what that's about. But it seems like most IVF, and plus her age, also with her age, they might want to induce her also. Plus the fact that it's an IVF baby. So it's like, girl, that is a lot. That is a lot. And doing that all by yourself, though, that's a lot. Because postpartum can be seriously violent. So to go through all that just by yourself, I don't know. I think that's a lot. That really, me, I couldn't do it. It's a lot. It really is a lot. But to be in, oh gosh, yeah. Remember I showed you the girl who, like, her baby died. She was in labor for like 40 hours, something, just suffering, being tortured. And when she almost like died 3 times, and they brought her back, and the whole time they do a C-section. And they said, like, when you have an IVF baby, you know, most likely you'll have a C-section. I don't know what that's about, but that's how it goes. It's really painful. Even a C-section, because they cut your abdomen wide open. And you can't move. Like, one of my aunties, like, years ago, when she had my cousin, she had a C-section. She had to stay at her house. My mom did everything for her. She couldn't move. My mom took care of the baby. Like, she washed the baby, fed the baby, massaged the baby. My auntie could not move. She was in so much pain. You know, C-sections are very painful. They are seriously painful. That's why I'm like, I like vaginal birth. Like, you push, you out, but you gotta be lucky to be able to push though, right? So I was very fortunate I was able to push, but but even that too, like, it's exhausting. Like, you are seriously tired. Labor is exhausting. It's a lot. My feet were so swollen, you guys. Like, my feet were like swollen. I had to walk on the side of my feet because I couldn't walk on the balls of my feet because I was like, it was hurting. And I'm like, wow, this is a lot, So, but I pray for her though. I hope her mom and her family, like her cousin, is like aunties and them, like they really show up and support her, because it's a lot. It really is a lot. So I don't know why you would do that to yourself. I really don't get it. Like, girl, meet people. Lower your standards just a little bit. Because obviously you don't care about the money. So what does it matter what he does? As long as he's a good person. Because even now you're going to pay all the bills. So it's like, so obviously it doesn't matter how much money he makes. So just find a good person. Ooh, I should have recorded that. My feet were so swollen, you guys. Ooh, almost like 2 weeks or something. They were like this. They were like this big. I had to wear compression socks and everything. Plus have this baby. I was like, oh my gosh. But yeah, it really hurts. C-sections they are truly, truly painful. So it's a lot. And then you got the baby. The baby's always crying. You can barely move. I really hope all her sister friends, all the sister girls, okay, I hope they come through with their independent selves and change some diapers and spend the night. Okay? Because she needs people next to her, because it's a lot. And you cannot trust a new mom with a baby. She might kill the baby. She might not mean to. But sometimes they cry so much, I'm going to dump their ass in the trash can. Postpartum is real. You can hurt a child during postpartum. That's why, like my culture, I guess, like West African culture, they don't leave a new mom with the baby. There are always people around her, because, like, no, she can't be trusted. She might hurt this baby because she's tired. Because you can't sleep. Your body's tired and you're hungry. You're tired. Like, my mom used to just make my food. Yeah. My mom used to make all my food. So it's like, I was like, oh, yeah. She made my breakfast. She made my lunch. She made my dinner. She gave me snacks. I sure did eat. Then she would take care of Maverick and, like, give him baths and stuff like that. You're so tired. You are exhausted. Yeah, it's exhausting. You're like, what? What happened? I need to sleep. So she would take Maverick so I could sleep a little bit, because you need to sleep. Otherwise, you could do something bad to that baby. Even before you leave the hospital, they'll ask you all kinds of questions to make sure, like, you ain't gonna kill the baby, right? That's what those questions are given. Like, you're not gonna kill the baby, right? You sure you okay? You got support? Who's gonna be there? Like, they were asking me all these questions because they're trying to make sure that you're going home to a supportive environment, because it is a lot. It is a lot. Because otherwise you can really do something bad to the baby, right? So if you need support, but see, I didn't even have a C-section. When you have a C-section, you you can't really move. Oh my goodness, that is so sad. That's really sad. But all right, peeps, let's go now. Okay, I wish you good night. I'll see you in the morning. Love y'all. Bisous, bisous. Talk to you in the morning. I'll be back. I promise. I'll be back tomorrow. Promise. I gotta go sleep. My eyes are shutting down.